Hello everyone and welcome. This is Cross Naruto speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Naruto was the primordial Norse wolf god Fenrir's ancestor, the eternal predator Naruto x Freya x Sif. New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1. The Wolf Among Gods. Naruto's body crashed through dimensions with the force of a meteor. 1 second he'd been standing victorious over Kaguya, savoring their hard-won peace, and the next, ripped away by some cosmic hiccup in spacetime. Colors blurred past his vision. His stomach lurched. The sensation reminded him of Kakashi's Kamui, but way worse. What the hell? He shouted into the void, his voice swallowed by the thundering rush of energy. Then came the impact. Naruto slammed into frozen earth, the ground cracking beneath him. Pain jolted through his body, but years of taking hits let him roll with it. He sprang to his feet, kunai already in hand, senses alert. The air felt different. Heavier. Charged with something that wasn't chakra but felt similar. And cold, way colder than Fire Country ever got. Naruto found himself on a battlefield. Not just any battlefield, the weirdest one he'd ever seen. Massive blue-skinned giants wielding ice weapons battled against warriors in metal armor and flowing capes. The armored fighters looked human, but moved with strength beyond anything normal. Definitely not in the elemental nations anymore, Naruto muttered. A massive ice spear hurtled toward him. Pure reflex saved him as he leaped aside, the weapon embedding itself in the ground where he'd stood. Hey! I just got here. Naruto shouted at the blue giant who'd thrown it. The creature roared and charged, swinging an axe bigger than Naruto himself. No time to figure out where he was. Time to fight. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 perfect copies of Naruto popped into existence, surrounding the charging giant. The creature hesitated, clearly confused by the sudden multiplication of opponents. Let's see how tough you are. Naruto and his clones converged, attacking from all sides. The giant was strong but slow. Naruto's clones peppered it with attacks, ducking between its legs and leaping off its shoulders. The real Naruto hung back, assessing the broader battle while his clones gathered information. More blue giants noticed the commotion and turned toward him. Meanwhile, the armored warriors paused their own fights, staring in obvious confusion at the blonde stranger and his multiplying selves. A nearby warrior with a massive red beard and wild eyes bellowed across the battlefield, "What manner of seer is this? Who fights with copies of himself?" Naruto had no idea what seer meant, but he recognized an opportunity to make friends in a strange place. Hey, Red Beard. You fighting these blue guys? 'Cause they don't seem to like me much either. The red-bearded man laughed heartily. These Jotnar are enemies of Asgard. If you stand against them, you stand with us. Good enough for me. Naruto created another wave of shadow clones. Let's do this. The clones swarmed across the battlefield, turning the tide of the fight. The giants, already locked in combat with the armored warriors, suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by multiple attackers from unexpected angles. One of Naruto's clones dissipated after being hit, sending information back to him. These giants were insanely strong, but their movements betrayed simple fighting styles, all power, little finesse. Naruto gathered chakra in his palm, forming a spiraling blue sphere. Rasengan. He slammed the technique into the chest of the nearest giant, sending it flying backward through 3 of its companions. The impact created a spiral pattern in the giant's icy flesh before it shattered into frozen fragments. The battlefield went momentarily silent. Even the warriors fighting alongside him paused to stare. What power is this? Someone murmured. Naruto didn't have time to explain. More giants were charging toward him, apparently deciding he was the primary threat. He formed the cross seal again. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. This time, 100 Narutos appeared, filling a significant portion of the battlefield. The giants faltered at the sight. "Attack," the original Naruto commanded, and his army surged forward. The red-bearded warrior recovered from his shock and raised his axe high. "Asgardians! Fight alongside this strange ally. For glory!" The battle resumed with new energy. Naruto moved like lightning between opponents, his fighting style completely foreign to this world. He launched kunai with perfect accuracy, used chakra to stick to giants' bodies while attacking their vulnerable points, and created Razengans that tore through their icy flesh. One particularly massive giant, at least 30 feet tall, roared in rage and stomped toward Naruto, ice forming around its fists like spiked gauntlets. "Looks like the boss monster," Naruto grinned, cracking his knuckles. He channeled more chakra, adding wind nature to his technique. The Rasengan in his hand expanded, spinning faster, taking on a shuriken-like shape with blades of wind chakra extending outward. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto hurled the technique. It screamed through the air, expanding as it traveled. When it hit the giant chieftain, it initially just embedded itself in the creature's chest. Then it detonated. The explosion of wind chakra tore the giant apart at the cellular level, the expanding dome of energy visible to everyone on the battlefield. What remained of the giant fell to the ground in icy chunks. The remaining giants looked at their fallen leader, then at Naruto, and began a hasty retreat. "Victory!" Redbeard shouted, raising his axe. The other warriors joined in the cheer. Naruto dispelled his remaining clones and approached the red-bearded warrior who seemed to be a leader. "So, where exactly am I?" Before the man could answer, thunder cracked overhead. Naruto looked up to see storm clouds gathering with unnatural speed. Lightning flashed, and a figure descended from the sky, riding the lightning itself. The newcomer landed with impact, creating a small crater. He rose slowly, a massive man with flowing blonde hair, armor that gleamed like the sun, and a hammer that hummed with power. His presence alone made the air feel electric. The warriors immediately knelt. Redbeard bowed his head. "My prince." The hammer-wielding man approached Naruto, studying him with intense blue eyes. "I am Thor, son of Odin, prince of Asgard. Your fighting skill is impressive, stranger, and your magic unlike any I've seen." "Magic?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you mean chakra. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, from Konoha." He extended his hand casually. Thor looked surprised at the informal greeting but clasped Naruto's forearm in a warrior's grip. "Your arrival is most timely, Naruto of Konoha. Though it raises many questions." "Yeah, I've got a few of those myself," Naruto said. "Like how I got here, where here is exactly, and how I get back home." Thor's expression grew serious. "Such matters are better discussed in the halls of Asgard, away from the ears of potential enemies." He glanced at the retreating giants. "Will you accompany us? My father will wish to meet a warrior of your unusual abilities." Naruto considered his options. He was in a completely unknown realm with no idea how to get home. These people seemed friendly enough, they'd fought alongside him, at least. And this father Thor mentioned might have answers. "Sure thing. Lead the way." Thor nodded and raised his hammer. Heimdall. Open the Bifrost. Light erupted from the sky, a column of rainbow energy that touched down on the battlefield. Before Naruto could react, Thor grabbed his shoulder and stepped into the light. The sensation was even more intense than the dimensional rift that had brought him here. Naruto felt his body stretched and compressed simultaneously, hurled through space at impossible speed. Then, just as suddenly, he was standing in a golden dome. A tall man with amber eyes stood at the center, hands resting on a massive sword embedded in a pedestal. His gaze pierced Naruto with unsettling intensity. "Whoa," Naruto breathed, looking around at the gleaming architecture. "This definitely isn't Kansas." "Kansas?" Thor questioned. "Just an expression," Naruto said. So this is Asgard? The very heart of it, Thor confirmed. Come. The All-Father awaits. They stepped onto a crystal bridge that shimmered with all colors of the rainbow, stretching across a void to connect with a golden city that defied physics. Massive structures floated in the air, waterfalls poured into the abyss below only to flow upward again in defiance of gravity, and everything gleamed with an inner light. This place is something else, Naruto said, trying to take it all in. Thor smiled proudly. Asgard is the jewel of the 9 realms, home of the Aesir, protectors of Midgard and keepers of cosmic order. Right, Naruto nodded, understanding maybe half those words. And those blue guys we were fighting? Frost giants from Jotunheim. Ancient enemies of Asgard, though we maintain an uneasy peace these days. That raiding party violated our treaties. As they walked, people stopped to stare at Naruto. His orange and black outfit stood out sharply against the gleaming armor and flowing fabrics worn by the Asgardians. Their whispers followed him, curiosity and suspicion mingling. Thor led him to an enormous golden palace that dwarfed even the Hokage tower. Guards stood at attention, their spears crossing to block entry until Thor nodded, and they immediately stepped aside. The halls within were cavernous, adorned with murals depicting epic battles and cosmic events. Servants and warriors alike paused to bow to Thor as he passed. Naruto noticed that many of them also eyed him with open curiosity. Your father, Naruto said as they walked, is he like the Hokage? The leader of your village? Thor laughed. Odin Allfather is king of Asgard, protector of the 9 realms, and the most powerful being in existence. He is no village leader, he is a god. Naruto raised an eyebrow. A god? Like, literally. Indeed. As am I. We are the Aesir, divine beings who have guarded the realm since time immemorial. Ha, Naruto said, processing this. After Kaguya, the idea of godlike beings wasn't totally foreign, but these people seemed a lot more sociable. Where I come from, we had something similar. Not gods exactly, but people with powers like yours. They approached massive doors engraved with scenes of battle and creation. Thor paused. A word of caution, Naruto Uzumaki. My father sees much that others do not. Be truthful with him, he will know if you lie. The doors swung open, revealing a throne room that stretched for what seemed like miles. At the far end, atop a dais of golden steps, sat an imposing figure on an ornate throne. An old man with a flowing white beard, wearing golden armor and an eye patch. Despite his age, power radiated from him like heat from a furnace. As they approached, Naruto noticed other figures gathered around the throne. A beautiful woman in flowing green stood to the right of the throne, the queen, by her regal bearing. And to the left, a woman with golden hair and keen eyes watched Naruto with particular interest. Thor knelt before the throne. Father, I present Naruto Uzumaki, a warrior from a realm unknown to us. His power turned the tide against the frost giants at our northern border. Naruto, never one for formality, gave a casual wave. Yo! A murmur of shock ran through the court at his informal greeting. The old king's single eye narrowed, but Naruto thought he detected a glimmer of amusement. Rise, my son, Odin commanded Thor, then focused his gaze on Naruto. Strange visitor, you stand in the hall of Odin Allfather. Your manner is unusual, but Thor speaks of your valor in battle. Tell us how you came to be in our realm. Honestly? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I have no idea. One minute I'm finishing a battle with a goddess trying to enslave my world, the next I'm crashing into your frozen battlefield. Some kind of space-time jutsu gone wrong, maybe. Jutsu? Odin questioned. Yeah, techniques we use to channel chakra, life energy. Like this. Naruto formed a quick hand seal and created a single shadow clone beside him. The reaction was immediate. Guards stepped forward with weapons raised. The woman in gold moved her hand to a dagger at her belt. Peace, Odin commanded, raising a hand. The guards stepped back, but remained alert. Interesting. And this replica, it fights as you do? It is me, Naruto explained. Same memories, same abilities, just disperses if it takes too much damage. Information it gathers comes back to me when it disappears. He dismissed the clone to demonstrate. Fascinating, said the golden-haired woman, stepping forward. All-Father, this is unlike any magic I've encountered. Not illusion, not conjuration, but true duplication of self. Indeed, Freya, Odin agreed. And you say you battled a goddess in your realm? He asked Naruto. Yeah, Kaguya Otsutsuki. She wasn't originally from our world either. Came from somewhere else, ate this weird fruit that gave her powers. Eventually started thinking humans were just her property. Naruto shrugged. We disagreed. Odin leaned forward. And you defeated this goddess? Me and my friend Sasuke, yeah. Sealed her away. The throne room fell silent. Naruto could feel the weight of every gaze upon him. Interesting, Odin finally said. His tone was neutral, but something in his single eye had changed. Something calculating. You will stay in Asgard while we determine how you arrived here and how you might return to your realm. Thanks, Naruto said. I appreciate the help. Lady Freya, Odin continued, as our foremost expert in magic from beyond Yggdrasil, perhaps you would oversee our guest's accommodations and study his abilities. The golden-haired woman, Freya, smiled. It would be my pleasure, All-Father. One more thing, Odin added, his voice hardening slightly. While you are our guest, Naruto Uzumaki, you will submit to a binding spell, a simple precaution for one of unknown power. Naruto's casual demeanor vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed. A binding spell? What does that do exactly? Merely prevents you from using your full power without permission, Odin explained smoothly. A standard procedure for powerful visitors. Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, no thanks. I've had enough of people trying to control me or seal away my power. Not happening. The temperature in the throne room seemed to drop several degrees. Guards shifted nervously. Thor looked between his father and Naruto with concern. You refuse? Odin's voice was dangerously quiet. Look, Naruto said, I helped your people out there. I'm happy to be your guest, answer questions, whatever. But nobody puts restrictions on my chakra. Been there, done that, got the traumatic childhood to prove it. Odin stood slowly, his spear materializing in his hand. The motion carried unmistakable threat. In Asgard, none defy the word of the All-Father. Power crackled in the air between them. Naruto didn't flinch. Father, Thor intervened, perhaps we might, silence, Odin commanded. Guards, place the binding upon our guest. Four armored figures advanced on Naruto, golden energy glowing around their hands. Naruto sighed. Seriously? We're doing this now. The first guard reached for him. Naruto disappeared in a flash of speed, reappearing behind the guard and tapping him lightly on the shoulder. Too slow. The guard whirled, but Naruto was already moving again, a blur of orange and black between the four guards, never where they expected him to be. He wasn't attacking, just demonstrating he couldn't be caught. Enough games, one guard shouted, lunging with a binding spell prepared. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The throne room filled with Narutos, dozens of them, scattered throughout the hall, perched on columns, hanging from the ceiling, lounging casually on steps. Which one's real? They all asked in unison, grinning identically. Chaos erupted. Guards charged in all directions, trying to disperse clones and find the original. Thor raised his hammer, lightning crackling around it, but hesitated to attack without a clear target. Odin remained still, his single eye tracking the commotion with eerie calm. Freya, surprisingly, was laughing. A musical sound that cut through the chaos. Enough. Odin's voice boomed, infused with power that shook the very foundations of the hall. Most of the clones disappeared in puffs of smoke, leaving only the original Naruto, now standing directly before Odin on the steps of the throne. "I'm not your enemy," Naruto said quietly, so only Odin could hear. "But I'm not your subject either. I respect your authority here, but not over me." For a long moment, Odin stared into Naruto's blue eyes. Something passed between them, a recognition, perhaps, of something familiar yet impossible. Finally, Odin spoke. "Stand down, guards." He addressed the court. "Our guest will remain unbound, for now. Lady Freya, escort him to the guest quarters and begin your inquiries." Naruto stepped back, tension easing from his shoulders. "Thanks." Freya approached, golden hair gleaming in the light of the hall. Up close, Naruto realized she was stunningly beautiful, but it was the intelligence in her eyes that truly captured his attention. "Well," she said with a sly smile, "you certainly know how to make an entrance. Come, Naruto Uzumaki. We have much to discuss." As they left the throne room, Naruto could feel Odin's gaze burning into his back. Something told him the All-Father wasn't finished with him yet. Freya led Naruto through corridors of increasing beauty and decreasing traffic. The opulent hallways of the palace gave way to gardens and smaller, more intimate chambers. "So," Naruto said as they walked, "what's your deal? Thor's sister? Royal advisor?" Freya laughed. "Neither. I am Freya of the Vanir, goddess of love, beauty, war, and magic. The Vanir are cousins to the Aesir, you might say. Once rivals, now allies. Goddess of war and love. That's an interesting combination. Is it?" She glanced at him with amusement. "Are passion and battle not two sides of the same coin? Both require strategy, commitment, and a willingness to risk everything." "Never thought of it that way," Naruto admitted. "So Odin put you in charge of me because I specialize in magics beyond Asgard's understanding. Your chakra, as you call it, it's unlike anything in the 9 realms. More primal, somehow." They arrived at a set of doors carved with intricate patterns. Freya pushed them open to reveal a spacious chamber with a balcony overlooking Asgard's glittering landscape. Inside, comfortable furnishings and a large bed awaited, all crafted with the same golden perfection as the rest of the realm. "These will be your quarters," Freya said. "Though I suspect you won't be spending much time here." "Why's that?" "Because," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief, "Odin will be watching your every move, and you strike me as someone who dislikes being observed." Naruto grinned. "Pretty perceptive. A necessary quality when navigating divine politics." She moved to the balcony, gesturing for him to join her. "Tell me, how did you really come to be in Asgard?" "I told the truth back there. One moment fighting Kaguya, the next crashing into your world." Freya studied him. "There are no accidents in the cosmic order, Naruto Uzumaki. If you're here, it's for a purpose." "Great," Naruto sighed. "More destiny stuff. Had enough of that back home." "You don't believe in destiny?" "I believe we make our own path. The whole chosen one thing gets old fast." Freya laughed again, the sound warming something in Naruto's chest. "How refreshing. Most who stand before Odin are either trembling in fear or plotting advantage. You simply are. Life's too short to pretend to be something you're not." "Indeed," she said, her expression becoming more serious. "Though for beings like us, life can be very long indeed." Before Naruto could ask what she meant, a disturbance in the courtyard below caught their attention. Warriors were gathering, centered around a woman with flowing black hair and armor that gleamed silver rather than gold. "Ah," Freya murmured. "Lady Sif returns from patrol." "Friend of yours?" Naruto asked. "Colleague might be a better term. Sif is Thor's companion and Asgard's fiercest female warrior. She disapproves of my methods. What methods? Freya smiled enigmatically. You'll see. Come, we should greet her. Sif's reports often contain information Odin keeps from me. They descended to the courtyard where Sif was dismissing her warriors. She turned as Freya and Naruto approached, her hand instinctively moving to the sword at her side. Lady Freya, she acknowledged with a nod. Her gaze shifted to Naruto, eyes narrowing. This is the stranger from the battlefield? The one who defied the All-Father. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself with a slight bow. Nice to meet you too. Sif didn't smile. Your fighting style is unusual. Effective, but strange. Where were you trained? Konoha. It's not in your, what did Thor call them? 9 realms? Impossible, Sif stated flatly. Nothing exists beyond the 9 realms except the outer void. Clearly something does, Freya interjected smoothly. Our guest's abilities prove that. Sif's expression remained skeptical. The court whispers that you created copies of yourself in the throne room. True copies, not illusions. Shadow clones, Naruto confirmed. Want to see? Without waiting for an answer, he formed the hand seal and produced a single clone. It waved at Sif, then performed a backflip just to show it was physically real. Sif's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in her warrior's composure. She approached the clone, circling it warily, then suddenly struck out with her fist. The clone caught her wrist easily. That's not very friendly, it said with Naruto's voice. Sif pulled back, clearly startled. It thinks. It reacts. Like I told Odin, it is me, Naruto explained. Same thoughts, same memories, same abilities. Fascinating, Sif murmured, her initial hostility giving way to professional curiosity. And in battle, you created dozens. Hundreds, if needed, Naruto said, dispelling the clone. My record is a few thousand, but that's in emergency situations. Sif stared at him, reassessing. Such power would change the nature of warfare itself. That's why Odin wanted him bound, Freya said. And why our friend refused. You defied Odin, yet stand free, Sif noted. Few have managed that. Naruto shrugged. I'm not big on authority figures telling me what I can and can't do. Been dealing with that my whole life. Something like respect flickered in Sif's eyes. Bold words in the realm of the gods. Sif, Freya interrupted, what news from the borders? The frost giant attack seemed coordinated. Sif's expression darkened. Too coordinated. We found evidence of weapon caches near the battlefield, giant-made but with touches of Asgardian design. Someone is arming our enemies. Treason, Freya murmured. Have you reported this to Odin? I go to him next, Sif confirmed. She glanced at Naruto. Strange that such betrayal coincides with the arrival of an outsider with unusual powers. Hey, Naruto frowned, I literally just got here. And I helped fight those giants, remember? Perhaps too conveniently, Sif challenged. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Freya stepped between them. Peace, both of you. Sif, your suspicion is warranted but misdirected. I sense no deception in our visitor. And your senses are infallible? Sif asked dryly. In matters of intent? Yes. Freya's tone left no room for argument. Sif inclined her head slightly, conceding the point. Nevertheless, I must report all unusual occurrences to the All-Father. Of course, Freya said smoothly. We wouldn't expect otherwise. With a final measuring look at Naruto, Sif departed toward the palace. She doesn't like me much, Naruto observed. Sif doesn't like anyone much, Freya replied. She's devoted to Asgard's security above all else. Give her time, she may become your strongest ally. If I'm here long enough to need allies. Oh, I think you will be. Freya's voice held an odd certainty. Come. There's something I wish to show you. She led him away from the palace proper, toward a complex of smaller buildings surrounded by lush gardens. Unlike the martial grandeur of Odin's halls, these structures felt more organic, almost alive. My personal domain, Freya explained. The All-Father grants me certain freedoms in exchange for my counsel. Inside the main building, Naruto found himself in a vast library unlike any he'd seen. Books and scrolls lined the walls from floor to ceiling, but interspersed among them were artifacts of strange design, crystals that hummed with inner light, weapons of unusual make, containers holding what appeared to be living energy. What is all this? Naruto asked, turning slowly to take it all in. Knowledge from across the realms, Freya said. I collect it. Study it. Use it. She moved to a specific shelf and retrieved an ancient-looking scroll. This arrived in my collection 3 days ago. I didn't understand why, until now. She unrolled it on a table. The parchment was covered in symbols Naruto couldn't read, but the illustrations were clear enough, a humanoid figure surrounded by energy that formed the shape of something else. Something with fangs and claws. What is that? Naruto asked, leaning closer. A text from before the founding of Asgard, Freya explained. It speaks of primordial entities that existed before the 9 realms took their current form. One such entity was called the Eternal Predator, a force of nature that hunted across dimensions. And you think this has something to do with me? Freya looked at him intently. When you fought today, did you notice anything unusual about your energy? Naruto thought back to the battle. There had been a moment when he'd unleashed the Raisin Shuriken, a brief sensation of something stirring within him, something that wasn't Kurama. Something older. Maybe, he admitted. But I've got a lot going on energy-wise. I'm a Jinchuriki, I contain the 9-tailed fox, a being of pure chakra. Freya's eyes widened. You harbor another entity within yourself? Voluntarily? It's complicated. We're partners now, but it wasn't always that way. As if on cue, Naruto felt Kurama stirring in his consciousness. Something's wrong, Kit, the fox's voice rumbled in his mind. This place. It resonates with me somehow. But differently than it should. Kurama feels it too, Naruto told Freya. Something about this realm affects him. Fascinating, Freya breathed. May I observe this entity? Naruto hesitated. It's not really something I can just show people. And Kurama's pretty private. Tell the goddess I'm not a parlor trick, Kurama growled. Naruto smiled. He says he's not a parlor trick. Freya looked startled, then laughed. My apologies to your companion. I meant no disrespect. She rolled up the scroll carefully. But this connection cannot be coincidence. The text speaks of the eternal predator traveling between worlds, sometimes merging with beings of those worlds to survive. You think this eternal predator is inside me? Along with Kurama? Perhaps. Or perhaps you carry its essence somehow. Freya placed the scroll in a cylinder of strange metal. We should. She was interrupted by a tremendous crash from outside, followed by shouts and the sound of breaking glass. Naruto was moving before he could think, rushing to the door with kunai drawn. In the garden outside Freya's sanctuary, strange creatures were materializing, constructs of golden energy shaped vaguely like wolves, but with too many limbs and eyes that burned like small suns. Odin's constructs, Freya hissed, appearing beside Naruto. He's testing you. Testing me? By attacking us? Not attacking. Observing how you respond to threat. She raised her hands, golden energy of her own forming around them. They won't harm me, but they'll try to subdue you. The constructs charged, moving with unnatural speed. Naruto created shadow clones instantly, forming a protective perimeter around Freya even as he leaped to engage the nearest creature. His kunai passed through its body with minimal effect. The construct swiped at him with energy claws that left golden trails in the air. Naruto dodged narrowly, feeling the heat of their passage against his skin. Physical attacks won't work. Freya called, her own magic holding two constructs at bay. They're pure energy. Then I'll use energy too. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm and drove it into the nearest construct. The spiraling chakra connected with the creature's essence, disrupting it. The construct dissolved into particles of light. More were appearing, materializing from thin air. Dozens now, surrounding them completely. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 clones appeared, each forming Rasengans. They charged into the mass of constructs, blue energy meeting gold in explosive collisions that lit up the garden like daylight. But as Naruto fought, something strange happened. His chakra began to feel different. Wilder. Less controlled. The familiar blue of his Rasengan shifted, taking on an amber hue. Naruto. Kurama's voice was urgent in his mind. Something's happening. Your chakra is being influenced by something else. I feel it. Naruto called back mentally, even as he continued to battle the constructs. His movements were changing too, becoming more feral. He found himself dodging on all fours at one point, a snarl escaping his throat that sounded nothing like his normal voice. Freya noticed the change. Her eyes widened as she observed him. Yes, she exclaimed. It's awakening. The remaining constructs suddenly froze, then dissolved into particles of light that drifted away on the breeze. The attack was over as abruptly as it had begun. Naruto stood in the center of the garden, breathing heavily. He looked down at his hands and saw that his nails had lengthened slightly, becoming more claw-like. The sensation faded quickly, his body returning to normal. What was that? He asked, looking to Freya. She approached him, excitement clear in her eyes. Confirmation. The eternal predator's essence responds to threat. She reached out and touched his chest lightly. It's within you, dormant but awakening. That's not possible. The only thing inside me is Kurama. I'm not so sure, Kit, Kurama rumbled. There's something else here. Something, familiar yet not. Like a distant ancestor's echo. Before they could discuss it further, thundering footsteps approached. Thor arrived with Sif and a contingent of warriors, weapons drawn. Lady Freya. Thor called. We detected magical constructs attacking your sanctuary. A misunderstanding, Freya said smoothly. A test that got out of hand. All is well. Thor looked skeptical, his gaze moving to Naruto. You are unharmed, friend. Yeah, Naruto said, still trying to process what had happened. Just confused. Sif stepped forward, her sharp eyes taking in the scorched garden and lingering energy traces. These were Odin's constructs, she stated, not a question. Freya nodded. The All-Father has concerns about our guest. Concerns he apparently felt no need to share with his captain of defense, Sif said tightly. My father keeps his own counsel, Thor said diplomatically. But attacking guests under Freya's protection violates our most sacred laws of hospitality. It wasn't an attack, Naruto said. Like Freya said, it was a test. He wanted to see how I'd fight. And what did he learn? Sif asked. Naruto exchanged glances with Freya, who gave a slight nod. That there might be more to me than even I knew, Naruto admitted. Something about this realm is awakening something inside me. Thor frowned. What manner of thing? Before Naruto could answer, a new arrival interrupted them. A tall, imposing figure with dark skin and eyes like golden fire approached from the direction of the palace. Heimdall, Thor acknowledged. What brings the guardian from his post? A vision, Heimdall said, his deep voice resonating with power. His gaze fixed on Naruto. Concerning our visitor. The air seemed to thicken with tension. What vision? Thor demanded. Heimdall continued to stare at Naruto. I see connections forming across time and space. Threads binding this stranger to Asgard's future. To events long prophesied. Speak plainly, Sif insisted. I cannot, Heimdall replied. The vision is fragmented. But it centers on him, he nodded toward Naruto, and a wolf that devours the sun. Silence fell over the garden. Thor's grip tightened on his hammer. Sif's hand moved to her sword. Fenrir, Freya whispered. Who's Fenrir? Naruto asked, sensing the sudden shift in mood. The great wolf, Thor explained grimly. Son of Loki, bound by the gods, prophesied to break free during Ragnarok and devour Odin himself. And you think I have something to do with this wolf? Naruto asked incredulously. I know not what connection exists, Heimdall said. Only that one does. The threads of fate bind you to the wolf somehow. Great, Naruto muttered. More destiny crap. Freya stepped forward. Heimdall, your visions have always been true but rarely straightforward. Perhaps this connection is not what it seems. Perhaps, Heimdall conceded. But the All-Father must be informed. And so he shall be, Thor said. But let us not act rashly. Naruto fought alongside us against the frost giants. He has shown no hostility to Asgard. My brother speaks wisely, came a new voice, smooth as silk and cold as ice. A slender man with black hair and clever eyes stepped from behind a column where he had apparently been listening. Though it's rare enough that I feel compelled to note the occasion. Loki, Thor acknowledged, not entirely pleased. How long have you been eavesdropping? Long enough to hear talk of wolves and destiny, Loki replied, approaching the group with casual grace. His gaze settled on Naruto with undisguised curiosity. So this is the stranger who defied father. How refreshing. Naruto sized up the newcomer instantly, dangerous, calculating, but not currently hostile. You must be the troublemaker of the family. Loki's eyebrows rose in surprise, then he laughed. I like this one, Thor. He sees clearly. Loki, Sif warned, this is no matter for your games. On the contrary, Loki countered. If Heimdall speaks of connections to Fenrir, then who better to consult than the wolf's father? The statement hung in the air, its implications clear. You claim kinship with the beast? Naruto asked directly. Complicated family history, Loki said with a dismissive wave. The important thing is, I might be able to sense any connection between you and my offspring. Thor looked troubled. Brother, if father learns you're involving yourself in this matter, then let's ensure he doesn't learn, shall we? Loki smiled thinly. At least until we know more. Heimdall's golden gaze moved between them all. I must report what I have seen. Of course, Freya interjected smoothly. But perhaps you might delay that report until morning? Give us time to investigate further, so that you might provide Odin with more complete information. Heimdall considered this, then nodded slightly. Until dawn, no longer. Thank you, Thor said. We will use the time wisely. As Heimdall departed, the remaining group looked at each other, unlikely allies united by shared curiosity. So, Naruto said, what now? Because I'm still not clear on what any of this has to do with me. Now, Freya said, we seek knowledge where Odin cannot observe us. The dwarves of Nidavellir possess lore even the All-Father does not. The dwarves? Sif frowned. They rarely share their secrets. They will for me, Freya said with confidence. I have something they want. And father will notice if we use the Bifrost, Thor added. How do you propose we travel? Freya smiled and turned to Naruto. Our friend here can create copies of himself. Perhaps he has other transportation abilities as well. All eyes turned to Naruto expectantly. Well, he said, I can't teleport a group this size exactly, but I might have an idea. For the first time since arriving in this strange realm, Naruto felt a hint of his old confidence returning. If these gods needed his help, maybe he wasn't as out of place as he'd thought. Let me show you what a shinobi from Konoha can really do. The journey to Nidavellir tested even Naruto's considerable stamina. Without the Bifrost, they were forced to use one of Freya's secret pathways between realms, a swirling vortex of energy that deposited them on the outskirts of the dwarf kingdom. That, Naruto gasped as they emerged, was way worse than Kamui. Secret paths are not meant for comfort, Freya said, smoothing her golden hair back into place. But they serve when discretion is required. Naruto looked around, taking in their new surroundings. Unlike Asgard's golden splendor, Nidavellir was a realm of stone and fire. Massive forges belched smoke into an eternal twilight sky. The very ground hummed with machinery Naruto couldn't begin to understand. The dwarves are master craftsmen, Thor explained, noting Naruto's interest. They forged Mjolnir and many of Asgard's greatest treasures. And they keep records that predate even Asgard itself, Freya added. If anyone knows of the eternal predator, it would be them. I still think this is foolish, Sif muttered. She had insisted on accompanying them, ostensibly to ensure Asgard's interests were protected. Defying the All-Father rarely ends well. We're not defying him, Thor corrected. Merely, investigating independently. A distinction Father is sure to appreciate, Loki said dryly. They approached the main gates of the dwarf city, massive doors of metal and stone carved with runes that glowed with inner fire. 2 guards stood watch, short but powerfully built, their armor seamlessly integrated with their bodies. Halt, one called as they approached. State your business in Nidavellir. Thor stepped forward. Thor Odinson and companions seek audience with King Hreidmar. The guards exchanged looks. The All-Father sends his son without herald or warning. I come on my own authority, Thor said firmly. The guards looked skeptical until Freya stepped forward. I bring payment for old debts, she said, producing a small pouch that glittered with an inner light. And seek new knowledge in exchange. This changed the guard's demeanor immediately. One reached for the communication device at his belt. After a brief exchange in a language Naruto couldn't understand, he nodded. The king will see you. Follow the path to the central forge. The massive doors ground open, revealing a city unlike anything Naruto had seen. Dwarf architecture favored function over beauty, yet achieved a rugged magnificence through sheer scale and complexity. Bridges spanned chasms of molten metal. Elevators carried materials between levels with mechanical precision. Workers moved with purpose, barely sparing a glance for the visitors. Don't stare too openly, Loki advised Naruto quietly. Dwarves dislike being treated as curiosities. Says the guy who got his mouth sewn shut for angering them, Thor muttered. Loki winced. Ancient history, brother. Let's not bring up old grievances. They were led to the central forge, a vast chamber dominated by a pit of fire that burned with unnatural blue intensity. Surrounding the pit were workstations where master craftsmen shaped metal with tools both physical and magical. At the far end, seated on a throne of intricately worked metal, sat King Hreidmar. Despite his small stature, the dwarf king radiated authority. His beard was woven with metal threads that glowed like embers, and his eyes held wisdom that spoke of millennia. Thor Odinson, he greeted in a voice surprisingly deep for his size. Lady Freya. And, others. His gaze lingered on Naruto. Including one not of the 9 realms. Interesting. Naruto felt a flash of respect for the dwarf's perception. King Hreidmar, Thor bowed slightly. We seek knowledge from your ancient archives. Knowledge has price, Hreidmar stated flatly. What do you offer? Freya stepped forward and presented her pouch. Enchanted seeds from Idun's garden. They will grow even in Nidavellir's soil, producing fruit that extends life. Hreidmar's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of his interest. He took the pouch, examined its contents briefly, then nodded. Acceptable. What knowledge do you seek? Information about the eternal predator, Freya said directly. The forge chamber went silent. Dwarves paused in their work, staring at the visitors. Hreidmar's expression darkened. That is a name not spoken lightly. Why do you ask of this? Freya gestured to Naruto. Our companion carries its essence, we believe. Unwittingly. The dwarf king's gaze shifted to Naruto, suddenly intense. Approach. Naruto glanced at his companions, then stepped forward. Hreidmar descended from his throne and circled Naruto slowly, studying him from all angles. Show me your power, stranger, the king commanded. Naruto hesitated, then formed a simple Rasengan in his palm. The spinning ball of chakra illuminated the chamber with blue light. Hreidmar's eyes narrowed. More. Show me more. Be careful, Kit, Kurama warned in his mind. Something about this place is affecting us both. Naruto nodded slightly, then channeled more chakra. The Rasengan grew, taking on the wind nature of his Rasen Shuriken. But as he poured energy into the technique, that strange amber color began to bleed in again, the same shift he'd experienced fighting Odin's constructs. Hreidmar stepped back, his expression a mixture of awe and fear. Dismiss it, he ordered. Naruto complied, letting the technique dissipate. The amber energy lingered momentarily before fading. Follow me, Hreidmar said abruptly. Not all of you. Just the vessel, Lady Freya, and Prince Thor. I will accompany them as well, Sif stated, her tone brooking no argument. Hreidmar shrugged. As you wish, Shield Maiden. And I suppose I'll just wait here then? Loki asked sarcastically. That would be best, Hreidmar said without humor. Your presence unsettles my craftsmen. Too many remember your previous visits. Loki sighed dramatically but made no further protest. Hreidmar led the reduced group through a series of increasingly narrow passages that descended deep beneath the forge. The air grew older, heavier with each step. Finally, they reached a circular chamber lined with shelves of ancient texts and artifacts. The remembrance, Hreidmar explained. Our oldest records. He moved purposefully to a specific shelf and retrieved a stone tablet covered in symbols similar to those Naruto had seen on Freya's scroll. The dwarf king placed it on a central table and activated something at its edge. Light emerged from the tablet, forming three-dimensional images above its surface. Before the 9 realms solidified into their current form, Hreidmar began, reality was more fluid. Primordial entities roamed the cosmic void. Among the most powerful was the eternal predator. The light formed the image of a massive wolf-like creature, but with features that shifted constantly, never remaining stable. It hunted across dimensions, devouring cosmic energy, neither good nor evil but simply, hunger incarnate. Hreidmar manipulated the controls, and the image changed to show the creature pursuing something across a starry void. When the 9 realms began to take form, many primordials were destroyed or transformed. But the eternal predator survived by fragmenting its essence, hiding pieces of itself in vessels across different realms. The image showed the wolf creature dissolving into particles that scattered across different worlds. We believed all fragments lost to time, Hreidmar continued. But your energy signature. He looked at Naruto, carries its unmistakable pattern. How is that possible? Thor asked. Naruto comes from beyond the 9 realms. Perhaps that's precisely why, Freya suggested. A fragment escaped beyond Yggdrasil entirely, beyond our knowledge, and somehow became part of Naruto's lineage. Or perhaps, Hreidmar said gravely, the fragment sensed a kindred spirit in this vessel and awakened from dormancy upon entering the 9 realms again. I already contain the 9-tailed fox, Naruto objected. There can't be something else in me. Not in you, Hreidmar corrected. Part of you. Integrated with your very essence over generations. The fox you speak of, it may be a distant descendant of the eternal predator's fragment in your world. That would explain much, Kurama rumbled thoughtfully in Naruto's mind. Is there danger? Sif asked practically. Will this essence consume him or threaten Asgard? Hreidmar manipulated the controls again. The image shifted to show a familiar scene, a massive wolf breaking free of chains and devouring a one-eyed figure. The prophecy of Fenrir, Thor murmured. Yes, Hreidmar confirmed. But older versions of the prophecy speak not of Loki's offspring, but of the eternal predator's return. The texts are ambiguous about whether Fenrir is the wolf god we now know, or merely a vessel for something older. Are you suggesting, Freya said slowly, that Naruto might be connected to the Ragnarok prophecy? I suggest nothing, Hreidmar stated. I merely present what our records show. Sif's hand moved to her sword hilt. If he threatens Asgard, peace, Lady Sif, Thor interrupted. We do not condemn on prophecy alone. Odin might disagree, Freya pointed out. Then perhaps, Naruto spoke up, I should leave. Find my way back to my own world before this gets more complicated. Hreidmar shook his head. The awakening has begun. Distance will not halt it now. Then what do you suggest? Naruto demanded, frustration evident in his voice. Before Hreidmar could answer, an alarm echoed through the chamber. Red lights pulsed along the walls. We have intruders, the dwarf king said, checking a device on his wrist. His expression darkened. Einherjar warriors. Odin's personal guard. Father has found us, Thor said grimly. How? Freya demanded. We used my secret path. It matters not, Sif said. We must return to Asgard immediately and explain ourselves. Explain defying the Allfather's direct order. Thor shook his head. The explanation had better be good. Naruto made his decision instantly. I'll deal with them. Get what information you can from the king, then meet me topside. Naruto, Thor began, but the shinobi was already forming hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones appeared, then transformed with puffs of smoke, perfect replicas of Thor, Freya, Sif, and Naruto himself. My clones will lead them on a chase, he explained. Buy us some time. The duplicates nodded and raced from the chamber, heading toward the surface. Impressive, Hreidmar acknowledged. But Odin's warriors are not easily fooled. They don't need to be fooled for long, Naruto replied. Just long enough for us to get what we came for. Hreidmar studied him thoughtfully, then returned to the controls of the tablet. There is one more record you should see. The most ancient we possess. The image shifted again, showing a humanoid figure surrounded by the energy of the wolf creature, remarkably similar to the illustration from Freya's scroll. The texts speak of a union, Hreidmar explained. A vessel who neither rejected the predator nor was consumed by it, but achieved harmony. This vessel could channel the predator's power without losing themselves. Is that possible for Naruto? Freya asked. Unknown, Hreidmar admitted. But if anyone could achieve it, perhaps one who already contains another powerful entity might. The discussion was cut short by the sound of combat echoing down from above. My clones won't hold them much longer, Naruto warned. Take this, Hreidmar pressed something into Naruto's hand, a small disc of metal inscribed with runes. It contains the records we've discussed. Study them when you have time. Thank you, Naruto said, genuinely moved by the dwarf's help. We should leave by another route, Hreidmar said, moving to a wall and pressing a hidden panel. A section of stone slid away, revealing a narrow passage. This will lead you to the eastern forges. From there, you can reach the surface away from the main entrance. Thor clasped the dwarf king's arm in a warrior's grip. We owe you a debt, King Hreidmar. Consider it payment for many axes and hammers, Hreidmar replied with a thin smile. Now go, before Odin's wrath falls on my realm as well." The group hurried through the passage, Naruto bringing up the rear. As he followed, he felt another strange pulse of that amber energy within him. The sensation was getting stronger, more frequent. The dwarf spoke truth, Kit, Kurama said in his mind. Whatever this eternal predator is, it's awakening inside you. We need to control it before it controls us. Working on it, Naruto muttered as they emerged into a smaller forge area. Workers looked up in surprise as the group rushed through, but Thor's presence prevented any challenges. They reached a service exit and emerged onto a rocky plateau overlooking a vast cavern. "We need to find Loki," Thor said. "He was to wait at the central forge. Your brother has undoubtedly slipped away at the first sign of trouble," Sif said disdainfully. "We can't leave him," Thor insisted. Before they could debate further, figures in golden armor appeared at both ends of the plateau, Einherjar warriors, weapons drawn. Thor Odinson, their leader called. "By order of the All-Father, you and your companions will return to Asgard immediately." Thor stepped forward. "We intended no defiance, save your explanations for Odin," the Einherjar interrupted. "Come peacefully or by force. The choice is yours." Naruto assessed their options quickly. The warriors were blocking both paths off the plateau. Fighting Odin's forces directly would only make their situation worse. "I have an idea," he said quietly to his companions. "But you'll have to trust me. We're short on alternatives," Freya noted. Naruto nodded, then created 4 shadow clones. "Everyone grab onto a clone." Thor, Freya, and Sif each took hold of a clone's arm, confused but compliant. "What now?" Sif asked. "Now," Naruto grinned, "we fly." Before anyone could question him, the clones, with passengers in tow, leaped off the plateau into the open cavern. The Einherjar shouted in alarm, rushing to the edge. "Are you mad?" Sif yelled as they plummeted. But instead of falling to their deaths, the clones channeled chakra to their feet, landing on the cavern wall and running along it vertically, defying gravity. With their passengers secured, they raced along the wall, then leaped to adjacent structures, making their way across the cavern through a series of impossible jumps and wall runs. "By the Norns," Thor breathed, half terrified and half delighted by the experience. Even Sif looked impressed as they navigated through the dwarf city using paths no Asgardian could follow. Behind them, the Einherjar could only watch in frustration. "The secret path is near the eastern smelters," Freya directed, pointing to a distant section of the cavern. Naruto's clones changed course, heading for the location. They arrived minutes later, finding an inconspicuous alcove that Freya identified as containing the hidden path. "Loki knows to meet us at the rendezvous point if separated," Thor said. "We cannot wait for him." "Your brother survives as he always does," Freya assured him. "Now, quickly." She activated the path, another swirling vortex of energy, this one tinged red with Nidavellir's fire. One by one, they stepped through, Naruto's clones dispelling once their passengers were safely delivered. The vortex deposited them not in Asgard, but in a twilight forest unlike any Naruto had seen, trees taller than mountains, their trunks wide as city blocks, leaves that shimmered with inner light. "Alfheim," Freya explained, seeing Naruto's questioning look. "Realm of the Light Elves. We have allies here who can shelter us temporarily." "And then?" Sif asked. "We cannot hide from the All-Father forever." "We don't need forever," Naruto said, pulling out the disc Hreidmar had given him. "Just long enough to figure this out." Thor nodded grimly. "And to prepare our defense when we do face Father's judgment." As they moved deeper into the luminous forest, Naruto felt that stirring within him again, the fragment of the eternal predator, awakening further with each passing hour. Whatever destiny awaited him in this strange realm of gods and monsters, he would face it head-on. Just as he always had. Their respite in Alfheim lasted mere hours. The Light Elves, though initially welcoming at Freya's request, grew increasingly anxious as word spread of Odin's search for the fugitives. "We cannot stay," Thor finally acknowledged as their elvish host delivered news of Einherjar appearing at Alfheim's borders. "We endanger our allies. We need to return to Asgard," Sif insisted. "Running only makes us appear guilty." "Guilty of what?" Naruto asked. "Trying to understand what's happening to me." "Defying the All-Father," Sif answered simply. "In Asgard, there are few greater offenses." Naruto felt frustration building. This obsession with authority and obedience reminded him too much of his early days in Konoha, always being judged, always falling short of expectations. "Fine," he said abruptly. "Let's go back. I'll face Odin myself." Thor looked surprised. "You would willingly return?" "I'm not running anymore," Naruto declared. "If Odin wants answers about me, he can ask directly instead of sending constructs to attack or warriors to chase us." Freya studied him with new respect. Bold words. "But Odin may demand more than conversation." "Then he'll get more than he bargained for," Naruto replied, a hint of that amber energy flashing in his eyes. They departed Alfheim using one of Freya's paths, emerging directly in Asgard, not at the palace, but in a secluded meadow some distance away. "We should approach openly," Thor advised. "Show we have nothing to hide." As they walked toward the golden city gleaming on the horizon, Naruto felt a strange sensation, a pulling in his chest, as if something in Asgard was calling to him. The feeling grew stronger with each step. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "What do you mean?" Freya asked. Before he could explain, the rainbow bridge before them lit up with energy. The Bifrost activated, and a moment later, a contingent of Einherjar warriors materialized, led by a grim-faced older warrior with one hand. "Tyr," Thor acknowledged. "Father sends his war general to greet us." "To apprehend you," Tyr corrected. "All of you are to be brought before the All-Father immediately." Sif stepped forward. "We return of our own accord, Lord Tyr. There is no need for force." Tyr's expression didn't soften. "That is for Odin to decide. You will surrender your weapons." Thor reluctantly placed Mjolnir on the ground. Sif hesitated but finally unbuckled her sword belt. Freya carried no visible weapons, but Naruto suspected she was far from defenseless. When Tyr's gaze fell on Naruto, he shook his head. "I don't carry weapons like yours. My body is my weapon." "Then you will be bound," Tyr stated. "No," Naruto said firmly. "I'll come peacefully, but I won't be bound." Tyr's eye narrowed. "You are in no position to negotiate, outsider." "I'm always in a position to negotiate," Naruto replied evenly. "You want me to come without a fight? Then no bindings. Simple as that." The air between them crackled with tension. Einherjar shifted nervously, sensing the power radiating from Naruto. Finally, Tyr nodded curtly. "On your honor as a warrior, you will not attempt escape." "On my ninja way," Naruto agreed, the phrase feeling right even in this alien realm. They were escorted across the Rainbow Bridge, through the streets of Asgard, and into Odin's palace. Citizens stopped to stare as the procession passed. Naruto heard whispers, some fearful, some curious, all focused on him. The throne room was more crowded than before. Warriors, nobles, and advisors lined the walls, creating an audience for what was clearly intended to be a public judgment. Odin sat upon his throne, Gungnir in hand, his single eye cold as winter. "So," the Allfather's voice echoed through the hall, "my son defies me. My allies betray my trust. And a stranger brings chaos to my realm." Thor stepped forward. "Father, we sought only knowledge, silence." Odin commanded. "You went to the dwarves in secret, pursuing forbidden lore." "Why?" Freya answered, her voice calm and measured. "To understand the nature of our visitor, All-Father. Knowledge Hreidmar possessed that even you might not." Odin's eye fixed on her. And what knowledge was so valuable it was worth betraying your king? Naruto stepped forward before anyone could respond. They didn't betray anyone. They helped me understand what's happening to me. If that's a crime, then the problem is with your laws, not their actions. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers at his audacity. Odin rose slowly from his throne. You stand in my hall, outsider, and presume to judge our ways. I stand as myself, Naruto replied, meeting Odin's gaze without flinching. I didn't ask to be brought here. I didn't ask to have some ancient wolf entity awakening inside me. But I'm dealing with it the best I can, and your friends were helping me. Ancient wolf entity? Odin repeated, his tone dangerously quiet. Explain. Freya stepped forward, producing the disc from Nidavellir. The dwarves' records speak of the eternal predator, a primordial being that predates the 9 realms. Naruto carries its essence, awakening now that he has entered our cosmic tree. Odin's expression darkened. With a gesture of his hand, the disc flew from Freya's grasp to his own. He studied it briefly, his face betraying nothing. And you believe this knowledge worth keeping from me? He asked softly. We intended to bring it to you, Thor said. Once we understood it ourselves. A convenient explanation, Odin replied. He turned his attention back to Naruto. The eternal predator. A name not spoken in Asgard for millennia. And you claim to carry its essence? According to your experts, yeah, Naruto said. Though it's news to me too. Show me, Odin commanded. Naruto hesitated, looking to Freya, who gave a slight nod. I'm not sure I can control it, he warned. Then perhaps that is answer enough, Odin replied ominously. Understanding the implied threat, Naruto took a deep breath and reached inward, searching for that strange amber energy he'd felt before. Careful, Kit, Kurama cautioned. We still don't understand what this is. No choice now, Naruto replied mentally. He focused, drawing on his chakra but allowing that other essence to blend with it. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced, not like Kurama's chakra, which always felt distinct from his own. This energy felt like part of him, just, older. More primal. As if he were accessing genetic memory rather than borrowing power. The change began subtly. His nails lengthened into claws. His canine teeth sharpened. The whisker marks on his cheeks deepened and darkened. And his eyes, he couldn't see them, but he felt the change as his pupils elongated into slits, the blue irises taking on that amber hue. Energy began to swirl around him, not Kurama's red chakra, but something golden amber, forming a hazy outline that resembled a massive wolf. The court reacted immediately. Guards raised weapons. Nobles backed away. Even Thor and Sif looked alarmed at the transformation. Only Freya remained calm, watching with scientific fascination. Odin stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke a single word, Fenrir. The name resonated through Naruto with strange familiarity, though he'd never heard it before arriving in Asgard. The wolf energy around him pulsed in response. No, Naruto managed to say, his voice slightly deeper, rougher. Not Fenrir. Older. The grandfather of the wolf, Odin murmured, almost to himself. The progenitor. With visible effort, Naruto reined in the energy, forcing it back inside him. The physical changes receded, though not completely, his eyes retained a hint of amber, his movements a new predatory grace. I'm still me, he stated firmly. Whatever this is, it doesn't control me. Odin descended the steps of his throne slowly, Gungnir in hand. The court parted before him as he approached Naruto. Do you know, the Allfather said quietly, what Fenrir is prophesied to do during Ragnarok? Something about devouring you, Naruto replied bluntly. Yes. Odin circled Naruto slowly. The wolf breaks its chains and devours the Allfather, bringing about the end of Asgard itself. He stopped directly before Naruto. And you carry the essence of its forebear. I didn't ask for it. Few ask for their destiny, Odin replied. Yet it finds them nonetheless. He raised Gungnir, its tip beginning to glow with power. The safety of Asgard demands I take action. Thor stepped forward. Father, no. He has shown no hostility. Stand aside, Thor, Odin commanded. Some threats must be eliminated before they manifest fully. Naruto tensed, ready for combat, but Freya's voice cut through the tension. Would you repeat the mistakes of the past, All-Father? She challenged. Was it not your fear of the wolf that ensured the prophecy's path? Your binding of Fenrir that guaranteed its hatred? Odin paused, his single eye moving to Freya. Perhaps, she continued, there is another way. If Naruto can master this essence rather than be mastered by it, a dangerous gamble, Odin interrupted. No more dangerous than creating enemies through fear, Freya countered. For a long moment, the hall was silent, the fate of all present hanging on Odin's decision. Finally, the All-Father lowered Gungnir slightly. There is one way to determine if this outsider is threat or ally. He addressed the court, trial by combat. Let the stranger prove his heart through battle. The announcement was met with excited murmurs from the Asgardians. Trial by combat was clearly a respected tradition. Who would you have me fight? Naruto asked warily. Odin's gaze settled on his war general. Tyr. God of war and justice. He who once sacrificed his hand to bind Fenrir itself. Tyr stepped forward, his expression solemn. I accept the challenge, All-Father. The terms are thus, Odin declared. If Naruto Uzumaki fights with honor and without the intent to kill, he may remain in Asgard under observation while we determine his connection to prophecy. If he shows malice or relies on the wolf's power rather than his own, judgment will be swift and final. And if I win? Naruto asked. Victory is not the measure, Odin replied. Character is. Naruto considered the proposition. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than immediate execution. And he'd never been one to back down from a challenge. I accept, he said. Then let us proceed to the training grounds, Odin announced. The trial begins at sundown. As the court dispersed, Thor approached Naruto. You face no ordinary opponent. Tyr is second only to me in combat prowess, and he has fought for millennia. Good, Naruto replied. I like a challenge. Freya joined them, her expression concerned. The All-Father tests not just your skill, but your control. If the wolf essence emerges during combat. It won't, Naruto said with more confidence than he felt. I've spent my whole life keeping Kurama in check. I can handle this too. Sif, who had been quiet throughout the proceedings, finally spoke. You could have escaped. Created clones and fled. Why didn't you? Naruto considered the question. Running doesn't solve problems. It just postpones them. Whatever this thing is inside me, I need to face it. Understand it. Sif studied him, reassessing. Perhaps there is honor in you after all, Naruto Uzumaki. Gee, thanks, he replied dryly. As they were escorted to separate chambers to prepare for the trial, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this combat was more than a test of skill or character. Somehow, it felt like a crossroads, not just for himself, but for Asgard and whatever destiny had brought him to this realm of gods. The training grounds of Asgard were a vast circular arena, open to the sky but surrounded by tiered seating for spectators. By the time Naruto arrived, guided by Thor, the stands were packed with Asgardians eager to witness the outsider's trial. Quite the audience, Naruto observed. Asgardians love combat, Thor explained. And you've become the subject of much curiosity. In the royal box, Odin sat with his queen beside him. Freya occupied a seat nearby, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes alert. Loki had also appeared, lounging casually as if he'd never been missing, watching proceedings with undisguised amusement. Tyr entered from the opposite side of the arena. The war god wore simple training armor, functional rather than ceremonial. His missing right hand was his most distinctive feature, the stump a reminder of his sacrifice to bind Fenrir. The symbolism isn't exactly subtle, Naruto muttered. Pitting me against the guy who lost a hand to the wolf. Father rarely is subtle when making a point, Thor agreed. He clasped Naruto's shoulder. Fight well, friend. As Thor departed to join the royal box, Naruto stepped to the center of the arena. Tyr approached from the other side, his expression betraying nothing. Naruto Uzumaki, Tyr acknowledged with a warrior's nod. I hold no personal grievance against you. This is duty, nothing more. Understood, Naruto replied, returning the nod. Same here. Odin rose from his seat, Gungnir in hand. The trial begins now. Let combat reveal truth. He struck Gungnir against the ground, the sound reverberating like thunder. A shimmering dome of energy formed over the arena, a barrier to contain the fight and protect spectators. Tyr didn't waste time with preliminaries. He charged, moving with speed that belied his age and size. His remaining hand held a training sword that Naruto suspected would hurt plenty despite not being lethal. Naruto dodged the first attack easily, leaping aside with shinobi agility. He didn't immediately counterattack, choosing to assess his opponent's style first. Tyr pressed forward with a series of controlled strikes, no wasted motion, each attack flowing into the next. Though missing a hand, he had clearly adapted his fighting style to compensate, using his forearm as effectively as a shield or bludgeon when needed. You're fast, Tyr acknowledged after his initial flurry failed to connect. But speed alone wins no battles. Wasn't planning on it, Naruto replied. He formed a quick hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones appeared, surrounding Tyr. The war god's eyes widened slightly, his only reaction to the technique. The clones attacked in coordination, testing Tyr's defenses from multiple angles. The war god responded with impressive adaptability, spinning to engage each threat, his sword a blur of motion. 2 clones disappeared in puffs of smoke as Tyr's blade found them, but the others managed to land glancing blows, nothing substantial, but enough to demonstrate they could. Interesting technique, Tyr commented, dispatching another clone. But divided attention means divided strength. Sometimes, Naruto agreed. He signaled his remaining clones, who moved into a new formation. And sometimes it means learning your opponent's patterns 5 times faster. The real Naruto and his clones launched a more coordinated assault, having analyzed Tyr's fighting style. They attacked in waves, forcing the war god to constantly adjust, never allowing him to settle into a rhythm. Tyr was good, better than good. Despite facing multiple opponents, he held his ground, his centuries of combat experience evident in every movement. He dispatched clone after clone, steadily reducing Naruto's numerical advantage. Impressive, Tyr acknowledged when they broke apart briefly. But I sense you're holding back. Just getting started, Naruto replied with a grin. He created another wave of clones, 20 this time. They surrounded Tyr in a wider circle, forcing the war god to reassess his strategy. To Naruto's surprise, Tyr smiled for the first time since the battle began. Good. Now we fight in earnest. The war god's demeanor changed. His movements became faster, more fluid. The training sword in his hand began to glow with golden energy, an extension of his godly power. The battle intensified as Tyr carved through clones with newfound ferocity. Naruto found himself genuinely pressed, having to create new clones repeatedly as the old ones were dispatched. From the royal box, Odin watched with narrowed eye, assessing every aspect of Naruto's fighting style. The Allfather's gaze seemed to be searching for any sign of the wolf essence emerging. He's good, Naruto thought as he narrowly avoided a strike that would have ended the match. Really good. He's a god of war, Kit, Kurama reminded him. You can't beat him with standard tactics. Then let's try something different. Naruto created another shadow clone, but this one hung back while the others engaged Tyr. The clone began gathering nature energy, entering sage mode while the battle continued. Tyr, focused on the immediate threats, didn't notice this strategic move. He continued cutting through clones with godly efficiency, slowly but surely reducing Naruto's options. Finally, the sage clone completed its task and dispelled, sending the accumulated nature energy to Naruto. The change was immediate, orange pigmentation appeared around his eyes, and his awareness of the battlefield expanded exponentially. "What is this?" Tyr asked, noticing the change in his opponent. "Another form of your power?" "Sage mode," Naruto explained. "Natural energy combined with my chakra." "Not the wolf, then," Tyr noted, sounding almost disappointed. "Told you I could control it." With Sage mode active, the tide of battle shifted. Naruto's speed and strength increased dramatically. He moved with precision that matched Tyr's millennia of experience, anticipating attacks before they came. The audience murmured in appreciation as the combat escalated to a new level. What had begun as a test was becoming a genuine spectacle. For several minutes, they fought to a stalemate, Tyr's godly power and experience balanced against Naruto's sage mode and shadow clones. Neither could gain a decisive advantage. "Enough warm-up," Tyr finally declared. "Show me your true potential, warrior of Konoha." The war god raised his sword high, channeling divine power into the weapon until it blazed like a small sun. With a mighty swing, he released a wave of energy that destroyed all remaining clones and sent the real Naruto sliding backward across the arena floor. The attack was powerful enough to disrupt Naruto's sage mode, forcing him back to his base state. He stood slowly, respecting the demonstration of power. "Your turn," Tyr challenged. Naruto nodded. "Fair enough." He formed a shadow clone beside him, and together they began shaping chakra between their hands. The familiar spiraling sphere took form, but Naruto pushed beyond the basic Rasengan, adding wind nature to create the Rasen Shuriken. The audience gasped as the technique formed, a massive shuriken of wind chakra spinning at incredible speed, emitting a high-pitched screech that filled the arena. Tyr's eyes widened at the display, but he raised his sword, ready to meet the attack. Naruto hesitated, looking at the destructive technique in his hand, then at Tyr. The war god was powerful, but the Rasen Shuriken could kill or permanently maim if landed directly. That wasn't the point of this trial. Making his decision, Naruto modified the technique, reducing its power and density. Then he hurled it, not directly at Tyr, but at the ground before him. The Rasen Shuriken detonated on impact, creating a dome of wind chakra that expanded outward. The controlled explosion kicked up dust and debris, obscuring the arena temporarily. When visibility returned, Tyr stood within a perfect circle carved into the arena floor, the war god himself untouched but surrounded by evidence of the attack's power. "You deliberately missed," Tyr stated, lowering his sword slightly. "The point was to show what I could do," Naruto replied. "Not to hurt you." Tyr studied him for a long moment, then did something unexpected, he laughed. A deep, genuine sound that echoed through the arena. "Well demonstrated," he called, sheathing his sword. The war god turned to face Odin in the royal box. "All-Father, I have seen enough. This warrior fights with honor and restraint. The trial is satisfied." Odin rose from his seat, his expression unreadable. "You surrendered, Lord Tyr." "I acknowledged a worthy opponent," Tyr corrected. "One who could have struck more decisively but chose restraint. Is that not what this trial was meant to determine?" All eyes turned to Odin, waiting for his judgment. The All-Father was silent for a long moment, his single eye moving between Tyr and Naruto. Finally, he spoke. "The trial reveals truth. Naruto Uzumaki has demonstrated skill and honor in combat." He paused. "And control over the power within him." A murmur of approval ran through the crowd. "Therefore," Odin continued, "he may remain in Asgard as our guest. Lady Freya will continue her studies of his unique abilities, and he will be granted limited freedom within our realm. It wasn't a full vindication, but it was better than execution. Naruto bowed slightly, acknowledging the judgment. "Thank you, All-Father," he said formally. Odin nodded once, then departed the royal box, bringing the formal proceedings to a close. The barrier around the arena dissipated, and spectators began to disperse, discussing the unusual combat they'd witnessed. Tyr approached Naruto, extending his remaining hand. "You fought well. Few outside the royal family have ever matched me so evenly." Naruto accepted the handshake. "You're pretty impressive yourself. I've fought gods before, but none with your skill." "High praise," Tyr said with a slight smile. "Perhaps we might train together during your stay. I would learn more of your shadow clone technique." "Sure thing," Naruto agreed, surprised but pleased by the offer. Thor descended from the royal box, followed by Freya and, surprisingly, Sif. "Well fought," Thor exclaimed, clapping Naruto on the shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal human. "You've earned respect this day." "Indeed," Freya agreed. "Though I notice Odin was careful not to fully exonerate you." "Baby steps," Naruto said with a shrug. "At least I'm not being executed or imprisoned." "A low bar for satisfaction," Sif commented dryly, but there was a new respect in her eyes as she addressed Naruto. "Your restraint was unexpected. The way you altered your attack to demonstrate power without causing harm, few warriors show such discipline." Coming from Sif, Naruto recognized this as high praise indeed. "Thanks. Where I come from, we try not to kill our sparring partners." "A wise policy," Thor laughed. "Come. This calls for celebration." To the feast hall. As they departed the arena, Naruto felt something had shifted, not just in how the Asgardians perceived him, but in his own understanding of his place in this realm. He was still an outsider, still carried an unknown power that concerned Odin, but he'd earned a measure of acceptance. It wasn't home, but for now, it would do. The feast that followed lasted well into the night. Asgardians, Naruto discovered, celebrated with the same intensity they brought to battle. Mead flowed freely, tales were exchanged loudly, and boasts grew increasingly outlandish as the evening progressed. Naruto found himself seated between Thor and Freya at a long table in the great hall. Sif sat across from them, her initial reserve gradually softening as the celebration continued. Tyr joined them briefly, accepting toasts to his performance in the arena before departing for more reserved company. Notably absent were Odin and Loki, the former having retired to his private chambers, the latter slipping away to whatever mischief occupied him. "So," Thor said after draining his fifth, or possibly sixth, mug of mead, "tell us of these gods you fought in your realm, Naruto. Were they as magnificent as the Aesir?" Naruto considered the question. "Different. Kaguya was more alien. Less human, I guess. Crazy powerful but kinda one-dimensional, just wanted to control everything." "Sounds familiar," Freya murmured, her eyes drifting toward Odin's empty throne. Thor either missed or chose to ignore the comment. "And you defeated this goddess? You and your friend Sasuke, was it?" "Yeah, sealed her away," Naruto confirmed. "Took everything we had though." "I would hear this tale in full," Sif requested, leaning forward with genuine interest. Naruto spent the next hour recounting the Fourth Shinobi War and the final battle against Kaguya. His audience grew as other warriors gathered to listen, drawn by the exotic tale of chakra-tailed beasts, and dimensional battles. "Magnificent," Thor declared when Naruto finished. "A worthy saga indeed. Your world produces formidable warriors," Sif acknowledged, studying Naruto with new eyes. "To face such a being at your age, impressive." "Age is a poor measure of worth," Freya commented. "Some souls are older than their bodies suggest." Her gaze lingered on Naruto in a way that made him slightly uncomfortable, not unpleasant, but as if she were seeing layers to him invisible to others. As the evening wore on, many Asgardians approached to congratulate Naruto on his performance against Tyr or to challenge him to future contests. He accepted their goodwill with easy grace, finding the straightforward warrior culture familiar in some ways to shinobi life. Eventually, the crowd thinned as revelers retired or passed out at their tables. Thor was pulled away by companions to some new drinking challenge, leaving Naruto with Freya and Sif. So, Naruto said into the slightly awkward silence, "What happens now?" Odin said I could stay, but under observation. What does that actually mean? It means, Sif replied pragmatically, that you will have guards watching you, though discreetly if you continue to prove trustworthy. And it means, Freya added, that I will continue studying the nature of your connection to the eternal predator. With your cooperation, of course. Fine by me, Naruto said. I want to understand it too. He paused, considering his next words carefully. But I also need to find a way home eventually. My friends, they'll be wondering what happened to me. A shadow crossed Freya's beautiful features. Travel beyond the 9 realms is problematic. If you come from beyond Yggdrasil itself, I'm not certain we have the means to return you. There must be a way, Sif insisted, surprising both Naruto and Freya with her vehemence. If he arrived here, a path must exist to send him back. Perhaps, Freya conceded. But it will take time to discover. Naruto nodded, accepting this reality. Then I guess I've got time to figure out this wolf thing. Speaking of which, Freya said, her voice lowering, there is something we should discuss privately. About what Hreidmar showed us. Sif raised an eyebrow. Secrets already, Lady Freya? Not secrets, Freya corrected. Simply matters requiring discretion. Odin has many ears in this hall. Understanding the implication, Sif nodded. Then I shall leave you to your discretion. She rose from the table with fluid grace. Naruto Uzumaki, you fought well today. Perhaps tomorrow you might join my warriors for training. I would see these shinobi techniques in a less formal setting. I'd like that, Naruto replied, genuinely pleased by the invitation. With a respectful nod to them both, Sif departed, leaving Naruto alone with Freya. She's warming up to you, Freya observed with a slight smile. No small accomplishment. Sif trusts few outside her circle of warriors. She reminds me of people I knew back home, Naruto said. Strong, disciplined, devoted to duty. An apt description, Freya agreed. Though there are depths to Sif that few glimpse. She shifted closer, her voice dropping further. But we should speak of more urgent matters. What Hreidmar showed us about the eternal predator, there was more he didn't have time to explain. Like what? Like the connection to Fenrir, Freya said. The texts hint that Fenrir is not merely connected to the eternal predator, he may be its direct descendant, many generations removed. Naruto frowned. So what does that make me? Potentially, Freya said carefully, the progenitor of the line that eventually leads to Fenrir. The implication hit Naruto like a physical blow. Wait, you're saying I might be some kind of ancestor to this wolf god that's prophesied to kill Odin? It's a theory, Freya cautioned. But it would explain Odin's reaction to you, and Heimdall's vision connecting you to Fenrir. Naruto leaned back, processing this information. Great. So not only am I stuck in another dimension, but I might be destined to father a lineage that ends up killing the king of the gods. Any other good news? Freya's lips quirked in a sympathetic smile. It is rather a lot to take in. She placed her hand gently on his arm. But prophecy is rarely as straightforward as it appears. There may be ways to influence the outcome. How? If it's destiny, destiny is not fixed, Freya interrupted firmly. It is a river with many possible courses. Our choices determine which channel it follows. Naruto studied her, struck by the conviction in her voice. You sound like you've given this a lot of thought. I have, she admitted. The Vanir have a different relationship with fate than the Aesir. We see it as malleable, a tapestry still being woven. She leaned closer, her golden hair brushing his shoulder. Odin fears you because he sees only one possible future, the one where Fenrir devours him. But there could be others. So what do we do? We learn, Freya said simply. We study the eternal predator's nature. We discover how to control and direct its power. And we find a way to shape destiny rather than be shaped by it. Her proximity was distracting. Naruto could smell a subtle fragrance from her hair, something like wildflowers and honey. Despite the seriousness of their conversation, he found himself noticing how the firelight played across her features, highlighting the intelligence in her eyes. You're staring, she observed with a hint of amusement. Naruto felt heat rise to his cheeks. Sorry. It's just, you remind me of someone from back home. Smart, confident, saw things others missed. A close friend? Freya asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Sakura. Yeah, we grew up together. She was always the smart one in our team. Just a friend? Freya pressed gently. It's complicated, Naruto admitted. I had feelings for her for a long time, but she loved someone else. Eventually, I moved on. Ah, Freya nodded. The heart's path is rarely straight. She studied him thoughtfully. And now you find yourself in a strange realm, far from all you know, carrying an ancient power even you don't understand. Pretty much sums it up, Naruto agreed with a wry smile. Then perhaps, Freya suggested, rising from her seat and extending her hand, we should begin your education immediately. My sanctuary contains texts that might shed more light on your situation. Naruto took her offered hand and stood. Lead the way. As they left the feast hall, Naruto was acutely aware of Freya's hand still holding his, warm, surprisingly strong for its delicate appearance. Whatever awaited him in this realm of gods and prophecies, at least he wasn't facing it alone. And that, he reflected, had always been his greatest strength, finding connections, building bonds, even in the most unlikely places. Now he just needed to figure out how those bonds might reshape a destiny thousands of years in the making. Chapter 2, Golden Bonds. Naruto stood in the center of Freya's private garden at dawn, eyes closed, feeling the strange energy flowing through him. 3 days had passed since his trial by combat with Tyr, and each morning he'd come here to train, trying to understand the power awakening inside him. Focus on the connection, Freya instructed from where she sat cross-legged on a stone bench. Don't force it. Allow the essence to emerge naturally. Easier said than done, Naruto muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. It's not like Kurama's chakra. That always felt separate from mine. This feels, woven into me somehow. Because it is, Freya replied. The eternal predator's essence has been part of your bloodline for generations, dormant until your arrival in the 9 realms awakened it. Naruto concentrated harder, reaching for that amber energy he'd accessed during his demonstration before Odin. He could sense it, a wild, ancient power circulating with his chakra, but controlling it proved frustrating. You're trying too hard, Kit, Kurama rumbled within his mind. This isn't like using my power. Stop fighting it. What do you mean? It's not separate from you like I am. It's part of you, has been all along. Don't try to grab it. Just, be it. Naruto took a deep breath and shifted his approach. Instead of reaching for the power, he simply acknowledged its presence, like recognizing a limb he'd always had but never noticed. The change was immediate. Amber energy began flowing through his chakra network, not fighting against it but enhancing it. His senses sharpened dramatically, scents, sounds, even the feeling of air against his skin intensified. Yes, Freya breathed, leaning forward with interest. Now you begin to understand. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling the slight change in his vision, sharper, with greater perception of movement. He looked down at his hands, watching as nails extended into subtle claws, then retracted at his will. It's responding to my intent, he realized aloud. The eternal predator was a being of pure instinct and will, Freya explained. Its power flows through intention rather than technique. Naruto experimented, allowing the transformation to progress further. The whisker marks on his cheeks darkened and widened. His canine teeth lengthened slightly. His movements became more fluid, predatory. "How do I look?" he asked, his voice carrying a deeper resonance. "More wolf-like, but still yourself," Freya answered. "You're maintaining the balance well." Naruto created a shadow clone to see for himself. The clone's appearance confirmed Freya's assessment, still recognizably Naruto, but with subtle lupin features. Most striking were the eyes, still blue, but with amber rings around slitted pupils. "Wild," the clone commented before Naruto dismissed it. "Now try channeling chakra while maintaining this state," Freya suggested. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm. The familiar spiraling blue sphere formed, but amber energy swirled within it, creating a pattern like a galaxy in miniature. The technique hummed with increased power. "Feels stronger," Naruto observed. "More primal somehow." "The eternal predator's essence amplifies your natural abilities," Freya explained. "Though I suspect with greater power comes greater difficulty in control." As if proving her point, the enhanced Rasengan suddenly pulsed, expanding erratically. Naruto quickly dispersed the technique before it could destabilize further. "Yeah, definitely harder to control," he agreed, shaking his hand. The sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. A woman in gleaming silver armor strode into the garden, her dark hair pulled back in a practical braid. Sif stopped short at the sight of Naruto in his partially transformed state. "Am I interrupting?" she asked, hand instinctively moving toward her sword. "Not at all," Freya replied smoothly. "Naruto is simply exploring the limits of his connection to the eternal predator." Naruto allowed the transformation to recede, features returning to normal. "Morning, Sif. Something up?" Sif's stance relaxed slightly, though her eyes remained watchful. "Thor requests your presence. There have been incidents at our borders." "What kind of incidents?" Freya asked, rising from her bench. "Attacks by creatures not native to any of the 9 realms," Sif replied, her expression grave. "Wolf-like creatures." Naruto and Freya exchanged significant looks. "When?" Naruto asked. 3 attacks in the past day," Sif answered. "The most recent less than an hour ago. Thor assembles a hunting party and thought your expertise might be valuable." "Of course," Naruto nodded. "Lead the way." As they followed Sif through Freya's sanctuary toward the palace, Naruto whispered to Freya, "You think these creatures are connected to me somehow?" "The timing seems unlikely to be coincidence," Freya replied quietly. "The eternal predator's awakening within you may be resonating beyond your physical form." "Great," Naruto muttered. "Just what I needed, wolf monsters showing up right when Odin was starting to tolerate me." They reached the palace armory where Thor stood with the warriors 3, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, examining a map spread across a table. The thunder god looked up as they entered. "Naruto. Good, you've come. Lady Freya as well, excellent." "Sif mentioned wolf creatures at the borders," Naruto said, approaching the map. "What exactly are we dealing with?" Thor gestured to a bloody pelt stretched on a frame nearby. "One of our patrols managed to kill a smaller specimen." Naruto moved closer to examine it. The creature had been wolf-like in general shape, but with significant differences: 6 legs instead of 4, elongated fangs protruding from both upper and lower jaws, and patches of what appeared to be crystalline growths rather than fur. Most disturbing, however, was the color of those crystals, the same amber shade as the energy Naruto had been channeling. "Yeah, that's not great," Naruto admitted. "You recognize these beasts?" Hogun asked sharply. "Not exactly," Naruto replied. "But that color." He glanced at Freya, who nodded slightly. "It matches the energy of the eternal predator." Thor frowned. You believe these creatures are connected to the power awakening within you? Possible, Naruto said honestly. I've been training to control it, but maybe there are side effects I didn't anticipate. Side effects that threaten Asgard's borders, Volstagg rumbled, his usual jovial manner subdued by concern. I didn't do this intentionally, Naruto pointed out. Intention matters less than consequence, Sif stated, though her tone lacked accusation. These creatures have killed 17 Asgardians already. The news hit Naruto like a physical blow. People had died because of his presence here. The thought sickened him. I'm going with you, he stated firmly. If these things are connected to me, I need to stop them. That was my hope, Thor said, clapping him on the shoulder. We ride in 20 minutes. The last attack occurred here, he pointed to a location on the map, near the edge of a dense forest, and the creatures retreated in this direction when our forces arrived. I'm coming as well, Freya declared. Fandral raised a skeptical eyebrow. With respect, Lady Freya, this will be no pleasure hunt. These beasts are vicious and unnaturally strong. I am Vanir, Freya replied coolly. Goddess of both love and war. Do not mistake beauty for weakness, Fandral. The dashing warrior inclined his head, suitably chastened. Of course, my lady. Besides, Freya continued, if these creatures are indeed connected to the eternal predator, my knowledge may prove vital. Agreed, Thor nodded. Prepare yourselves. We hunt dangerous prey. As the others dispersed to gather equipment, Sif approached Naruto. You will ride with me, she stated. Odin charged me with your supervision outside the palace. Babysitting duty, huh? Naruto asked with a slight smile. Observation, Sif corrected, though the corner of her mouth twitched upward. And tactical necessity. You're unfamiliar with our terrain. Fair enough, Naruto conceded. Though I should warn you, I've never actually ridden a horse before. Sif stared at him in disbelief. You've battled gods but never mounted a horse. We didn't use them much in Konoha, Naruto shrugged. Mostly ran everywhere. Chakra-enhanced speed, trees to jump through, horses weren't really practical. Then today brings new experiences for us both, Sif replied. Try not to fall off and embarrass yourself, or me. 20 minutes later, the hunting party assembled in the palace courtyard. 8 warriors in total, Thor, the warriors 3, Sif, Freya, Naruto, and a tracker named Uller renowned for his skill in hunting supernatural prey. The horses provided for the journey were magnificent creatures, larger and more spirited than any Naruto had seen in his world. Sif's mount, a silver-gray stallion with intelligent eyes, snorted suspiciously as Naruto approached. He senses the wolf in you, Sif explained, stroking the horse's neck soothingly. Skinfaxi is clever, perhaps too clever for his own good. Great, Naruto muttered. Even the horses don't trust me. He will adapt, Sif assured him. As will you. She demonstrated mounting techniques, then watched with poorly concealed amusement as Naruto awkwardly settled himself behind her saddle. Hold my waist, she instructed. Firmly, but don't squeeze. Naruto complied, acutely aware of the firm muscle beneath his hands. Sif was all warrior, strong, disciplined, and completely focused on the task at hand. Thor raised Mjolnir high. For Asgard. The hunting party thundered across the Rainbow Bridge and into the countryside beyond the Golden City. As they rode, Naruto gradually adjusted to the rhythm of horseback travel, though he still preferred his own 2 feet. So these borders we're heading to, he asked Sif as they galloped across a sweeping plain, what's on the other side? Nothing, Sif replied over her shoulder. The edge of Asgard itself, beyond lies only the void between realms. And that's where these creatures are coming from. So it seems, Sif confirmed. Though how they crossed the void without the Bifrost remains unknown. The landscape changed as they rode, golden fields giving way to ancient forests. After 2 hours of hard riding, they reached an Asgardian outpost, a fortified structure manned by a dozen warriors, all bearing signs of recent combat. The commander greeted Thor with a warrior's salute. "My prince. The creatures struck again less than an hour ago. We drove them back, but suffered losses." "How many?" Thor asked grimly. 3 dead, 5 wounded, the commander reported. The beasts fight with unnatural coordination, almost as if directed by intelligence. "Any captured?" "No. They drag away their dead and wounded. And they're unervingly resilient, weapons that would fell any normal beast seem to merely inconvenience them." Thor turned to Ullr. "Can you track them?" The huntsman nodded. "They leave a distinctive trail, crystalline residue, like nothing I've encountered before. And a scent." He glanced at Naruto. "A scent remarkably similar to the energy our guest emanates." All eyes turned to Naruto, who shifted uncomfortably under their collective gaze. "I'm not controlling these things," he stated firmly. "But I'm going to help stop them." The commander looked skeptical but deferred to Thor's judgment. He led them to the site of the most recent attack, a section of the outpost's outer wall now damaged and stained with both Asgardian and alien blood. Ullr knelt, examining the unusual tracks left by 6-legged creatures. "This way," he indicated, pointing toward the dark forest beyond. "They're not even attempting to hide their trail. Almost as if they want us to follow," Hogun finished grimly. "A trap?" Volstagg suggested, hefting his massive axe. "Perhaps," Thor acknowledged. "But we cannot allow these creatures to continue their attacks." He turned to the group. "We proceed with caution. Ullr takes the lead. Naruto, what senses does your wolf aspect provide?" "Enhanced smell, hearing, general awareness," Naruto replied. "Not fully developed yet, but I can try tapping into it." "Do so," Thor instructed. "Your abilities may give us warning if ambush comes." Naruto nodded and closed his eyes briefly, allowing the amber energy to flow through him. When he opened them again, his pupils had shifted to slits, senses sharpening dramatically. "Whoa," he murmured, momentarily overwhelmed by the input. The forest suddenly teemed with information, countless sounds of creatures far beyond normal hearing range, subtle movements in the underbrush. "What do you sense?" Freya asked. Naruto focused, sifting through the sensory deluge for anything relevant. "Something strange. About 2 miles that way." He pointed deeper into the forest. "Smells like those crystals on the pelt, but stronger. A lot stronger." "Then we have our heading," Thor declared. "Horses cannot navigate the dense forest. We continue on foot." The party dismounted, leaving 2 warriors to guard the horses. Ullr took point, with Thor and Naruto close behind. Sif positioned herself near Naruto, her sword drawn and ready. "Stay alert," she advised him quietly. "Asgardian forests harbor dangers beyond these wolf creatures." "Noted," Naruto replied, creating 3 shadow clones. "My guys will scout ahead and flanks." The clones darted off into the trees with shinobi silence. Fandral watched them disappear with raised eyebrows. "Handy trick, that," he commented. "I don't suppose you could teach it." "It's not really something you can learn," Naruto explained. "It requires chakra, which is, life energy manipulated through discipline and intent," Freya interrupted smoothly. "A system not native to our realms." They proceeded through the ancient forest, which grew darker and more primeval with each step. Massive trees towered overhead, their canopies blocking much of the daylight. Strange fungi glowed with subtle bioluminescence, providing just enough light to navigate by. After an hour of cautious progress, one of Naruto's clones dispersed, sending information back to him. Clearing ahead, he reported to the group. "My clone found something. A structure, I think. Not Asgardian." "How far?" Thor asked. "Half a mile, maybe less." Uller nodded confirmation. The trail leads directly there. And it grows fresher, we draw near our quarry. The hunting party advanced with increased caution. Naruto sent another clone ahead to scout the structure more thoroughly. Something's off, he muttered to Sif as they walked. These wolf creatures. They're leaving an obvious trail, attacking in ways that draw attention. It doesn't feel like normal predator behavior. What does your instinct tell you? Sif asked, taking his concern seriously. Naruto frowned. That we're being lured. But why? His question was answered when his second clone dispersed, sending back disturbing images. Stop! Naruto called to the group. The clearing ahead, it's some kind of gathering place. At least 30 of those wolf creatures surrounding a larger structure. They're waiting. For us? Volstagg asked. Seems likely, Naruto confirmed. Thor considered this information. We are outnumbered but not overwhelmed. With surprise on our side, he was interrupted by an unearthly howl that echoed through the forest. The sound raised the hair on the back of Naruto's neck, not from fear, but from an inexplicable sense of recognition. More howls joined the first, creating a chilling chorus that seemed to come from all directions. They know we're here, Hogan stated flatly. So much for surprise, Fandral sighed, drawing his rapier. Form a defensive circle, Thor commanded. They come. The hunting party drew together, weapons ready. Naruto created a fresh batch of shadow clones, positioning them in a protective perimeter. Freya raised her hands, golden energy gathering around them. The attack came with frightening speed. Wolf creatures burst from the underbrush in coordinated waves, larger and more formidable than the specimen they'd seen at the outpost. Their amber crystal growths pulsed with energy, and their multiple eyes fixed on the Asgardians with unsettling intelligence. For Asgard! Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir into the first wave. The hammer sent creatures flying, but they recovered with unnatural resilience, circling back into the fight. The battle erupted in chaos. Naruto and his clones engaged multiple creatures, discovering quickly that conventional attacks merely injured rather than killed them. The beasts regenerated rapidly, crystal growths sealing wounds almost as fast as they were inflicted. They're adapting to our attacks. Sif called out, her sword slicing through a creature's legs only to have crystalline structures form to replace them. Naruto realized physical attacks alone wouldn't suffice. He shifted strategy, forming a Rasengan infused with the amber energy of the eternal predator. Let's try this, he muttered, driving the technique into the nearest creature. The effect was unexpected. Instead of destroying the beast, the energy-infused Rasengan seemed to connect with it. For a brief moment, Naruto felt a primitive consciousness, hungry, confused, drawn to the power within him. The creature whimpered and backed away, crystal growths dimming. Others nearby responded similarly, retreating from Naruto with what almost resembled deference. They're responding to you. Freya called out, noticing the reaction. Naruto advanced, channeling more of the amber energy. The nearest creatures continued to retreat, though those engaged with the other hunters fought on with savage intensity. Naruto! Whatever you're doing, do more of it. Thor shouted, smashing another beast with Mjolnir. Experimenting, Naruto pushed more of the eternal predator's essence into his chakra. The transformation progressed further than before, a visible aura of amber energy forming around him, taking a vaguely lupin shape. The effect on the creatures was immediate. All across the battlefield, they paused, turning toward Naruto with their multiple eyes. A strange keening sound emerged from their throats, not aggressive, almost reverent. They recognized the power, Freya realized. They're responding to the eternal predator within you. Can you control them? Sif asked, keeping her sword ready despite the lull in fighting. I don't know, Naruto admitted. I can feel them, kind of. They're confused. Drawn here by something. By you, perhaps. Hogan suggested. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged. But it feels like something else too. Something at that structure they were gathering around. Thor made a quick decision. The beasts have paused their attack. We should press our advantage, reach the structure while Naruto holds their attention. I'll come too, Naruto said. No, Thor countered. You must maintain whatever influence you have over these creatures. Lady Freya, remain with him. The rest of us will investigate. Sif looked reluctant to leave Naruto but followed her prince's command. The Asgardian warriors advanced cautiously through the now passive wolf creatures, which watched them with wary eyes but made no move to attack as long as they didn't approach Naruto. Fascinating, Freya murmured once the others had moved toward the clearing. They respond to you as pack members to an alpha. Not exactly comforting, Naruto replied, maintaining the amber aura with effort. I didn't create these things, Freya. Perhaps not consciously, she suggested. The eternal predator was a being of immense power that could manifest aspects of itself across dimensions. As its essence awakens in you, it may be causing ripples throughout the 9 realms, echoes of its former existence. So basically, my presence here is creating monsters, Naruto summarized grimly. Or attracting them, Freya countered. These creatures may have existed in some form already, dormant until your arrival resonated with them. Before Naruto could respond, a tremendous crash echoed from the direction the others had gone, followed by shouts and the unmistakable sound of combat. Something's wrong, Naruto said. We need to help them. But the creatures will have to take care of themselves, Naruto finished, releasing his hold on the amber energy. The wolf creatures stirred restlessly but didn't immediately attack. Naruto created a dozen shadow clones to remain behind and keep the beasts occupied, then he and Freya rushed toward the clearing. They emerged from the forest to find a scene of chaos. The structure, a crude temple of stone and crystal, stood at the center of the clearing. But dominating the area was a creature that dwarfed the others, a wolf thing the size of a small building, with multiple tails composed entirely of amber crystal that whipped dangerously through the air. Thor and the others battled the monstrosity, but their attacks seemed to cause minimal damage. Even Mjolnir merely cracked the crystal structures, which regenerated almost immediately. What is that thing? Naruto gasped. An alpha, Freya answered. A more complete manifestation of the eternal predator's essence. The massive creature roared, crystal tails slamming into the ground with devastating force. One caught Volstagg a glancing blow, sending the robust warrior flying into a tree trunk with bone-jarring impact. We need to help them, Naruto said, already forming hand seals. Wait, Freya grabbed his arm. Look at its crystal core. Naruto focused on the creature's chest, where a particularly large growth of amber crystal pulsed with energy. Within it, he could make out a silhouette, humanoid, curled in a fetal position. There's someone inside it, he realized with shock. The crystal appears to be consuming them, Freya observed. Perhaps attempting to create a more suitable vessel for the eternal predator's essence. Not on my watch, Naruto growled. He charged forward, creating shadow clones as he ran. Thor, he shouted. The crystal at its center, there's a person trapped inside. The thunder god nodded understanding, adjusting his attack to target the surrounding crystal rather than the core itself. Naruto reached Sif's side, finding her nursing a bleeding arm. You're hurt. It's nothing, she dismissed. The beast is too powerful for conventional attacks. Then let's try something unconventional, Naruto suggested. He explained his plan quickly, and Sif nodded agreement. Working together, they circled the creature, Naruto's clones providing distraction while Sif maneuvered to flank it. Thor, understanding their strategy, positioned himself opposite them, Mjolnir crackling with lightning. Now! Naruto called. Thor hurled Mjolnir at the creature's head, temporarily stunning it. Simultaneously, Sif launched herself at its rear legs, her sword finding the joint between crystal growths. The beast roared in pain, momentarily destabilized. That opening was all Naruto needed. He charged forward, amber energy flowing through him as he formed a modified Rasengan, not to destroy, but to connect, like he had with the smaller creatures. "Let's see who you've got in there," he muttered, driving the technique into the central crystal mass. The connection was immediate and overwhelming. Naruto felt himself pulled into a vision, not physical but mental, a sharing of consciousness with the being within the crystal. He found himself in a void of amber light, facing a figure barely visible through the crystalline prison. An Asgardian hunter, trapped and being slowly transformed. But behind the hunter loomed another presence, vast, ancient, a shadow of the eternal predator itself, fragmented but coalescing. "You," a voice reverberated through the shared consciousness. Not the hunter's voice, something older, primal. Fragment. Kindred. Home. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded mentally. "I am you. You are me." Scattered. Seeking. Reuniting. Images flooded Naruto's mind, the eternal predator in its original form, a cosmic entity hunting across dimensions. Its fragmentation as the 9 realms formed. Pieces of its essence scattered across worlds, embedding in various life forms, evolving alongside them. And bloodlines, countless bloodlines descending from those original vessels, carrying diluted fragments of the predator's essence. Naruto saw his own lineage stretching back into the distant past, connecting ultimately to one such fragment. But he also saw forward, potential futures, branches of destiny where his bloodline continued, eventually producing the being that would be known as Fenrir, the wolf fated to devour Odin. No, Naruto rejected the vision. "I make my own destiny. All fragments return," the presence insisted. The hunt resumes. The cycle completes. "Not through me," Naruto declared, pushing back against the invasive consciousness. "And not through this hunter you've trapped." With immense effort, Naruto channeled his own will through the connection, disrupting the entity's hold on the crystalline prison. He felt Kurama joining his efforts, the Nine-Tails chakra reinforcing his own identity against the ancient predator's influence. "This one is mine, old wolf," Kurama growled into the shared mindscape. "Find another vessel." The presence recoiled from their combined resistance. Naruto seized the opportunity, focusing on the trapped hunter, extending his consciousness toward the fading Asgardian. "Take my hand," he called mentally. "I'll pull you out." In the physical world, the massive crystal beast convulsed violently. Thor, Sif, and the others continued their attack, keeping it off balance while Naruto maintained his connection. The central crystal began to crack, amber light pouring from the fissures. With a final mental push, Naruto severed the entity's control over its makeshift vessel. The crystal creature shattered explosively, fragments raining across the clearing. At its center, 2 figures collapsed to the ground, Naruto and the freed hunter, both unconscious but alive. Sif reached them first, checking for vital signs. "They live," she called to the others. The smaller wolf creatures surrounding the clearing howled in unison, a sound of loss and confusion, then scattered into the forest, their organizing influence gone. Thor knelt beside Naruto's unconscious form. "What happened?" "He connected with the entity controlling the crystal formation," Freya explained, examining the fragments scattered around them. "And rejected it." "Impressive, and concerning." "Why concerning?" Sif asked sharply. "Because it proves the connection between Naruto and the eternal predator runs deeper than we realized," Freya replied. "He could reject its influence this time, but as more fragments awaken and seek him out." She left the implication hanging. Thor's expression darkened with understanding. "We must return to Asgard immediately," he decided. "Both Naruto and Garlic need healing, and Father must be informed of what we've discovered." Sif lifted Naruto's unconscious form with surprising gentleness. "I will carry him." "I can manage," Fandral began to offer. "I will carry him," Sif repeated firmly, brooking no argument. As the hunting party regrouped and began the journey back to their horses, Freya collected several crystal fragments, storing them carefully in a pouch. Her expression was troubled as she watched Sif carrying Naruto's limp form. The bond grows, she murmured to herself. As does the danger. Naruto awoke to the sound of quiet conversation and the scent of healing herbs. He opened his eyes slowly, finding himself in a spacious chamber filled with soft golden light. He lay on a bed of surprising comfort, and nearby, two women conversed in low tones, Freya and an older woman in healer's robes. He wakes, the healer observed, moving to Naruto's bedside. How do you feel, warrior from beyond? Naruto took stock of his condition. His body ached all over, but nothing felt seriously damaged. More troubling was a lingering sensation in his mind, echoes of the connection with the crystal entity. Like I got stomped by all 9 bijou at once, he groaned, sitting up slowly. How long was I out? 3 days, Freya answered, approaching the bed. You expended considerable energy rejecting the entity's influence. 3 days? Naruto repeated in disbelief. What about the hunter, Garrick? Recovered, though with little memory of his time within the crystal, Freya replied. You saved his life. The healer checked Naruto's eyes and pulse, then nodded with satisfaction. His vital energy stabilizes. I will inform the All-Father of his recovery. After the healer departed, Naruto turned to Freya. Odin knows what happened. Thor reported everything, she confirmed. The council has been in near constant session discussing the implications. Let me guess, they're blaming me for the wolf creatures. Not entirely, Freya said diplomatically. Evidence suggests the beasts began manifesting before your arrival, though your presence has certainly accelerated the process. Naruto swung his legs off the bed, testing his stability. So what now? Odin decides I'm too dangerous and tries to get rid of me again. Opinion is divided, Freya explained. Some on the council see you as a threat, yes. Others, particularly Thor and, surprisingly, Tyr, argue that you've demonstrated both control and willingness to protect Asgard. And Sif? Naruto asked, trying to sound casual. Where does she stand? A knowing smile touched Freya's lips. Lady Sif has been attentive during your recovery. She stood guard outside this chamber for the first day, until Thor ordered her to rest. Naruto felt an unexpected warmth at this information. She probably just takes her babysitting duties seriously. Perhaps, Freya allowed, though her tone suggested she believed otherwise. In any case, once you're feeling stronger, the council wishes to question you about your experience with the crystal entity. I'll tell them what I can, Naruto promised. Though a lot of it was impressions, not clear information. He stood cautiously, pleased to find his strength returning quickly. As he stretched, the door opened to admit a new visitor, Sif, looking slightly disheveled as if she'd come in haste. You're awake, she stated, relief evident despite her attempt at a neutral tone. Hard to keep a good shinobi down, Naruto replied with a smile. Freya glanced between them, then moved toward the door. I'll inform Thor of your recovery. The council will likely convene in a few hours. Once Freya had departed, an awkward silence fell. Sif stood near the door, her usual composed demeanor slightly off-kilter. Thanks for carrying me back, Naruto finally said. Freya mentioned you were pretty adamant about it. A faint flush colored Sif's cheeks. It was practical. I have carried wounded warriors from many battlefields. Still, I appreciate it. Naruto took a tentative step, then another, finding his balance returning. How bad were my injuries? Physical damage was minimal, Sif replied, moving closer to steady him when he swayed slightly. The healers were more concerned with your mental state. You spoke in your sleep, sometimes in languages unknown to us. Great, Naruto muttered. What did I say? Mostly unintelligible, Sif assured him. Though you called several names, Sasuke, Sakura, Kurama. People from home, Naruto explained. And Kurama is the Nine Tails, the entity I told you about. Sif nodded, then hesitated before adding, "You also spoke of hunting across stars and devouring worlds." The healers believe those words came from the eternal predator's memories, not your own. Naruto frowned. The connection with that crystal thing must have shaken something loose. "I saw things, Sif, memories that weren't mine, futures that haven't happened yet." "What kind of futures?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "Possible bloodlines," Naruto said carefully, unsure how much to reveal. "Descendants carrying the predator's essence. Eventually leading to Fenrir," Sif finished when he trailed off. "The wolf of prophecy." "Yeah," Naruto confirmed. "But prophecies aren't guarantees. Where I'm from, I was prophesied to be a lot of things, some good, some terrible. I chose my own path." Sif studied him thoughtfully. "You are, not what I expected when you first arrived." "Disappointed?" Naruto asked with a half-smile. "No," she replied seriously. "The opposite. You fight with honor and purpose. You placed yourself at risk to save Garrick. These are not the actions of the monster some fear you to be." Coming from the usually reserved Sif, this was high praise indeed. Naruto felt that unexpected warmth again, stronger this time. "Thanks," he said simply. "That means a lot." Their eyes met, holding for a moment longer than strictly necessary. Sif broke the contact first, clearing her throat. "You should prepare for the council meeting," she said briskly, professional demeanor reasserting itself. "I can have food brought if you're hungry." "Starving, actually," Naruto admitted, suddenly aware of the hollow feeling in his stomach. Fighting cosmic wolf entities really works up an appetite. Sif smiled, a small but genuine expression that transformed her serious features. "I'll arrange a meal suitable for a recovering warrior." After she departed, Naruto moved to the window, gazing out at Asgard spread before him. The golden city gleamed in the afternoon light, beautiful and alien. He'd been here less than 2 weeks, but already he felt connections forming, to this place, to its people. To Freya with her knowledge and subtle humor. To Thor with his boisterous friendship. And to Sif, whose initial suspicion had evolved into something more complex. "Getting comfortable, Kit?" Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. "Just adapting," Naruto replied mentally. "Something wrong with that?" "Not wrong," the fox answered. "But dangerous, perhaps. The longer we stay, the more the eternal predator awakens. And the more it awakens, the more those wolf creatures appear," Naruto finished grimly. "I know. But running away won't solve anything. We need to understand this connection. And if understanding reveals you're destined to father the bloodline that produces Fenrir, then I'll find a way to change that destiny," Naruto stated firmly. "I'm not bound by someone else's prophecy." Kurama's chuckle resonated through his consciousness. "Still the same stubborn brat. Good. We'll need that stubbornness before this is over." The council chamber of Asgard differed from the grand throne room, smaller, circular, with a massive table of polished stone at its center. Around this table sat Asgard's highest authorities, Odin at the head, flanked by Thor and Loki. The warriors' 3 occupied seats together, while Tyr and several elder counselors Naruto hadn't met filled the remaining positions. Freya stood nearby, not seated at the table but clearly present in an advisory capacity. Sif stationed herself near the door, officially present as a guard but attentive to the proceedings. Naruto stood at the focus of their collective attention, having spent the past hour recounting his experience with the crystal entity. He'd omitted certain details, particularly the vision of his bloodline potentially leading to Fenrir, focusing instead on the fragmented nature of the eternal predator and its apparent attempt to reconsolidate through the crystal formations. "Troubling," Odin commented when he finished. "These creatures seek to unite the scattered essence of an entity older than Asgard itself. And our guest appears to be a central piece of this puzzle," added an elderly counselor with a skeptical expression. "I didn't ask for this connection," Naruto pointed out, maintaining his composure. But I'm dealing with it as best I can. Indeed, Thor supported. Naruto risked himself to save Garrick and disperse the entity. His actions protected Asgard. This time, Loki interjected smoothly. But what of the next manifestation? Or the next? The pattern suggests escalation, each emergence stronger than the last. Do you have a constructive suggestion, brother? Thor asked with barely concealed irritation. Loki smiled thinly. Actually, yes. Our visitor requires greater understanding of his connection to this primordial entity. The archives of Asgard, while extensive, may not contain the knowledge he needs. His gaze shifted to Naruto. But I know where such knowledge might exist. Speak plainly, Odin commanded. The roots of Yggdrasil, Loki proposed. Where the Norns weave fate itself. If answers about cosmic bloodlines and ancient predators exist anywhere, it would be there. Murmurs spread around the table. The suggestion was clearly significant, and potentially controversial. The Norns do not welcome visitors, Tyr objected. Many who seek their wisdom never return. A risk worth taking, perhaps. Loki suggested. Better than waiting for increasingly powerful manifestations to threaten Asgard. Naruto looked to Freya, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. Her expression was thoughtful, calculating. Lady Freya, Odin addressed her directly. Your counsel on this matter? The Norns guard knowledge beyond even my understanding, she acknowledged. But Loki's suggestion has merit. The eternal predator predates the 9 realms, its nature may be written in the very roots of the world tree. I'm willing to try, Naruto offered. If these Norns can help me understand what's happening, maybe I can prevent more of those crystal wolves from appearing. Odin considered the proposal, his single eye betraying nothing of his thoughts. Finally, he spoke. Loki will guide Naruto Uzumaki to the roots of Yggdrasil, he declared. Thor and Lady Sif will accompany them to ensure Asgard's interests are protected. Loki's expression flickered briefly, disappointment. Naruto couldn't be sure. Clearly, the trickster had preferred a less supervised expedition. As you wish, father, Loki acquiesced with a slight bow. Lady Freya will provide guidance regarding the eternal predator, Odin continued. Her knowledge of primordial entities may prove valuable at the Norns' dwelling. The council session concluded shortly thereafter, with arrangements made for the journey to begin the following morning. As the members dispersed, Loki approached Naruto with a casual smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, he said quietly. It seems we'll be traveling companions after all. Yeah, Naruto replied, maintaining a neutral expression. Lucky us. Indeed, Loki agreed. Though I suspect your wolf aspect already warns you to be wary of me. Predators recognize other predators, do they not? Before Naruto could respond, Thor joined them, clapping a heavy hand on his brother's shoulder. Loki has visited the Norns before, he explained. His knowledge of their ways will prove valuable. Assuming he shares that knowledge honestly, Sif added, approaching from her position near the door. Loki placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Lady Sif, your distrust wounds me. Have I not proven my usefulness time and again? Usually after first proving your treachery, she replied dryly. Details, Loki dismissed with a wave. The important thing is results, and I always deliver those, eventually. Naruto observed the exchange with interest. The dynamic between these Asgardians was complex, centuries of history compressed into casual barbs and weighted glances. So these Norns, he interjected. What exactly are they? Beings who exist outside normal time, Freya explained, joining the conversation. They tend the threads of fate for all 9 realms. They see past, present, and possible futures simultaneously. They sound like the perfect people to ask about cosmic wolf bloodlines and prophecies, Naruto noted. Perfect, yes, Loki agreed. Cooperative? That remains to be seen. The Norns answer questions in their own way, often with riddles more confusing than helpful. Better than no answers at all, Thor pointed out. As they discussed preparations for the journey, Naruto noticed Freya watching him with an unusually intense expression. When the others moved away to examine maps, she approached him privately. "Be cautious at the roots of Yggdrasil," she advised in a low voice. "The Norns see all possible threads of fate, including those you might wish to remain hidden." Naruto understood her meaning immediately. "You mean the visions I had about Fenrir?" "Among other things," she confirmed. "The council need not know every detail of your connection to the eternal predator." "Not yet. But the Norns, they will know." "And will they tell the others?" "The Norns serve no master but fate itself," Freya replied. "Their revelations follow their own inscrutable purpose." "Great," Naruto muttered. "More cryptic god stuff." Freya's lips curved in a slight smile. "You're adapting remarkably well to our cryptic god stuff, as you put it." "I'm flexible," Naruto shrugged. "Had to be, growing up with a demon fox inside me." "Entity of pure chakra," Kurama corrected indignantly in his mind. "Not a demon." "Speaking of which," Freya continued, "your nine-tailed fox, Kurama, you called him. His assistance was crucial in rejecting the crystal entity's influence. His existence within you may be what allows you to maintain your identity despite the eternal predator's awakening." "Yeah, we've got a good partnership going," Naruto agreed. "Took years to get there, but now we have each other's backs." Freya's expression became more serious. "Cherish that partnership. In the days ahead, you may need it more than ever." With that cryptic warning, she departed to join Thor in reviewing the expedition route. Naruto watched her go, struck again by the duality of her nature, warm and personal one moment, enigmatic and godlike the next. Sif approached, having completed her discussion with Loki. "You should rest before tomorrow's journey," she advised practically. "The path to Yggdrasil's roots is arduous even for Asgardians." "I've got pretty good stamina," Naruto replied with a hint of cockiness. "I don't doubt it," Sif acknowledged. "But conserving strength before a difficult quest is simply good strategy." "Fair point," Naruto conceded. "I could use some air first, though. Clear my head before tomorrow." "The Western Gardens offer excellent views of the sunset," Sif suggested. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I could show you, if you wish." Naruto recognized the offer for what it was, not just a guide to the gardens, but a gesture of growing friendship. "I'd like that." They walked together through the palace corridors, a comfortable silence between them. Naruto noted how other Asgardians greeted Sif with respect, sometimes even deference. Clearly, she held significant status beyond her role as Thor's companion. "Can I ask you something?" Naruto broke the silence as they entered a less traveled passage. "You may ask," Sif replied. "I may choose not to answer." "Fair enough," Naruto chuckled. "Back in my world, I was part of a village of shinobi, warriors with special abilities. Where do you fit in here?" "I mean, Thor's the prince, Odin's the king, but you seem different from other warriors." Sif considered the question before answering. "I am shield maiden to the royal family, commander of Asgard's elite guard, and sworn sword to Thor. But more than titles, I am simply a warrior who proved herself in a realm where female fighters were once uncommon." "You broke tradition," Naruto observed. "I shattered it," Sif corrected with quiet pride. "With much resistance. My path was not easy, but necessary, both for myself and for those who would follow." Naruto nodded understanding. "Back home, some of the strongest shinobi I knew were women. My friend Sakura could shatter mountains with a single punch. Our Hokage, our leader, was a woman too." "Your realm seems more accepting of female warriors than Asgard was," Sif noted. "In some ways," Naruto agreed. "Though we had plenty of other problems. People feared and hated me for years because of Kurama sealed inside me." They reached the Western Gardens, a spectacular arrangement of exotic plants from across the 9 realms, terraced to provide sweeping views of Asgard and the sea beyond. The setting sun bathed everything in golden light, transforming the already beautiful vista into something breathtaking. They found a stone bench overlooking the view and sat in companionable silence for a moment, appreciating the scenery. In your vision, Sif finally asked, what did you see of your connection to the eternal predator? You spoke only briefly of it to the council. Naruto hesitated, weighing how much to share. But something about Sif's directness invited honesty. I saw my bloodline, he admitted. Going back further than should be possible, to when a fragment of the eternal predator first merged with a human ancestor. And I saw possibilities going forward. Including Fenrir, Sif stated rather than asked. Naruto nodded. In some potential futures, yes. My bloodline eventually leads to the wolf prophesied to kill Odin. But futures aren't fixed, I've changed prophecies before. How can you be certain? Because I was prophesied to destroy my village once, Naruto explained. People feared me, hated me for what they thought I'd become. But I chose a different path. Became their protector instead of their destroyer. Sif considered this, her expression thoughtful. A prophecy interpreted incorrectly, perhaps. Or one with multiple possible fulfillments. Exactly, Naruto agreed. Which is why I'm not too worried about this Fenrir business. I make my own destiny. Odin may not share your optimism, Sif warned. The prophecy of Ragnarok has shaped his actions for millennia. Yeah, I'm getting that impression, Naruto sighed. Still, running from prophecy usually just makes it happen in ways you don't expect. Better to face it head-on. A warrior's approach, Sif noted with approval. Though perhaps reckless. I've been called worse, Naruto grinned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they continued talking, about Asgard, about Konoha, about their respective experiences as warriors. Naruto found himself surprisingly comfortable with Sif. Despite her reserve, she possessed a dry humor that emerged in unexpected moments, and her perspective on duty and honor resonated with his own values. When darkness finally enveloped the garden, Sif stood reluctantly. We should return. Morning comes early, and the journey to Yggdrasil's roots is not to be undertaken without proper rest. Naruto rose as well, suddenly aware of how close they stood in the darkened garden. Thanks for showing me this place. And for talking. It's nice to have someone who just gets it. Gets what? Sif asked, her voice softer than usual. The whole, willing to die for what you believe in, thing, Naruto explained. Not everyone understands that. In the dim starlight, he couldn't be sure, but he thought Sif's expression softened. No, she agreed quietly. Not everyone does. For a moment, neither moved. The night air seemed charged with possibility. Then Sif stepped back slightly, resuming her more formal demeanor. Rest well, Naruto Uzumaki. Tomorrow's journey will test us all. As they walked back to the palace, Naruto found himself acutely aware of Sif's presence beside him, the rhythm of her movement, the subtle scent of leather and steel and something uniquely her. He wondered if this awareness came from the eternal predator's heightened senses or something else entirely. Either way, he suspected the journey to Yggdrasil's roots would prove significant in ways beyond the knowledge they sought. The expedition to Yggdrasil's roots departed at dawn, a small, select group consisting of Naruto, Loki, Thor, Sif, and Freya. They traveled not by Bifrost but by one of Loki's secret paths, avoiding Heimdall's all-seeing gaze and, by extension, Odin's direct supervision. Father approved this journey, Thor reminded his brother as they prepared to enter the hidden pathway, a shimmering tear in reality tucked within a forgotten cave beneath Asgard's outskirts. We need not skulk about like thieves. Approved with conditions and limitations, Loki corrected. The Norns respond better to unofficial visits. Too much pomp and circumstance puts them in an unhelpful mood. By which he means, Freya translated dryly, Odin has specific questions he wishes asked, but the Norns might answer more freely if they don't believe they're responding to the Allfather's demands. Naruto had prepared carefully for the journey, carrying minimal equipment but fully restored in strength. The episode with the crystal entity had left him with lingering echoes of the eternal predator's memories, fragments of cosmic hunts and ancient power that surfaced in dreams and quiet moments. "Ready?" Loki asked, hand poised to activate the pathway. At their collective nod, he traced a complex pattern in the air. The shimmering tier widened, revealing not a destination but a swirling tunnel of energy, a space between spaces. "Stay close," Loki warned. "The paths between worlds can be disorienting." This proved an understatement. The journey through Loki's pathway assaulted Naruto's senses with impossible colors and distorted perspectives. The very concept of direction seemed fluid, with forward becoming an exercise in faith rather than physical certainty. "This is unpleasant," Kurama growled within Naruto's mind. "Reminds me of dimensional shifting during the war." "At least nobody's trying to kill us this time," Naruto replied mentally. "Yet," the fox added ominously. After what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed as malleable as direction within the pathway. They emerged onto a narrow stone ledge overlooking a vast, impossible space. Above, below, and around them stretched the immensity of Yggdrasil itself, not a tree as Naruto had imagined, but a cosmic structure that defied comprehension. Massive branches extended in all directions, connecting realms visible as distant, glowing spheres. Equally massive roots plunged downward into swirling mist. "The World Tree," Thor explained, noting Naruto's awestruck expression. "Connector of the 9 realms. We stand at the uppermost level of its roots," Freya added. "The Norns dwell much deeper." A narrow path spiraled downward from their ledge, winding around one of Yggdrasil's titanic roots. The path appeared ancient, worn by feet that had traveled it over countless millennia. "We descend single file," Loki instructed. "I'll lead, as I know the way." Thor next, then our guest, with the ladies following to ensure nothing unfortunate occurs from behind. Sif raised an eyebrow at the implication but didn't argue the arrangement. The descent began in silence, each focusing on the treacherous path that frequently narrowed to barely the width of a foot. Naruto's shinobi training served him well, his chakra-enhanced balance keeping him secure even on the most precarious sections. As they descended deeper, the ambient light changed, shifting from the golden glow of the upper roots to a blue-tinged illumination that seemed to emanate from the mist below. The air grew heavier, charged with energy that raised the hair on Naruto's arms. "We enter the realm of fate itself," Freya explained quietly from behind him. "The energy you feel is the convergence of all possibilities, all threads of what might be." "It's making my chakra act weird," Naruto noted, feeling the energy within him responding to the external power. The amber essence of the eternal predator seemed particularly reactive, swirling more actively through his system. "Unsurprising," Freya replied. "The eternal predator existed when the world tree was young. Its essence recognizes this place." After nearly 2 hours of careful descent, the path widened into a small plateau overlooking a vast chamber within the roots themselves. At the chamber's center stood a pool of water so still it perfectly mirrored the complex root structure above. Beside this pool, 3 figures worked at an immense loom, weaving threads of light into patterns of astonishing complexity. "The Norns," Loki announced unnecessarily. "Weavers of fate." As they approached, Naruto studied the 3 figures with growing unease. Though humanoid in general shape, the Norns existed in a state of constant, subtle flux, their features shifting between young and old, beautiful and terrible, solid and ethereal. Looking directly at them for too long made his head ache with the impossibility of their existence. "Visitors," spoke the leftmost Norn, her voice somehow simultaneously youthful and ancient. "Expected yet unexpected." "A prince of lies," continued the central Norn. "A prince of thunder. A goddess of many domains. A shield maiden of single purpose." "And a fragment returned from beyond the branches," concluded the rightmost Norn, her gaze fixing unwaveringly on Naruto. The wolf that walks as man. Respectful greetings, honored Norns, Loki began with uncharacteristic formality. We know what you seek, Laufeyson, interrupted the first Norn. As we know why the All-Father sent you. And why he believes he did not, added the second with what might have been amusement. Thor stepped forward. Then you know we come seeking understanding of the eternal predator and its connection to our companion. The predator hunts across time, said the third Norn, her fingers never ceasing their work at the loom. Scattered yet whole. Diminished yet growing. Dead yet alive. Super helpful, Naruto muttered under his breath, earning a warning look from Sif. The first Norn turned toward him, her shifting features settling momentarily into a smile that contained too many teeth. The vessel speaks. Approach, wolf that is not wolf. Let us see what threads bind you. Naruto glanced at his companions. Freya nodded encouragement, while Loki made a subtle, get on with it, gesture. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped forward until he stood directly before the Norns and their impossible loom. The three beings surrounded him, moving with synchronized grace. Their hands, sometimes appearing elderly and gnarled, sometimes youthful and smooth, reached out to touch him. One placed fingers on his forehead, another over his heart, the third gripping his wrist. The contact sent shock waves of energy through his system. Careful, Kit, Kurama warned. These beings exist outside normal constraints. They could harm us in ways we can't anticipate. Not harm, spoke the central Norn, apparently hearing Kurama's warning. Reveal. The contact intensified. Naruto felt himself falling inward, his consciousness expanding to encompass perspectives beyond his own. He saw himself from the outside, a glowing network of chakra pathways intertwined with threads of amber energy. He saw Kurama, the Nine-Tails' presence, a massive red-orange flame burning within his center. And he saw something else, something ancient coiled within his very genetic structure, woven into the foundation of his being. The eternal predator's fragment, not separate like Kurama but integrated on the most fundamental level. Two predators in one vessel, observed the first Norn. One chosen, one inherited. Both transformed by the joining. The nine-tailed beast, child of the sage, itself a distant echo of cosmic forces, continued the second. The eternal predator, ancient beyond memory, fragmented yet seeking wholeness. And between them, a human soul, completed the third. Stubborn. Resilient. The container that shapes both powers. The vision shifted, expanding further. Naruto saw his own timeline stretching backward and forward, past lives of ancestors carrying the dormant predator fragment, potential futures branching in countless directions. In many of those branches, he saw himself returning to Konoha, living out a shinobi's life, the predator's essence remaining dormant or expressing itself in subtle ways, enhanced instincts, unusual vitality, perhaps passed unknowingly to children. In others, he remained in Asgard, the predator's power growing, influencing events across the 9 realms in ways impossible to fully comprehend. And in some, the branches that made his blood run cold, he saw offspring carrying concentrated forms of the predator's essence, bloodlines that grew more wolf-like with each generation, culminating eventually in beings that could only be Fenrir and its kin. Many paths, the first Norn stated, releasing his forehead. Many fates. None fixed, added the second, removing her hand from his heart. All possible. Until chosen, concluded the third, maintaining her grip on his wrist. Then inevitable. Naruto struggled to process the overwhelming information. You're saying I have a choice. That Fenrir isn't necessarily my legacy. The wolf comes, stated the first Norn. Always. But its nature, its purpose, its alignment, these remain unwritten, continued the second. The fragment you carry seeks completion, the third explained. This cannot be prevented. But the form of that completion, that may yet be influenced. Thor stepped forward. Speak plainly, if you can. Is Naruto destined to father the wolf that brings Ragnarok? The Norns turned as one, their gazes fixing on Thor with unsettling intensity. Ragnarok comes, they stated in unison. Always. The end that is a beginning. The death that allows rebirth. But its shape changes with each turning of the great wheel, the first continued individually. Sometimes the wolf devours the father of all, added the second. Sometimes the father of all devours himself, completed the third. Loki made a sound of frustration. Typical Norn riddles. Can you not simply answer the question? Is our guest the progenitor of Fenrir? He is and is not, replied the first Norn. Will be and will not be, continued the second. Has been and has never been, completed the third. Yeah, that clears it right up, Naruto muttered. The third Norn, still gripping his wrist, suddenly pulled him closer. Her features stabilized momentarily into those of an ancient crone, her eyes wells of cosmic darkness. The fragment seeks its kin, she whispered, her voice now solely for him. The crystal beasts were but the first manifestation. Greater convergences approach. Choose wisely where you plant your seed, wolf that walks as man. Some soil nurtures monsters, others heroes. The cryptic warning sent a chill through Naruto. Before he could question her further, she released his wrist and rejoined her sisters at the loom. You have your answer, travelers, the Norns stated together. Now depart. Fate weaves ever onward, with or without your understanding. That's it? Naruto protested. All this way for riddles and warnings. Be grateful for what was revealed, Freya advised, placing a restraining hand on his arm. The Norns rarely share even this much. Reluctantly, Naruto allowed himself to be led away from the pool and the mysterious weavers. As they began their ascent back up the route pathway, he glanced back once. The Norns had resumed their weaving, but all three had paused to look directly at him, their gazes penetrating across the distance. The wolf returns, their voices echoed in his mind. How it returns remains unwritten. The journey back to Asgard passed in relative silence, each member of the party processing what they had witnessed in their own way. Thor appeared troubled, his usual boisterous manner subdued by the Norns' cryptic pronouncements. Freya seemed deep in thought, occasionally glancing at Naruto with speculative interest. Sif maintained her warrior's composure, though her eyes betrayed concern when they met Naruto's. Only Loki seemed unaffected, his expression one of mild amusement as he guided them back through his secret pathway. Well, he commented as they emerged once more in the cave beneath Asgard, that was typically unhelpful. Norns excel at stating the obvious in the most confusing way possible. They confirmed the connection between Naruto and the eternal predator, Thor pointed out. And suggested that multiple outcomes remain possible. A diplomatic interpretation, Loki replied dryly. They also implied that Ragnarok is inevitable regardless of what we do, hardly reassuring. Ragnarok has always been inevitable, Freya interjected. The cycle of destruction and rebirth underlies the very structure of the 9 realms. What matters is not whether it comes, but how we face it when it does. And whether Odin gets eaten by a wolf specifically connected to our guest, Loki added with dark humor. A detail father is likely to find rather important. Naruto had remained unusually quiet, still processing the visions the Norns had shown him. The branching futures, the warning about where he planted his seed, the implications were both personal and cosmic in scale. You're troubled, Sif observed quietly as they climbed the passage leading back to Asgard's outskirts. Wouldn't you be? Naruto replied. Apparently I might be cosmically destined to father the wolf that eats your king. Not exactly comforting news. The Norns spoke of choices, Sif reminded him. Of paths not yet fixed. Yeah, but they weren't exactly clear about which choices matter, Naruto sighed. Just cryptic warnings about planting seeds and soil that nurtures monsters. Sif's expression remained carefully neutral, though a slight flush colored her cheeks. Their meaning seemed relatively clear to me. Naruto blinked, then realized what she was implying. Oh. You think they meant, actual, kids? Like, be careful who I. It would be the most literal interpretation of their warning, Sif confirmed, her professional demeanor firmly in place despite the awkward subject. Right, Naruto muttered, suddenly finding the cave wall fascinating. Great. So my love life potentially threatens the cosmic order. That's not pressure or anything. A hint of a smile touched Sif's lips. I imagine it's not the first time such a warning has been given to a young warrior. Maybe not, but it's definitely a first for me, Naruto replied. Then, attempting to lighten the mood, he added, back home, the worst consequence of choosing the wrong person was getting punched through a wall by Sakura. This earned a genuine chuckle from Sif, a rare sound that Naruto found he appreciated. Women of power exist in all realms, it seems. They emerged from the cave into Asgard's bright daylight, the golden city spread before them in stark contrast to the primal darkness of Yggdrasil's roots. Thor turned to address the group. We must report to the All-Father, he stated. Though I'm uncertain what conclusions to draw from the Norns' words. Allow me to assist with the interpretation, Loki offered smoothly. I've had the most experience with their particular brand of obfuscation. Thor looked skeptical but nodded agreement. Very well. But no embellishments, Loki. Would I ever, his brother replied with mock innocence. As they made their way toward the palace, Freya fell into step beside Naruto. The Norns showed you more than you've shared, she observed quietly. When they touched you. Yeah, Naruto admitted. I saw, timelines, I guess. Possibilities. My past and potential futures. Including the path to Fenrir, Freya stated rather than asked. Naruto nodded. In some branches, yes. But not all. That's what they meant about choices, some versions of the future lead there, others don't. And did they show you which choices matter? Not exactly, Naruto sighed. Though they did warn me about, He glanced awkwardly at Sif walking ahead of them, then back to Freya. Understanding dawned in Freya's eyes, followed by a flash of something else, calculation. Concern. Ah. The most direct way to influence a bloodline. I see. Yeah, Naruto muttered. Talk about performance pressure. Freya laughed softly, a musical sound that momentarily lightened the atmosphere. The Norns have a way of reducing cosmic complexities to rather personal matters. In my experience, however, such warnings rarely prove simple to interpret or follow. Meaning, Freya elaborated, that avoiding intimacy entirely might prevent one problem while creating others. Or that the seed they speak of might not be literal but metaphorical, ideas, influences, legacies beyond the physical. That, actually makes sense, Naruto acknowledged. Where I'm from, we talk about the will of fire being passed down through generations. Not genetically, but as a philosophy, a way of life. Precisely, Freya nodded. The eternal predator's essence may flow through bloodlines, but how it expresses, as destroyer or protector, monster or guardian, might depend on much more than mere genetics. This perspective provided Naruto some comfort as they reached the palace. Guards snapped to attention as Thor led them through the massive doors and toward the throne room where Odin awaited their report. The All-Father sat alone upon his throne, Gungnir in hand, his single eye watching their approach with keen interest. No counselors or courtiers attended him, this audience would be private. My son's return, Odin acknowledged as they approached and knelt briefly, all except Naruto, who settled for a respectful nod. With our guest and their companions. What wisdom did the Norns impart? Thor began recounting their experience, with Loki occasionally interjecting clarifications or alternative interpretations. Freya added context regarding the eternal predator based on what the Norns had revealed about its fragmented nature. Throughout, Odin's expression remained inscrutable, his gaze frequently returning to Naruto. When the account concluded, a heavy silence fell over the throne room. So, Odin finally spoke, the Norns confirm our guest carries the essence of a primordial entity that predates Asgard itself. An entity connected, however indirectly, to the Wolf of Prophecy. But not inevitably, Naruto interjected. They showed me multiple possible futures. Fenrir isn't a certainty, at least, not as a result of my bloodline. Odin's I narrowed slightly. You claim to interpret the Norns' visions better than those who have studied them for millennia. I claim to report what they showed me directly, Naruto replied, maintaining eye contact with the Allfather. They put their hands on me, connected with me. I saw branching timelines, some leading to Fenrir, others not. And what determines which branch manifests? Odin pressed. Choices, Naruto stated simply. My choices, primarily. Though they weren't exactly specific about which ones matter most. Odin's gaze shifted briefly to Freya, then back to Naruto. Convenient. Father, Thor intervened, the Norns also spoke of Ragnarok itself. They claimed it comes regardless, that its shape may change, but the cycle of destruction and rebirth remains constant. An old teaching, Odin acknowledged. But cold comfort when facing a wolf with your name in its jaws. The blunt statement hung in the air, its implications clear. Despite the Norns' talk of possibilities, Odin remained focused on the threat Naruto potentially represented. So what now? Naruto asked directly. Are we back to you wanting to bind or eliminate me? If I wished that, Odin replied coolly, we would not be having this conversation. Great, so we're making progress, Naruto said with forced optimism. Odin rose from his throne, descending the steps to stand directly before Naruto. Despite the Allfather's aged appearance, power radiated from him like heat from a forge. You misunderstand, young wolf, Odin said quietly. I do not fear Ragnarok itself, I have always known my fate. What concerns me is timing and circumstance. Some versions of the cycle allow for proper preparation, for necessary knowledge to be preserved through the destruction. Others bring only chaos and suffering. The explanation surprised Naruto. So you're not trying to prevent Ragnarok entirely? Just, manage how it happens. The wise king does not rage against inevitability, Odin confirmed. He shapes it to best serve his people's future, even beyond his own demise. For the first time, Naruto felt he glimpsed the true depth of Odin's perspective, not simply a god fearing his prophesied death, but a ruler thinking in terms of cosmic cycles and the preservation of civilization through apocalypse. I can respect that, Naruto acknowledged. Where I'm from, we had a similar approach to the cycle of conflict between nations. We couldn't prevent all wars, but we tried to ensure something better emerged from each one. Odin studied him with newfound interest. Perhaps there is wisdom in you after all, Naruto Uzumaki. Unexpected in one so young. I've had good teachers, Naruto replied. And hard experiences. As have we all, Odin agreed. He addressed the group collectively, continue your investigations into the eternal predator and these crystal manifestations. I will consult the ancient texts regarding primordial entities and their connection to Yggdrasil itself. Perhaps there lies a path that serves both our interests. With that, the audience concluded. As they departed the throne room, Thor clapped Naruto on the shoulder with genuine relief. You've achieved something rare, he noted. Father actually listened to you. And didn't have you executed, Loki added cheerfully. Always a positive outcome when dealing with Odin. Your contribution was actually helpful for once, brother, Thor acknowledged. Thank you for guiding us to the Norns. Don't become accustomed to it, Loki replied with a smirk. I have a reputation for mischief to maintain. He bowed slightly to the group. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters requiring my attention. As Loki departed, Naruto couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease about the trickster god's helpfulness. Throughout their journey, Loki had seemed almost too cooperative, too invested in their success. He's planning something, Kurama rumbled in agreement. Reminds me of Madara, always 3 moves ahead of everyone else. Keep that suspicion, Sif advised, noting Naruto's thoughtful expression as he watched Loki leave. Loki rarely does anything without personal gain in mind. What could he gain from helping us understand my connection to the eternal predator? Naruto wondered. Knowledge is power, Freya replied. And power is Loki's eternal pursuit. Thor sighed heavily. My brother walks his own path, as he always has. For now, we should be grateful for his assistance, while remaining vigilant. The group dispersed shortly thereafter, Thor to consult with the warriors three about increasing border patrols, Freya to examine the crystal fragments she had collected, and Sif to brief her elite guards about potential new threats. Naruto found himself momentarily without purpose, still processing the events at Yggdrasil's roots and their implications. He decided to clear his head with physical activity and made his way to the training grounds where he had faced Tyr days earlier. The arena stood empty in the late afternoon light. Naruto created a dozen shadow clones and began a vigorous sparring session, mixing traditional shinobi techniques with experimental applications of the eternal predator's amber energy. He discovered that infusing his clones with small amounts of the predator's essence made them more resilient and aggressive, though harder to control. Similarly, his Rasengan took on new properties when combined with the amber energy, becoming more primal, more instinctual in its behavior, almost seeking targets on its own. Interesting applications, came a voice from the arena entrance. Naruto dispersed his remaining clones to find Loki watching his training with undisguised curiosity. I thought you had other matters to attend to, Naruto said, maintaining a casual tone despite his internal wariness. I did, Loki replied, approaching with his characteristic fluid grace. You happen to be one of them. Me? I'm flattered. You should be, Loki replied with a thin smile. I rarely take personal interest in father's problems. Is that what I am? A problem? Oh, much more than that, Loki assured him. You're a possibility. A wild card in a game that's been played the same way for millennia. That makes you fascinating. Naruto maintained a neutral expression, though his senses heightened at the potential threat. What do you want, Loki? To offer you information, the trickster replied. Information the others don't have, or won't share. About the eternal predator? About its connection to Fenrir, Loki clarified. My son, according to prophecy. Though I confess the wolf never felt much like my offspring. More like, something working through me. A force using my bloodline as a conduit. This caught Naruto's attention. You think the eternal predator was involved? I think, Loki said carefully, that primordial entities don't simply disappear. They find ways to persist, to influence, to manifest through whatever vessels prove suitable. He studied Naruto with unnerving intensity. My bloodline provided one such vessel. Yours, apparently, another. So what's this information you have? Not here, Loki glanced around the open arena. There are ears everywhere in Asgard, especially when matters of Ragnarok arise. Meet me tonight, at the Eastern Observatory Tower. Midnight. Come alone. Why would I trust you? Naruto asked bluntly. Loki laughed, a genuine sound of amusement. You shouldn't. But curiosity will bring you nonetheless. You want answers, Naruto Uzumaki. I have some to offer. The choice is yours. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Naruto to consider the invitation. It's obviously a trap, Kurama stated flatly. Obviously, Naruto agreed mentally. But he might actually have useful information too. Mixed with lies and manipulation, the fox warned. Wouldn't be the first time I've dealt with someone like that, Naruto pointed out. Remember Kabuto? Orochimaru? Neither fills me with nostalgic comfort, Kurama replied dryly. After resuming his training for another hour, Naruto returned to his quarters to clean up and consider his options. The sensible choice would be to inform Thor or Freya about Loki's invitation, perhaps arrange backup or surveillance. But something told him Loki would detect such precautions. The trickster god had offered this meeting precisely because he believed Naruto would come alone, driven by the need for answers that others couldn't or wouldn't provide. After washing and changing into fresh clothes, Naruto was interrupted by a knock at his door. He opened it to find Freya, her expression uncharacteristically serious. "May I enter?" she asked. "There are matters we should discuss privately." Naruto stepped aside to admit her, curious about this unexpected visit. Freya moved with her usual grace into the room, her golden hair catching the evening light from the windows. "I've been examining the crystal fragments," she began without preamble. "They contain temporal anomalies, traces of energy from outside our current timeline." "Meaning?" "Meaning the eternal predator exists partially outside conventional time," Freya explained. "Its fragments aren't just scattered spatially across the realms but temporally as well, past, present, future versions of itself attempting to reconverge." Naruto frowned, processing this. So those crystal wolves weren't just coming from another place, but another time. "Potentially," Freya confirmed. "Which complicates matters considerably. The convergence may be drawing fragments not just from across the 9 realms but from across different points in the timeline. Including future versions. Like Fenrir." "Precisely," Freya nodded. "The Wolf of Prophecy may not simply be a distant descendant of your bloodline, but a temporal manifestation of the eternal predator itself, called into being by the convergence your presence here has catalyzed." Naruto sat heavily on a nearby chair. "So Ragnarok might be happening because I'm here, not centuries from now." "It's a theory," Freya acknowledged. "One I haven't shared with Odin yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Because if he believes I'm accelerating Ragnarok, his response would likely be decisive and permanent," Freya finished grimly. Naruto ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Great. So now what?" "Now we need more information," Freya replied. "About temporal convergences, about the eternal predator's true nature, about methods to potentially control or direct the process." The parallel to Loki's offer of information wasn't lost on Naruto. He considered telling Freya about the planned midnight meeting but hesitated. If Loki detected others involved, he might withhold whatever knowledge he possessed. "I'll keep working with you on controlling the predator's essence," Naruto said instead. "Maybe if I can master it better, I can influence how this convergence happens." Freya studied him carefully. "There's something you're not telling me." "Lots of things," Naruto admitted with a half-smile. "We've only known each other a couple weeks." "Fair enough," Freya conceded, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely satisfied. "Be careful, Naruto. There are forces at work in Asgard beyond what you've seen. Factions forming around your presence here, some who see opportunity in chaos, others who would eliminate any threat to the established order." "Politics," Naruto sighed. "Some things are the same in every realm." "Indeed," Freya agreed with a small smile. She moved toward the door, then paused. "The Norns' warning about planting seeds. I've been considering its potential meanings." "And?" Naruto prompted when she didn't immediately continue. "And I believe they may have been speaking of influence rather than literal progeny," Freya said. "The choices that matter most might be who you trust, who you align with, who you connect with." Something in her tone shifted with those final words, her gaze meeting his with unexpected intensity. For a moment, Naruto was acutely aware of Freya not just as an ally or mentor but as a woman of extraordinary beauty and power. "I should consider my connections carefully, then," he replied, maintaining a neutral tone despite the sudden awareness. "Indeed you should," Freya agreed. With a final meaningful look, she departed, leaving Naruto with even more to consider before his midnight meeting with Loki. The Eastern Observatory Tower stood apart from the main palace complex, a slender spire dedicated to astronomical study. By midnight, most of Asgard had quieted, though the city never truly slept. Golden light still illuminated the major thoroughfares, and occasional patrols of Einherjar moved through the streets. Naruto approached cautiously, having created a shadow clone to watch his quarters in case anyone checked on him. Rather than using the main entrance, he scaled the tower's exterior, a simple task for a shinobi, even without chakra-enhanced abilities. The observatory itself occupied the tower's upper level, a circular chamber with a retractable dome ceiling currently open to the star-filled sky. Astronomical instruments of gold and crystal filled the space, many tracking the movements of distant realms across the cosmos. Loki stood at the center of the chamber, examining a three-dimensional projection of Yggdrasil and the 9 realms. He didn't look up as Naruto entered through a high window. "Right on time," the trickster commented. "And admirably stealthy. No one observed your approach." "You said you had information," Naruto replied, getting directly to the point. Loki dismissed the projection with a wave of his hand. "Direct. I appreciate that. Very well, what do you know of the binding of Fenrir?" "Not much," Naruto admitted. "Just that he's supposedly your son, prophesied to kill Odin during Ragnarok." "A simplified version," Loki nodded. "The truth, as always, is more complex. Fenrir was born of my union with a giantess, or so the stories claim. But from his earliest days, he was different. Growing faster than natural, with intelligence and power beyond explanation. The eternal predator's influence?" Naruto guessed. "Precisely," Loki confirmed. Though none recognized it as such at the time. Odin feared the wolf's rapid growth and the prophecies surrounding him. He ordered Fenrir bound with enchanted chains forged by dwarves. Tyr lost his hand in the process, the only one Fenrir trusted enough to approach him. "So Fenrir is still bound somewhere?" "In a pocket dimension created specifically to hold him," Loki explained. "Isolated, imprisoned for crimes he had yet to commit. All because of prophecy." The story struck an uncomfortable chord with Naruto, reminding him of how Jinchuriki were often treated, feared and isolated based on what they might do rather than what they had done. "And you think this connects to me how?" he asked. "The binding is weakening," Loki revealed, his expression grave. "Has been for centuries, but the process has accelerated dramatically since your arrival in Asgard. The eternal predator's essence within you calls to its future manifestation in Fenrir." Freya mentioned something similar, Naruto acknowledged. "A temporal convergence. She's more perceptive than most," Loki nodded. "But what she likely hasn't told you is that Odin knows this too. He's been tracking the weakening of Fenrir's bonds for millennia, preparing contingencies. Your arrival was unexpected. A complication to carefully laid plans." "What plans?" Loki smiled thinly. "What would you do, if you knew with certainty how and when you would die? Accept fate meekly? Or arrange matters to continue your influence beyond death?" Understanding dawned. "You're saying Odin has been preparing for Ragnarok all along? Planning for what comes after?" "The All-Father plays the longest of games," Loki confirmed. "He doesn't truly seek to prevent Ragnarok, merely to control its outcome. And your presence here threatens that control. So why tell me this?" Naruto asked, suspicion growing. "You're his son. Why betray his plans?" Loki laughed softly. "You misunderstand our relationship. Odin and I have competing visions for what should emerge from Ragnarok's destruction. He seeks to preserve Asgard's dominance over the realms. I believe something new should rise from the ashes. And you think I can help with your version?" "I think," Loki said carefully, "that you represent a wild card neither of us anticipated. The eternal predator's awakening changes possibilities that have been fixed for millennia. That makes you valuable, and dangerous." The conversation was interrupted by a sudden tremor that shook the tower. Naruto steadied himself against a nearby instrument as Loki moved swiftly to the observatory's edge, looking out over Asgard. "As I expected," the trickster murmured. "We've been betrayed." "What?" Naruto joined him at the railing. In the distance, flashes of combat illuminated the night, somewhere near the palace perimeter. Someone informed the wrong parties of our meeting, Loki explained. Unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. What wrong parties? Naruto demanded. What's happening? Asgard has factions, as all realms do, Loki replied calmly. Some loyal to Odin, others with alternative allegiances. One such faction believes the prophecy of Ragnarok should be fulfilled sooner rather than later. They've been seeking you since your arrival. Me? Why? To eliminate you, of course, Loki said, as if explaining to a child. Prevent the eternal predator from fully awakening, sever its connection to Fenrir, maintain the current timeline. Rather short-sighted, but zealots rarely see the bigger picture. Another explosion rocked the city, closer this time. Alarm horns began to sound across Asgard. We should go, Naruto decided. Get back to the palace, help defend against whatever this is. Oh, it's far too late for that, Loki replied with disturbing calm. They're already inside the defenses. This attack was planned long before your arrival, you simply provided the perfect opportunity to execute it. Naruto's suspicion crystallized into certainty. You knew this would happen. You arranged this meeting to get me away from the palace. I arranged this meeting to provide us both with plausible deniability, Loki corrected. What happens next was inevitable regardless. Before Naruto could respond, the observatory door burst open. 3 warriors entered, not Einherjar, but fighters in darker armor bearing unfamiliar insignia. Their weapons glowed with enchantments clearly designed for killing rather than subduing. The vessel, the lead warrior identified Naruto. And the Prince of Lies. 2 targets together, efficient. Ah, the deserters send their rabble, Loki sighed dramatically. How disappointing. I expected at least elite assassins. The warriors charged without further words. Naruto created shadow clones instantly, meeting the attack while the real Naruto assessed these new opponents. They fought with Asgardian strength and skill but displayed unusual magic, dark energy that corroded whatever it touched. What's a deserter? Naruto called to Loki, who had summoned daggers of green energy and engaged the 3rd warrior with surprising combat prowess. Valkyries corrupted by death magic, Loki explained between strikes. Servants of darker powers that wait beyond Ragnarok. They believe destroying you will prevent the eternal predator's full awakening. Great, Naruto muttered. Just what I needed, death cultists. The fight intensified as more attackers ascended the tower. Naruto found himself drawing increasingly on the eternal predator's essence to match their supernatural abilities. The amber energy flowed through him, enhancing his speed and strength, sharpening his combat instincts. We need to get back to the palace. Naruto shouted as he dispatched another attacker with a Rasengan that sent them crashing through the observatory wall. Agreed, Loki called back. But not through conventional paths. They'll have those covered. Then how? Loki fought his way to Naruto's side. I know a way. But you'll have to trust me. After you basically admitted setting me up. Not likely. I arranged a meeting, not an attack, Loki corrected, parrying a strike meant for Naruto's head. Important distinction. Now, do you want to live long enough to debate the finer points of my treachery, or shall we escape? Another wave of attackers poured through the doorway. Making a split-second decision, Naruto nodded. Fine. What's your escape plan? Loki grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him toward the observatory's edge. We jump. Are you insane? Naruto protested. Frequently, Loki acknowledged. But also correct in this instance. Without further warning, he pulled them both over the railing. As they plummeted from the tower's immense height, Loki traced complex patterns in the air with his free hand. A shimmer appeared below them, another of his secret pathways opening just before impact. They fell through the dimensional tear and emerged somewhere else entirely, a narrow stone passage lit by bioluminescent fungi. The sudden transition from free fall to solid ground sent them both stumbling. Where are we? Naruto demanded, regaining his balance. Beneath Asgard, Loki replied, already moving down the passage. These catacombs predate the current city. Few remember they exist. Naruto followed cautiously, senses alert for further traps. So these deserve, they're attacking the palace to find me? You and others, Loki confirmed. Their primary goal is disrupting Odin's preparations for Ragnarok. Eliminating you serves that purpose but isn't their only objective. And how exactly do you know so much about their plans? Naruto pressed. Loki smiled enigmatically. I make it my business to know what all factions intend. Information is survival in Asgard. They navigated the ancient passages for what felt like hours but was likely only minutes. Finally, Loki paused at a stone wall that appeared identical to all others they had passed. We emerge here, he announced, tracing a pattern on the seemingly solid stone. It rippled like water, becoming transparent. Beyond, Naruto could see the palace gardens, and signs of battle. Asgardian warriors clashed with the same dark-armored fighters who had attacked the observatory. Wait, Naruto grabbed Loki's arm before he could step through. How do I know this isn't just delivering me to more of them? You don't, Loki acknowledged. But consider our options. Stay here in the catacombs indefinitely, or emerge to help defend Asgard, which happens to serve both our interests at the moment. Put that way, the choice was clear. Naruto released Loki's arm. If this is another trick. You'll what? Kill me? Join the queue, Loki replied dryly. After you. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped through the rippling stone and emerged into chaos. The palace gardens were a battlefield, statues toppled, ancient trees burning, bodies of both defenders and attackers scattered across once pristine grounds. He immediately spotted familiar figures, Thor battling multiple opponents near the main palace entrance, the warriors three defending a group of civilian Asgardians attempting to reach safety, and Sif leading a counterattack against a concentrated force of attackers. Go, Loki urged from behind him. Play the hero. It's what you do, isn't it? Without waiting for a response, the trickster disappeared, not through a portal or pathway but simply stepping into shadows that seemed to swallow him whole. Naruto had no time to ponder Loki's methods or motives. He created a dozen shadow clones and sent them to assist the warriors three with evacuation. The real Naruto headed toward Sif, whose forces appeared outnumbered by dark-armored Desert warriors. Need a hand, he called, landing beside her after a chakra-enhanced leap across the garden. Sif's eyes widened briefly in surprise, then narrowed in focus. Where have you been? The attack began at the eastern perimeter. Long story, Naruto replied, deflecting an energy blast with a chakra-infused kunai. Short version, Loki, setup, Desert assassins. Of course Loki is involved, Sif muttered, dispatching an attacker with brutal efficiency. These Desert seek something in the palace vaults. Thor defends the main approach, but they've found another way in. How many? At least 50 warriors, led by 3 true Desert, fallen Valkyries with death magic, Sif explained between strikes. The palace guard is overwhelmed. Naruto assessed the situation quickly. The attackers were focusing on a specific section of the palace, a less ornate structure connected to the main building by a covered walkway. That's their target? The lower vaults, Sif confirmed. Where artifacts too dangerous for the main treasury are kept. Then that's where we need to be, Naruto decided. Can your warriors hold here? Sif nodded grimly. Go. I'll follow when I can. Naruto channeled more of the Eternal Predator's essence, the amber energy flowing through his chakra network. The partial transformation occurred faster now, more controlled, claws extending, senses sharpening, a visible aura of energy surrounding him. He moved with enhanced speed across the battlefield, cutting through groups of lesser warriors with combined taijutsu and predator strength. The amber energy responded eagerly to combat, almost hungrily, a sensation both empowering and concerning. Don't lose yourself, Kit, Kurama warned. The predator feeds on battle. I've got it under control, Naruto assured him, though he could feel the truth was more complex. The predator's essence wasn't trying to take over, it was merging with him, becoming less distinguishable from his own chakra with each use. He reached the vault entrance to find it already breached. Bodies of Einherjar guards lay scattered around a massive door torn from its hinges by some tremendous force. Within, sounds of ongoing combat echoed from ancient stone. Naruto entered cautiously, creating shadow clones to scout ahead. The vault consisted of multiple chambers connected by a central corridor, each sealed with progressively more powerful enchantments. Many of these barriers now lay shattered, magical energies dissipating into the air. Through his clones, Naruto located the primary conflict, in the deepest chamber, where three figures surrounded what appeared to be a sealed sarcophagus of black stone. These had to be the true Dazur Sif had mentioned, female warriors in armor that seemed partially spectral, their features beautiful but terrifying, with eyes that glowed with unnatural light. They were working to break the sarcophagus's seals while lesser warriors held off the few remaining Asgardian defenders. Whatever lay within, it was clearly their primary objective. Naruto didn't wait for reinforcements. He charged into the chamber, the predator's amber aura flaring around him. Whatever you're after, you're not getting it. The Dazur turned as one, their expressions shifting from surprise to calculating interest. The vessel, the central figure stated, her voice carrying unnatural resonance. Convenient. We sought you next. Well, you found me, Naruto replied, forming a Rasengan infused with amber energy. Now step away from the creepy coffin. You do not understand what you defend, wolf child, another Dazur said. This contains the seed of Asgard's true destruction, Odin's contingency for controlling Ragnarok itself. Not interested in your death cult propaganda, Naruto shot back. Last chance to surrender before things get messy. The Dazur responded by drawing weapons of crystallized darkness, swords that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the chamber's light. We will extract the eternal predator's essence from your corpse, the leader stated matter-of-factly. A mercy compared to what Odin plans for you. They attacked in perfect coordination, moving with speed that challenged even Naruto's enhanced perception. These were no ordinary warriors but supernatural beings of immense power. Their blades passed through his shadow clones as if they were mist, dispelling them instantly. Naruto found himself driven back, relying increasingly on the eternal predator's power to match their supernatural abilities. The amber energy responded eagerly, pushing his transformation further than before, a partial muzzle forming, teeth lengthening, his entire body becoming more lupin. Yes, hissed one Dazur as she observed the changes. The convergence progresses. The predator awakens. I control it, not the other way around, Naruto growled, his voice deeper, rougher. For now, she replied with terrible certainty. The battle intensified, Naruto creating and losing dozens of clones as he sought advantage against the three Dazur. Their lesser warriors had been dispatched by the remaining Asgardian defenders, but those defenders now hung back, clearly outmatched by the fallen Valkyries. Just as Naruto found himself cornered, a familiar voice rang out from the chamber entrance. Face warriors of your own caliber, Death Maidens. Sif charged into the chamber, her sword gleaming with golden light. Behind her came Freya, her hands wreathed in complex magical energies unlike any Naruto had seen her use before. The arrival of reinforcements shifted the balance. Sif engaged the leader directly, her enhanced weapon able to meet the Dazur's dark blade where normal steel had failed. Freya's magic countered the death energy the Dazur wielded, creating openings for Naruto to exploit. The sarcophagus. Freya called to him. They must not break its final seal. Naruto fought his way toward the black stone container, which now glowed with ominous energy where the Dazur had partially broken its protections. One of the fallen Valkyries moved to intercept him, but a perfectly timed spell from Freya briefly immobilized her, allowing Naruto to slip past. How do I restore the seal? He shouted, examining the damaged runes that covered the sarcophagus. You can't, Freya called back while deflecting a magical attack. But your energy might stabilize it temporarily. Understanding instinctively what she meant, Naruto placed his hands on the sarcophagus and channeled chakra into it. To his surprise, the stone responded eagerly, almost hungrily, to the eternal predator's essence, the amber energy flowing into the damaged seals and reinforcing them. As the connection formed, Naruto experienced a momentary vision, similar to what had happened with the crystal entity, but far more intense. Within the sarcophagus lay not a body but a concept, a sliver of pure entropy, a fragment of the ultimate end of all things, preserved and controlled by Odin's magic. Ragnarok in a box, Naruto murmured in shock. The vision broke as one of the Dazur reached him, her dark blade slashing across his back. Pain flared, but the predator's essence already worked to heal the wound, amber energy sealing damaged flesh. You understand nothing, vessel, she hissed. Odin does not prevent Ragnarok, he weaponizes it. Before she could strike again, a silver blade erupted from her chest. Sif stood behind the Dazur, her sword piercing straight through the fallen Valkyrie's spectral armor. Your heresy ends here, Sif stated coldly. The Dazur didn't die as a mortal would, instead, her form dissolved into particles of dark energy that dissipated into the air. Her two companions, seeing her fall, redoubled their attacks against Freya, forcing the Vanir goddess onto the defensive. Go! Sif commanded Naruto. Help Lady Freya. I will guard the sarcophagus. Naruto hesitated only briefly before charging to Freya's aid. Together, they engaged the remaining Dazur in a battle that shook the very foundations of the vault. Naruto's predator-enhanced abilities combined with Freya's ancient magic proved an effective combination against the Death Maiden's supernatural powers. Finally, after what seemed like hours but was likely only minutes of intense combat, the last Dazur fell, not destroyed like their leader but fleeing, her form becoming mist that slipped between cracks in the ancient stonework. She escapes, Sif noted with frustration. But without their prize, Freya replied, breathing heavily from magical exertion. She turned to Naruto, who had maintained his partially transformed state throughout the battle. Are you injured? Healing already, he confirmed, feeling the predator's essence repairing the damage he'd sustained. What was that thing they were trying to get? I saw something when I touched it. Freya and Sif exchanged significant looks. That is not for open discussion, Sif stated firmly. Even among allies. It's Odin's most closely guarded secret, Freya explained more gently. A contingency for Ragnarok that few know exists. Before Naruto could press for more information, Thor arrived with a contingent of Einherjar. The Thunder God surveyed the damaged vault with grim satisfaction. The attack has been repelled, he announced. The remaining Dazur forces retreat. His gaze fell on the partially damaged sarcophagus. Father will want a full accounting of what transpired here. And of where certain people were when the attack began, Sif added, giving Naruto a pointed look. I was with Loki, Naruto admitted. He claimed to have information about the Eternal Predator and Fenrir. Invited me to meet him at the observatory tower. Where the attack conveniently began, Sif noted dryly. Yeah, Naruto sighed. I'm starting to see a pattern with your brother, he added to Thor. Thor's expression darkened. Loki's games grow dangerous. If he had knowledge of this attack beforehand. We'll sort that out later, Freya interjected. For now, the vault must be resecured, and the wounded tended to. As they exited the damaged vault, Naruto gradually released the Eternal Predator's transformation, returning to his normal appearance. The process came easier now, the transition smoother in both directions, another sign of his growing integration with the ancient power. Outside, Asgard was beginning to recover from the attack. Fires were being extinguished, wounded warriors treated, damage assessed. The Golden City had withstood the assault, but not without cost. Bodies of fallen Einherjar and citizens lay covered in respectful shrouds throughout the palace grounds. They died because of me, Naruto said quietly as they passed through the gardens where the heaviest fighting had occurred. The Dazur wanted the sarcophagus, but they were after me too. They wanted what you carry, Freya corrected. The eternal predator's essence. You are not to blame for their actions. But if I wasn't here, if you weren't here, Sif interrupted firmly, they might have succeeded in their primary objective. Your presence at the vault made the difference. Thor placed a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. Lady Sif speaks truth. You fought with honor to defend Asgard today. Remember the lives you saved, not only those lost. The words provided small comfort, but Naruto appreciated the sentiment. As they approached the main palace, a messenger arrived for Thor. The All-Father requires your presence immediately, the messenger reported. All of you. In the war chamber. Thor nodded grimly. We come. The war chamber occupied a secure section of the palace, a large, circular room dominated by a three-dimensional tactical display of Asgard and the surrounding regions. Odin stood before this display, studying reports of the attack with Tyr and several senior commanders. As they entered, Odin's single eye fixed on Naruto with an intensity that suggested he already knew much of what had transpired. The Dazur breached our deepest vault, the All-Father stated without preamble. A feat thought impossible for millennia. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, were conveniently absent when the attack began. I was with Loki, Naruto replied directly. He invited me to meet him at the observatory, claiming to have information about the Eternal Predator. And did he provide this information before the attack conveniently interrupted you? Odin asked, his tone dangerously neutral. Some, Naruto confirmed. He spoke of Fenrir's binding weakening since my arrival. Of temporal convergence accelerating Ragnarok. And of factions within Asgard with competing visions for what comes after. Odin's expression remained unreadable, but something in his posture shifted almost imperceptibly. And what role did he suggest you play in these competing visions? He called me a wild card that neither of you anticipated, Naruto answered honestly. Something that changes possibilities that have been fixed for millennia. A heavy silence fell over the war chamber. Odin and Thor exchanged significant looks, while Tyr studied Naruto with newfound wariness. The Dazur are fanatical but not fools, Odin finally said. Their attack served multiple purposes, testing our defenses, attempting to acquire a powerful artifact, and separating you from protection. His gaze shifted to include all present. They will try again. What exactly do they want with me? Naruto asked. Beyond killing me to prevent the Eternal Predator's awakening? They believe, Freya answered when Odin remained silent, that the Eternal Predator's essence could be extracted and used, controlled by those who serve powers beyond Ragnarok. Extracted how? Painfully, Tyr stated bluntly. Fatally. Ancient rituals exist for separating divine essence from mortal vessels. Great, Naruto muttered. Death cultists want to ritually sacrifice me. Any other good news? The attack confirms what we suspected, Odin continued, ignoring Naruto's sarcasm. Events accelerate toward Ragnarok. The presence of the Eternal Predator's active essence within our realm has destabilized cosmic balances maintained for millennia. So this is my fault? Naruto challenged. Not fault, Odin corrected. Catalyst, perhaps. The convergence was always inevitable, your arrival has simply hastened it. Which means we have less time to prepare than anticipated, Thor added. Odin nodded agreement. Asgard's defenses must be strengthened immediately. The vault resealed with additional protections. And you, his gaze fixed on Naruto, must accelerate your efforts to control the Eternal Predator's essence. Your performance during the attack demonstrated progress, but not mastery. I'm working on it, Naruto replied. But it's not exactly something with an instruction manual. Perhaps not, Freya interjected, but there may be another approach we haven't considered. All eyes turned to her. If the Eternal Predator seeks convergence, reunion of its scattered fragments, perhaps we should focus less on containment and more on directed integration. Meaning? Thor asked. Meaning, Freya elaborated, that Naruto might benefit from actively seeking connection with certain fragments of the eternal predator, controlled exposure rather than avoidance. That sounds risky, Naruto observed. It is, Freya acknowledged. But less risky, perhaps, than allowing random convergences like the crystal entities to continue manifesting with increasing power. Odin considered this suggestion with unnerving intensity. You propose deliberately accelerating the very process we sought to contain. I propose controlling it rather than merely reacting to it, Freya corrected. The convergence progresses regardless of our wishes. Better to direct it than allow it to manifest chaotically. For a long moment, Odin remained silent, weighing options only he could fully see. Finally, he nodded slightly. A controlled experiment may be warranted. Lady Freya will oversee the process, with appropriate safeguards. And if I don't want to be your experimental subject? Naruto asked directly. Odin's single eye fixed on him with ancient power. Then Asgard burns, the 9 realms fall to chaos, and Ragnarok comes not as a transition but as total annihilation. Your choice, young wolf. Put that way, there wasn't really a choice at all. Naruto looked to Freya, who gave him a slight nod of reassurance. Fine, he conceded. But I want Sif involved too. The request surprised even himself, but somehow felt right. If something goes wrong, I trust her to do what's necessary. Sif's expression registered momentary surprise before shifting to solemn acceptance of the responsibility. I will stand guard during these experiments. It is decided then, Odin declared. You will begin tomorrow. For tonight, rest and recover. Asgard has withstood one attack, we must prepare for the next. As the meeting concluded and they filed from the war chamber, Naruto found himself walking between Freya and Sif, each representing different aspects of his developing connection to this realm. Freya with her knowledge and subtle guidance, Sif with her warrior's honor and growing trust. The All-Father fears what you might become, Freya murmured quietly as they walked. But also what you might prevent. And what's that? Naruto asked. His carefully arranged version of Ragnarok, Sif answered, surprising both of them with her insight. Odin has planned for his end for millennia, ensuring Asgard's rebirth follows his design, not chaos. You understand more than you reveal, Shield Maiden, Freya noted with new respect. I serve the throne, Sif replied simply. That requires understanding what truly motivates those who sit upon it. And what motivates you? Naruto asked her directly. Sif met his gaze steadily. Honor. Duty. Protection of those who cannot protect themselves. She paused before adding, and increasingly, truth, even when it conflicts with established order. The answer resonated deeply with Naruto's own values. Despite the chaos of the day, or perhaps because of it, he felt a growing certainty that whatever destiny awaited him in this realm, these two women would play crucial roles in determining its shape. The Norns warned about connections, Kurama reminded him. About where you plant seeds, both literally and figuratively. I know, Naruto acknowledged mentally. But some connections feel right, even with the risks. The fox's rumbling chuckle echoed in his mind. You always did follow your heart more than your head, Kit. Let's hope it serves you better here than it sometimes did back home. As they reached the residential wing of the palace, now heavily guarded following the attack, Naruto realized how exhausted he was, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. The day had brought combat, betrayal, revelations about cosmic cycles, and the weight of lives lost partially because of his presence. Rest, Freya advised, noting his fatigue. Tomorrow brings new challenges. I'll post guards at your quarters, Sif added. Warriors I personally trust. Naruto nodded gratefully. Thanks. Both of you. As he entered his chambers and closed the door, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that events were accelerating towards some inevitable confrontation, not just between himself and cosmic forces, but between competing visions for what would emerge from the chaos those forces created. Odin, Loki, the Dazur, all had their own designs for Ragnarok and what followed. And somehow, improbably, he had become central to all their plans. Just another day as Naruto Uzumaki, he muttered to himself, collapsing onto his bed still fully clothed. Saving the world, or worlds, one cosmic disaster at a time. Sleep claimed him almost instantly, but even in dreams, amber eyes watched from shadows, patient, hungry, waiting for the convergence to complete. Chapter 3, Legacy of the Predator. Dawn broke over Asgard, sunlight gleaming on buildings still bearing scars from the Dazur attack. Naruto stood at the center of a circular chamber deep within Freya's sanctuary, stripped to the waist, sweat beading on his skin despite the cool air. 7 days had passed since the battle in the vaults, 7 days of increasingly intense experiments. Focus on the fragment, Freya instructed, circling him with analytical precision. Don't resist its integration. Guide it. In front of Naruto floated a small shard of amber crystal, a piece of the entity they'd fought in the forest. Inside a containment field of Freya's design, the shard pulsed with familiar energy, resonating with the power inside Naruto. Ready? Freya asked, her fingers poised to lower the barriers. Naruto nodded, centering himself. Do it. The containment field dropped. The crystal shard hung suspended for a heartbeat, then shot toward Naruto like a missile seeking its target. It struck his chest, not penetrating physically but phasing into him, merging with his energy rather than his flesh. Pain erupted through Naruto's system. Not physical pain but something deeper, the agony of forced integration, of something alien yet familiar forcing itself home. The amber energy within him surged in response, spreading through his chakra network in pulsing waves. Hold steady, Kit. Kurama urged as Naruto dropped to one knee. Don't fight it, but don't surrender either. Naruto gritted his teeth, finding the balance Kurama suggested. Not resisting the fragment's integration but guiding its path, channeling it through existing pathways rather than letting it forge destructive new ones. The transformation began, more profound than previous manifestations. His nails extended into true claws. His canine teeth lengthened into fangs. The whisker marks on his cheeks darkened and widened. His blue eyes shifted completely to amber with vertical pupils. Most dramatically, his hair lengthened and lightened, taking on the color of wheat with streaks of silver. Good, Freya encouraged, monitoring the process. Your body adapts more efficiently with each fragment. The predator's essence integrates rather than overwhelms. From her position at the chamber entrance, Sif watched with tense vigilance, hand resting on her sword hilt. In previous sessions, she'd been forced to intervene twice when Naruto temporarily lost control. Today, however, he maintained awareness through the transformation. How do you feel? Freya asked as the process stabilized. Naruto rose slowly, examining his transformed appearance in the polished metal surface Freya provided. The face that stared back was still recognizably his, but with pronounced lupin features. Not monstrous but primal, fierce, commanding. Stronger, he answered, his voice deeper but clear. More, connected somehow. Like I can sense things beyond this room. The eternal predator existed across dimensions, Freya explained. As more fragments integrate, your awareness expands accordingly. Naruto closed his eyes, exploring this expanded perception. He could sense energy patterns throughout Freya's sanctuary, throughout Asgard itself. Most significantly, he could feel other fragments of the eternal predator scattered across the 9 realms, dim flickering presences like distant stars. And something else, something massive, ancient, restrained but awakening. A presence that resonated with his own yet felt distinctly separate. Fenrir, he murmured, opening his eyes. I can feel him. Freya and Sif exchanged concerned glances. Where? Sif demanded. Not in Asgard, Naruto assured her. Somewhere, between realms. Isolated. Contained but stirring. He focused harder on the distant presence. He feels my awakening. responds to it. As expected, Freya noted, making adjustments to the monitoring crystals surrounding them. The fragments recognize each other across distance and containment. It's more than recognition, Naruto said. There's anticipation. Like pieces of a puzzle knowing they should fit together. Can you communicate with this presence? Freya asked, scientific curiosity overriding caution. Freya. Sif protested. That goes beyond Odin's authorization. Knowledge serves Asgard, Freya countered smoothly. Understanding the connection between Naruto and Fenrir may be crucial to preventing catastrophe. Naruto raised a hand, silencing their debate. I'll try. But carefully. He closed his eyes again, focusing on the distant presence he'd identified as Fenrir. Rather than forcing contact, he simply acknowledged the connection, opening himself to whatever might flow through it. The response was immediate and overwhelming, a torrent of impressions, emotions, fragmented memories. Hatred. Confinement. Betrayal. Pain. Centuries of isolation and growing rage. Beneath it all, a primal hunger not just for destruction but for completion, for the reunion of all fragments into something whole again. Naruto gasped, staggering backward. Sif moved instantly to support him, her strong hand steadying his shoulders. What happened? She demanded, concern evident despite her professional tone. Fenrir, Naruto managed, shaking his head to clear the lingering impressions. So much anger. So much pain. They bound him for what he might do, not what he'd done. The betrayal, it twisted him. What else? Freya pressed, recording his words with a small enchanted stylus. He's more aware than they realize, Naruto continued. He's been testing his bonds for centuries, learning their weaknesses. And he knows about me now. He looked up, meeting Freya's gaze. He's waiting for me. Expecting me. To free him? Sif asked sharply. No, Naruto shook his head. To join with him. To complete the convergence. Freya set down her instruments, expression grave. This confirms our theories about the eternal predator's nature. It doesn't merely seek to awaken within you, it seeks reunification of all its fragments, including the most powerful one currently incarnated as Fenrir. And if that happens? Sif asked. Then the eternal predator would be whole again for the first time since before the 9 realms formed, Freya replied. A primordial entity of immense power, with Naruto and Fenrir as its primary vessels. That can't happen, Sif stated firmly. Fenrir is prophesied to devour Odin and bring Ragnarok. Prophecies can be interpreted many ways, Freya reminded her. Perhaps with Naruto's influence, we can't risk it, Sif interrupted. The All-Father must be informed immediately. Naruto, still processing the connection with Fenrir, raised his hand again. Wait. There's more. He struggled to articulate the impressions he'd received. Fenrir isn't just a wolf. He's a container, like me. But where I have Kurama, a separate entity I work with, Fenrir has been completely overwhelmed by his fragment. His consciousness exists but is buried under centuries of rage and pain. You empathize with him, Freya observed. It wasn't a question. I could have become him, Naruto acknowledged quietly. If Konoha had treated me differently, if I'd given in to hatred and resentment. I could have become a monster too. Silence fell over the chamber as the implications of this insight settled. Finally, Sif spoke, her voice unusually gentle. But you didn't. You chose a different path. Yeah, Naruto agreed, meeting her gaze. Because people gave me a chance. Believed in me. Fenrir never had that, they bound him based on prophecy, and in doing so, ensured he'd become exactly what they feared. The transformation began to recede gradually, Naruto's features returning to normal as the integrated fragment settled into his system. The process left him exhausted but clearer-headed than after previous sessions. Enough for today, Freya decided. 7 fragments integrated in 7 days. Your body and spirit need time to stabilize. Agreed, Sif said, still standing close to Naruto. The Allfather expects a report on your progress, but it can wait until you've recovered. Naruto nodded gratefully, suddenly aware of how drained he felt. The integration process demanded tremendous energy, and the brief connection with Fenrir had taxed him further. He reached for his discarded shirt, noticing how Sif's eyes lingered momentarily on his bare torso before she professionally averted her gaze. I'll escort you to your quarters, she offered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks when Freya raised an elegant eyebrow at the suggestion. Thank you, Naruto accepted, too tired to notice the subtle interplay between the women. I could use the company. As they left Freya's experimental chamber, Naruto was acutely aware of Sif walking beside him, her measured warrior stride matching his, the subtle scent of leather and steel and something uniquely her that his enhanced senses easily detected. You've changed, she observed as they crossed the gardens connecting Freya's sanctuary to the main palace. The transformation, you mean? Not just physically, Sif clarified. Your bearing, your confidence, even your approach to combat has evolved. You move differently now. Naruto considered this. The eternal predator's essence brings instincts, experience that isn't mine but becomes part of me. Sometimes I find myself knowing things I shouldn't know, reacting in ways I wouldn't normally react. Does it concern you? Sif asked. Losing yourself to this ancient power? It did at first, Naruto admitted. But it's not like with Kurama, where we're separate entities sharing space. The predator's essence integrates with mine, becomes part of me rather than replacing me. And Fenrir? Did he integrate or was he replaced? The question cut to the heart of Naruto's concerns. I think, he never had a chance. They feared him from birth, treated him as a monster, so he became one. They reached the palace proper, passing guards who snapped to attention at Sif's approach. Since the Dazur attack, security had intensified throughout Asgard. Warrior patrols moved constantly through the city, and magical wards glimmered visibly at key locations. May I ask you something? Sif said as they approached Naruto's quarters. When he nodded, she continued, if you could communicate with Fenrir again, what would you say to him? Naruto considered the question carefully. I'd tell him I understand his pain. That betrayal and isolation breed hatred, I know that firsthand. But I'd also tell him that vengeance doesn't heal those wounds. That devouring Odin won't free him from his chains, only forge new ones. Wise words, Sif acknowledged. Though I wonder if Fenrir is capable of hearing them after centuries of confinement and rage. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, Naruto replied. Even giant, prophecy-bound wolf gods. A small smile touched Sif's lips. Your optimism remains intact despite everything. It's admirable. They reached Naruto's door, pausing awkwardly. Something had shifted between them during these past days, a growing connection neither had explicitly acknowledged. Will you be at the council meeting tonight? Sif asked. Yeah, Naruto confirmed. Freya wants to present our progress with the fragments. Apparently, Odin's getting impatient. The Allfather's concerns extend beyond Asgard, Sif explained. Reports come from all realms of unusual phenomena, spatial distortions, temporal anomalies, creatures appearing where they shouldn't exist. The convergence affects the entire cosmic structure. No pressure or anything, Naruto muttered. Sif's expression softened. You bear a heavy burden. Few could carry it with such strength. Before Naruto could respond, she leaned forward unexpectedly and kissed his cheek, a brief, almost hesitant gesture completely at odds with her usual warrior's confidence. Rest well, she said, already turning to leave, a flush coloring her cheeks. You'll need your strength tonight. Naruto stood momentarily stunned, watching her stride away with military precision. Only when she'd turned the corner did he touch the spot where her lips had brushed his skin, a slow smile spreading across his face. Well, Kurama's amused voice rumbled in his mind. The shield maiden makes her interest known. Interesting timing. What do you mean? Naruto asked mentally as he entered his quarters. The Norns warned about where you plant your seed, remember? And now you have two goddesses showing distinct interest in more than your wolf essence. Freya's just scientifically curious, Naruto objected, though without much conviction. The Vanir goddess had indeed been displaying increasingly personal interest in their interactions. Keep telling yourself that, Kit, Kurama chuckled. Just remember, in this realm, choosing a mate may have cosmic consequences. Naruto collapsed onto his bed, too exhausted to properly consider the fox's warning. Sleep claimed him almost immediately, but his dreams were troubled, filled with amber eyes watching from darkness, distant howls echoing across dimensions, and two distinct feminine presences pulling him in different directions. The council chamber hummed with tense energy as Freya concluded her report on Naruto's progress. Around the massive stone table sat Asgard's highest authorities, Odin at the head, flanked by Thor and, surprisingly, Loki, who had emerged from wherever he'd been hiding since the Dazur attack. The warriors' three occupied seats together, while Tyr and several elder counselors Naruto hadn't met filled the remaining positions. 7 fragments successfully integrated, Freya summarized. Each absorption easier than the last, with increasing control and awareness. Most significantly, Naruto has established rudimentary contact with the Fenrir fragment. This final revelation sent murmurs around the table. Odin leaned forward, his single eye intense. Explain, he commanded. Naruto, standing beside Freya rather than seated at the table, stepped forward. I sensed Fenrir's presence after integrating the latest fragment. Not communication exactly, more like, impressions. Emotions. Memories. And what did you learn from these, impressions? Odin asked, his tone deceptively casual. Naruto met the Allfather's gaze directly. That Fenrir's rage comes from betrayal. He was bound for what you feared he would do, not anything he had done. That created exactly what you were trying to prevent, a being consumed by hatred, focused on revenge. A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Thor shifted uncomfortably while Loki's lips curved in a subtle smile of appreciation for Naruto's boldness. You presume to judge decisions made before your grandfather's grandfather drew breath. Odin finally responded, his voice dangerously soft. I'm stating facts, not judgments, Naruto replied evenly. Fenrir's consciousness still exists beneath the rage, but centuries of isolation have buried it deep. The fragment of the eternal predator within him dominates almost completely now. And within you? Odin pressed. Does it dominate? No, Naruto answered confidently. I integrate rather than suppress. Work with it rather than against it. Maybe because I've had practice with Kurama, or maybe because no one tried to bind me in chains the moment I arrived. The implied criticism wasn't lost on anyone present. Loki's smile widened perceptibly, while Thor looked troubled. Bold words from a guest in my realm, Odin noted. One whose very presence accelerates Ragnarok. Father, Thor interjected, Naruto speaks from insight gained through these experiments you authorized. His perspective may be valuable precisely because it differs from our own. Odin acknowledged his son's point with a slight nod before returning his attention to Naruto. This contact with Fenrir, could it be expanded? Controlled? Potentially, Freya answered before Naruto could. With proper preparation and additional integrated fragments to strengthen the connection. For what purpose? Sif asked from her position near the chamber entrance. Though not officially part of the council, her role as Naruto's guardian during the experiments warranted her presence. Understanding, Odin replied smoothly. Knowledge of our adversary. Is that all? Loki inquired, speaking for the first time. Mere academic curiosity about an imprisoned wolf? How uncharacteristically scholarly of you, father. Odin ignored his adopted son's provocation. Lady Freya, how many more fragments would be required for reliable communication with Fenrir? 3, perhaps 4, Freya estimated. Though each integration increases the risk of unpredictable outcomes. We're in uncharted territory. The risk is justified by necessity, Odin decided. Accelerate the integration process. I want reliable contact established within 3 days. 3 days? Naruto protested. We've been doing one fragment daily to allow my system to stabilize between integrations. Circumstances change, Odin stated flatly. The Dazur grow bolder. Anomalies spread throughout the realms. Time becomes our scarcest resource. And if forcing the process endangers Naruto? Sif challenged, stepping forward. Odin's eye shifted to her, noting her protective stance. Your concern for our guest is admirable, Lady Sif. But the fate of the 9 realms outweighs individual safety. Not if damaging the vessel undermines your objective, Freya countered pragmatically. 2 fragments daily represents the maximum safe acceleration. A tense negotiation followed, with Odin pushing for speed while Freya insisted on precautions. Finally, they settled on an accelerated schedule, 2 fragments daily with enhanced magical safeguards, that would establish full contact with Fenrir within 4 days. Throughout the discussion, Naruto observed the council dynamics with growing unease. Something about Odin's insistence on contacting Fenrir felt off, driven by more than mere information gathering. The Allfather's carefully neutral expression couldn't completely hide a calculating intensity that reminded Naruto of Danzo back in Konoha, someone with hidden agendas behind every decision. As the council session concluded, Thor approached Naruto while the others filed out. You stood your ground well before Father. Few dare speak so directly to the Allfather. Where I come from, even leaders need to hear the truth, Naruto replied. Especially when they don't want to. Thor clapped a hand on his shoulder. A philosophy I share, though expressing it diplomatically remains a challenge for us both. He lowered his voice. Be cautious in the coming days. Father's urgency suggests factors beyond what he's shared with the council. You don't trust your own father? Naruto asked, surprised. I trust his commitment to Asgard's survival above all else, Thor clarified. But the path he chooses to ensure that survival, sometimes gives me pause. With that cryptic warning, Thor departed, leaving Naruto to ponder his words. Before he could do so for long, Loki materialized seemingly from nowhere, falling into step beside him. My brother grows wiser, the trickster observed. Questioning rather than blindly following, a promising development. What do you want, Loki? Naruto asked warily. Their last meeting had coincided with the Dazur attack, hardly inspiring trust. The same thing everyone seems to want from you, Loki replied with mock offense. Conversation. Insight into the cosmic wolf growing within you. Perhaps a hint about which goddess you'll choose to warm your bed. Naruto stopped walking, turning to face him directly. Cut the games. You know something about Odin's plans that you're not sharing. Loki's amused expression shifted to something more calculating. Very direct. Refreshing. He glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. What if I told you the Allfather's interest in your communication with Fenrir has nothing to do with information and everything to do with transference? Transference. The ability to move essence from one vessel to another, Loki explained. Or perhaps to extract it entirely. The implication hit Naruto like a physical blow. You're saying he wants to use me to extract Fenrir's essence? Why? To destroy it? Oh, nothing so wasteful, Loki said with a thin smile. Power like that is never destroyed, only redirected, contained, harnessed. For what purpose? Loki's expression grew serious. What does any king ultimately desire? Control. Odin has spent millennia preparing for Ragnarok, not to prevent it, but to shape what emerges from the destruction. The eternal predator's power, properly controlled, would give him unprecedented influence over the cycle itself. "You're claiming Odin wants to harness Fenrir's power for himself," Naruto summarized skeptically. "Why should I believe you over him?" "You shouldn't," Loki admitted candidly. "Trust neither of us completely. But observe. Question. Consider why the All-Father suddenly prioritizes your connection to Fenrir above all else." He stepped back, preparing to depart. "And perhaps ask Lady Freya about the contents of that sarcophagus the dessert tried to steal. Its purpose might prove illuminating." Before Naruto could respond, Loki vanished, not metaphorically but literally, his form dissolving into green-gold energy that dissipated into the air. "He's manipulating you," Kurama noted. "But that doesn't mean he's lying." "Yeah," Naruto agreed mentally. "The best manipulations contain truth. The question is, which parts?" He continued toward Freya's sanctuary, where preparations for the next fragment integration were already underway. Loki's warning echoed in his mind, joining Thor's earlier caution to form a troubling pattern. Something larger was unfolding behind the scenes, political machinations beyond the straightforward crisis of the eternal predator's awakening. Upon reaching the experimental chamber, Naruto found Freya deep in conversation with Sif. Both women fell silent as he entered, exchanging glances that suggested their discussion had concerned him. "Perfect timing," Freya greeted him. "We were just discussing the accelerated integration schedule." "And its risks," Sif added pointedly. Naruto studied them both, making a quick decision to be direct. "What's in the sarcophagus the dessert tried to steal?" The question clearly caught Freya off guard. Her composure faltered momentarily before reasserting itself. "Who told you to ask about that? Does it matter?" "I'm asking." Freya and Sif exchanged another glance, some silent communication passing between them. Finally, Freya sighed. "It contains what might be called the seed of Ragnarok," she explained reluctantly. "A fragment of pure entropy, the end of all things, preserved and controlled through Odin's magic. In simplest terms, it's a catalyst that could trigger Ragnarok under controlled conditions rather than waiting for it to occur naturally." "A weapon," Naruto translated. "A tool," Freya corrected. "One the All-Father created millennia ago as final assurance that Ragnarok would follow his design rather than descend into uncontrolled chaos." "And how does this connect to Fenrir?" "To me?" Another hesitation. Sif stepped forward. "Tell him, Freya. He deserves to know what he's part of." Freya nodded reluctantly. "The sarcophagus catalyst requires a vessel, a being capable of channeling primordial energy without being destroyed by it. Traditionally, this would have been Thor or Odin himself, but with the eternal predator's essence awakening in you. I become a more suitable vessel," Naruto finished, the pieces clicking into place. "Odin doesn't just want me to communicate with Fenrir, he wants to use me to channel both Fenrir's essence and this entropy catalyst." "It's a theory," Freya emphasized. "Not confirmed. But likely," Sif added firmly. "It explains his sudden urgency, his specific interest in your connection to Fenrir." Naruto paced the chamber, processing this revelation. "What would happen to me, if this theory is correct? If Odin used me as this vessel?" Freya's expression grew grave. "Best case. Your consciousness would survive alongside the integrated power, similar to your relationship with Kurama. Worst case." She trailed off. "Complete obliteration of your identity," Sif finished bluntly. "Leaving only a weapon under Odin's control." The stark assessment hung in the air. Naruto continued pacing, mind racing through implications and options. "We could flee," Sif suggested unexpectedly. "Leave Asgard before the process completes. I know paths between realms even Heimdall cannot observe." Her willingness to betray Odin's trust for his safety stunned Naruto. "You do that? Turn against your king, your oath." "My oath is to protect Asgard," Sif replied firmly. "Not to enable potentially catastrophic experiments on unwilling participants." "And where would we go?" Naruto asked. The convergence happens regardless of location. The fragments seek each other across realms. There are places beyond Yggdrasil, Freya interjected. Beyond Odin's influence. Difficult to reach but not impossible. Naruto shook his head. Running doesn't solve the problem. The eternal predator still awakens, Fenrir still breaks free eventually, Ragnarok still comes. We'd just be postponing the inevitable while giving up any chance to influence the outcome. Then what do you propose? Freya asked. We continue the integrations, Naruto decided. But on my terms, with my awareness. If Odin wants to use me as a vessel, he'll find I'm not as easily controlled as he expects. Dangerous, Freya cautioned. The Allfather's power is immense, his experience vast. So is the eternal predator's, Naruto countered. And Kurama's. And mine. Together, we're not exactly pushovers. Sif studied him with new respect. You would face Odin directly rather than evade? I've never been big on running away, Naruto shrugged. Besides, there's too much at stake. The 9 realms, Ragnarok, the cycle itself, we need solutions, not delays. Then we proceed carefully, Freya decided. I'll adjust the integration process to enhance your awareness and control. If Odin does intend to use you as a vessel, you must be as prepared as possible. The next several hours passed in intense preparation. Freya modified her equipment and spells to strengthen Naruto's consciousness during integration, while Sif secured the chamber against potential interruptions. By the time they were ready for the next fragment, night had fallen over Asgard. 2 fragments instead of 1, Freya reminded him as they prepared. The process will be more intense. I've added stabilizing elements, but be prepared for stronger effects. Naruto nodded, centering himself. Let's do this. The integration of 2 fragments simultaneously proved far more challenging than expected. As the amber crystals merged with his energy, Naruto felt himself pulled deeper into the eternal predator's consciousness than ever before. Memories not his own flooded his awareness, hunting across primordial void before the realms existed, devouring cosmic energies, fragmenting as reality solidified into the world tree and its 9 worlds. More disturbingly, he experienced the creation of Fenrir, not as myth described it, but as it truly occurred. Not a natural birth but a deliberate concentration of the eternal predator's essence into a single powerful vessel. Loki had been merely a catalyst, not a true father. Fenrir had been created as a weapon, designed, empowered, then feared and bound when he proved too powerful to control. Naruto. Sif's voice penetrated the vision, anchoring him to the present. Return to us. With tremendous effort, Naruto pulled himself back from the ancient memories. He found himself fully transformed, more wolf-like than ever before. His body had grown larger, muscles denser, senses heightened beyond previous integrations. His hands had become true paws, though still capable of manipulation. A partial muzzle extended from his face, and his eyes glowed amber in the chamber's dim light. I'm here, he managed, his voice deeper, rougher, but still recognizably his own. I'm still me. Relief washed over Sif's face. Freya approached cautiously, her instruments recording his transformation. Remarkable, she murmured. The integration progresses faster than anticipated. 9 fragments absorbed now, and your consciousness remains intact, dominant. I saw Fenrir's creation, Naruto told them, the words difficult through his transformed mouth. Not born but made. A weapon like me, like all Jinchuriki. Created to be controlled, then feared for its power. Created by whom? Freya asked sharply. Odin, Naruto growled. Before Asgard as it exists now. When he was younger, more ruthless. He concentrated the eternal predator's essence into a single vessel, using Loki as a conduit because of his shape-shifting nature. Sif's expression hardened. Are you certain? This conflicts with all our histories. Histories written by the victors, Freya noted grimly. It would explain much about Odin's specific fear of Fenrir, not just a prophesied enemy but his own creation turned against him. And now he creates another, Naruto concluded, looking down at his transformed body. History repeats. Not exactly, Freya countered. You maintain your identity, your will. Fenrir was young, malleable when created. You come with experience, with Kurama's partnership, with your own moral framework. And with allies, Sif added firmly, her hand moving to her sword hilt with unconscious protectiveness. The transformation began receding gradually as Naruto's system stabilized, integrating the new fragments more completely. His features returned slowly toward human, though not entirely. The amber eyes remained, as did slightly elongated canines and a more powerful musculature. The changes become more permanent, Freya observed. Each integration leaves more of the eternal predator's essence actively expressed rather than dormant. I can feel Fenrir more clearly now, Naruto said, rolling his shoulders as his form settled. Not just impressions, actual thoughts. He senses what's happening. Knows I'm absorbing fragments like he did. Can you communicate with him? Freya asked. Not words exactly. But intentions, emotions. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the distant connection. He's waiting. Expecting something to happen soon. The final convergence, Freya suggested. With sufficient fragments integrated, you become a beacon to the remainder, including the massive concentration within Fenrir. Which is exactly what Odin wants, Sif concluded grimly. A controlled convergence with you as the vessel rather than Fenrir. Before they could discuss further implications, the chamber door burst open. Thor entered with urgency, Mjolnir in hand, his expression grave. The Dazur attack again, he announced without preamble. Not the palace this time, they strike the binding place directly. The binding place? Freya asked sharply. You mean, Fenrir's prison, Thor confirmed. They seek to free him before Father's plan can proceed. Naruto exchanged significant glances with Freya and Sif. Thor noticed, his eyes narrowing. You know something of Father's intentions, he observed. Not a question. We have theories, Freya acknowledged cautiously. Based on the integration process and historical patterns. Thor's expression darkened. Then we share concerns. But discussion must wait, the Dazur must be stopped regardless of other considerations. If Fenrir breaks free chaotically rather than under controlled conditions. Total destruction rather than cyclical renewal, Freya finished. Ragnarok at its worst. I'll help, Naruto decided instantly. 9 fragments integrated means I'm stronger than before. I can fight. Your control over the transformation, Freya began to object. Is better than it's ever been, Naruto interrupted. And getting better by the hour. Besides, if the Dazur free Fenrir, all our careful planning becomes irrelevant. Thor nodded approval. The binding place lies between realms, a pocket dimension accessible only through specific pathways. Father leads our main force there now, but the Dazur have somehow bypassed the primary defenses. How do we reach it? Naruto asked, already preparing mentally for battle. The Bifrost cannot penetrate the pocket dimension directly, Thor explained. We must use one of the ancient gates. Heimdall prepares it now. They moved with urgent purpose through the palace toward the Bifrost. As they walked, Naruto noted the massive mobilization underway, warriors arming throughout the halls, healers preparing medical stations, defensive spells being reinforced around the city's perimeter. The All-Father knew this attack was coming, Sif observed quietly to Naruto and Freya. These preparations were already in progress before the Dazur moved. Another indication his plans run deeper than he's shared, Freya agreed. They reached the Rainbow Bridge where Heimdall awaited, his golden eyes fixed on distant realms invisible to others. The massive sword that controlled the Bifrost was already positioned in its activation setting. The gate is prepared, Heimdall announced as they approached. It will deliver you to the outer boundary of the binding place. From there, you must find your own path inward. My thanks, Heimdall, Thor acknowledged. He turned to the others. Ready yourselves. We face fallen Valkyries and whatever forces they've marshaled. The battle will challenge even Asgardian strength. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, reaching inward. Kurama. I may need to draw heavily on your chakra and the Predator's essence together. I'm ready, Kit, the fox replied. But be cautious, the more fragments you integrate, the more the Predator's instincts influence our combined power. It hungers for reunification with Fenrir. I know. I'll stay in control. The Bifrost activated, rainbow energy surrounding them. Unlike the usual straight beam to other realms, this configuration swirled and distorted, adapting to penetrate the space between dimensions where Fenrir was imprisoned. Now! Heimdall commanded, plunging his sword into the control mechanism. They were pulled into the Bifrost's energy, hurled through dimensions in a disorienting rush that seemed longer, more complex than normal transit between realms. When they emerged, the landscape defied conventional physics, floating islands of blasted rock suspended in swirling mist, connected by bridges of pure energy. The sky above, if above had meaning in such a place, rippled with colors that hurt the eyes, while the void below pulsed with ominous darkness. Most striking, however, was the massive structure at the center of this impossible space, a mountain-sized cage of interlocking runic chains, each link larger than an Asgardian warship. Energy crackled along these chains in rhythmic pulses, containing whatever lay within. And the chains were breaking. Fissures spread through the massive links, energy leaking out in angry bursts. Around the cage, battle raged. Asgardian forces led by Odin himself fought against Azure warriors and their allies, creatures of shadow and death that defied categorization. There. Thor pointed to where the fighting was most intense, a section of the cage where several links had already failed completely. Through the gap, something massive and dark could be glimpsed, shifting restlessly within its confinement. Naruto felt it immediately, the overwhelming presence of Fenrir, so much stronger here than the distant connection he'd sensed before. The fragment within him responded powerfully, amber energy surging through his system with almost painful intensity. Focus. Sif urged, noting his reaction. Control it. With effort, Naruto channeled the response, using the energy rather than being used by it. The partial transformation occurred instantly, his features shifting to their wolf-like configuration, his body enhancing with predator strength and speed. I'm good, he assured them. Let's go. Thor swung Mjolnir and launched himself toward the battle, lightning trailing behind him. Sif and Freya followed more conventionally, leaping from floating rock to floating rock with Asgardian agility. Naruto matched them easily, his chakra-enhanced jumps carrying him effortlessly across the strange terrain. They reached the main battlefield to find chaos. Odin stood at the center, Gungnir blazing with power as he fought to reinforce the failing chains while simultaneously battling Dazur attackers. The warriors three defended his flank, while dozens of Einherjar warriors engaged the enemy's main force. Leading the Dazur was a figure Naruto recognized from the vault attack, the fallen Valkyrie who had escaped. Here, in this place between realms, she appeared in her true form, beautiful and terrible, death and glory combined, her spectral armor flowing like liquid darkness. The Allfather's weapon arrives. She called upon seeing Naruto, her voice echoing unnaturally across the battlefield. The vessel he would use to control Ragnarok itself. Her announcement drew attention from both sides. Odin's single eye fixed briefly on Naruto with an unreadable expression before returning to the immediate battle. Hold the perimeter. Odin commanded his forces. The binding must be reinforced. Thor reached his father first, Mjolnir dispatching Dazur warriors with devastating effectiveness. The chains fail faster than anticipated, father. We must employ the secondary containment. Not until the vessel is properly prepared, Odin replied, his voice carrying despite the battle's chaos. Hold them back. Naruto, Sif, and Freya joined the defensive line, engaging the Dazur forces directly. Naruto created shadow clones enhanced with both Kurama's chakra and the Predator's essence, a combination that produced warriors of tremendous power, their forms flickering between human and wolf-like as they fought. The battle surged back and forth across the impossible landscape. Naruto found himself fighting alongside Sif, their styles complementing each other with surprising effectiveness. Her disciplined swordplay created openings that his unpredictable taijutsu exploited. Together, they carved through enemy ranks toward the Dessert leader. Meanwhile, Freya demonstrated why she was considered both a goddess of love and war, her magic devastating enemy formations while simultaneously strengthening Asgardian warriors. Golden energy flowed from her hands in complex patterns, turning the tide wherever she focused her attention. But despite their efforts, the cage continued to deteriorate. With each broken link, the presence within grew stronger, more palpable. Naruto felt Fenrir's awareness expanding, reaching out, recognizing the fragment within him. "He knows I'm here." Naruto called to Sif as they dispatched another group of enemies. Fenrir senses the connection. "Can you use that?" she asked pragmatically. "Calm him somehow." "I can try." Creating more shadow clones to cover their position, Naruto took a momentary respite from direct combat. He closed his eyes, focusing on the connection with Fenrir that grew stronger with proximity. Instead of merely receiving impressions, he actively projected his own, memories of his life, his struggles with Kurama, their eventual partnership. The response was immediate and overwhelming: confusion, suspicion, then reluctant curiosity from the ancient wolf. Beneath the rage and pain that had dominated for centuries, something else stirred, a consciousness not entirely consumed, capable still of comprehension. "There's still someone home in there," Naruto murmured, eyes snapping open. "Buried deep but not gone. Can you reason with him?" Sif asked, deflecting an enemy attack from Naruto's exposed flank. "Not exactly reason, but influence, maybe." Their exchange was interrupted as the Dessert leader broke through the defensive line, heading directly for them, or more specifically, for Naruto. "Vessel of the Eternal," she called, her spectral blade materializing in her hand. "You are deceived. The All-Father uses you as he used the wolf, a tool to be discarded once its purpose is served. Pretty rich coming from death cultists trying to trigger uncontrolled Ragnarok." Naruto countered, forming a Rasengan infused with amber energy. The Dessert leader laughed, a sound like winter wine through dead branches. "We seek not to trigger Ragnarok but to ensure it follows its true path. Odin would pervert the cycle, maintain control beyond his rightful time. The wolf must devour the father, it is written." "Prophecies aren't destinies," Naruto replied, remembering his own experiences with predictions and expectations. "They're possibilities, warnings, guidelines, not absolutes." Spoken like Odin's perfect tool, she sneered, attacking with supernatural speed. Naruto met her assault with enhanced reflexes, the Rasengan in his hand colliding with her spectral blade. The resulting explosion sent them both skidding backward, neither gaining advantage. As they prepared to re-engage, a tremendous crack echoed through the pocket dimension. All combatants paused momentarily as a massive section of the cage collapsed inward, chains shattering like glass despite their enormous size. Through the gap, something emerged, a paw larger than a house, covered in midnight black fur with amber crystal growths jutting from the joints. The paw slammed down on the floating rock nearest the cage, anchoring itself as more of the creature pulled free from confinement. "Fenrir awakens." The Dessert leader cried triumphantly. The cycle proceeds. "Fall back to secondary positions." Odin commanded his forces. "Prepare the binding spells." Chaos erupted anew as Asgardian forces repositioned while the Dessert pressed their advantage. Naruto found himself separated from Sif by a surge of enemies, driven closer to the expanding breach in Fenrir's cage. Another massive paw emerged, followed by a head that defied comprehension, wolf-like in general structure but with multiple eyes arranged in patterns that hurt the mind to observe directly. Amber crystals jutted from its skull like a crown, pulsing with the same energy Naruto carried within himself. The wolf's gaze swept the battlefield, multiple eyes focusing with terrible intelligence. When they found Naruto, the beast paused in its emergence, recognition flaring. Fragment, a voice thundered in Naruto's mind, so powerful it drove him to his knees. Kindred. Awakened. Despite the pain, Naruto maintained consciousness, pushing back against the overwhelming presence. I'm not just a fragment. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I contain the fragment but remain myself. Surprise registered from the massive entity. Impossible. The essence consumes. Dominates. Always. Not always, Naruto countered, rising shakily to his feet despite the psychic pressure. I've had practice sharing my body with powerful entities. Ask Kurama. The nine tails stirred within Naruto's consciousness, rising to the challenge. Wolf that was before, Kurama projected, his mental voice surprisingly respectful, the kid speaks truth. Coexistence is possible. Beneficial, even. Fenrir's multiple eyes blinked in sequence, processing this unexpected development. Around them, the battle continued, but in Naruto's perception, it seemed distant, secondary to this crucial exchange. Deception, Fenrir finally concluded. Odin tricks to bind again. No more chains. Freedom comes. More of the massive wolf pulled free from the cage, its full size becoming apparent, larger than mountains, its body partly physical and partly composed of swirling energy. Where it stepped, reality itself cracked and distorted. Listen to me. Naruto projected desperately. Revenge against Odin won't free you from hatred. I know, I've been where you are. Hated, feared, bound by others' expectations. Naruto. Sif's voice penetrated his concentration. She had fought her way back to him, her armor damaged, blood streaming from a cut on her forehead. Whatever you're doing, it's not working. He breaks free entirely within minutes. Indeed, Fenrir had nearly extracted himself completely from the damaged cage, only his hindquarters still constrained by the remaining chains. Odin and Thor had fallen back to a floating island some distance away, where the Allfather appeared to be preparing an elaborate spell, golden energy gathering around Gungnir in complex patterns. He's going to try to bind Fenrir again, Naruto realized. Create new chains. The cycle repeats, the Dessert leader agreed, appearing suddenly beside them. Surprisingly, she made no move to attack. Unless someone breaks it. By letting Fenrir devour everything? Sif challenged, sword still raised defensively. By allowing the natural order to reassert itself, the fallen Valkyrie corrected. Odin has maintained control beyond his season. The wolf ends his reign so renewal may begin. There has to be another way, Naruto insisted. One that doesn't require destruction or chains. The Dessert leader studied him with ancient eyes. Perhaps. But it would require sacrifice. Convergence rather than combat. Integration rather than destruction. Understanding dawned. You're saying I could integrate with Fenrir like I did with the smaller fragments. Become a balance point. Naruto, no. Sif protested. The difference in scale is astronomical. Fenrir contains the majority of the eternal predator's essence, your consciousness would be overwhelmed instantly. She speaks truth, Kit, Kurama agreed urgently. Even together, we couldn't maintain our identity against something that massive. But Naruto's mind raced, seeing possibilities others missed. What if there was another option? Not Fenrir absorbing me or me absorbing Fenrir, but, division. Redistribution. The Dessert leader's eyes widened. You would fragment the eternal predator again? After it comes so close to reunification? Not fragment, Naruto clarified. Balance. Split the essence between multiple vessels that maintain equilibrium. No single point of failure or domination. A tremendous roar shook the pocket dimension as Fenrir finally freed himself completely from the ancient cage. The massive wolf stood upon multiple floating islands simultaneously, his form distorting space around it. He turned toward where Odin prepared his binding spell, hatred radiating from his multiple eyes. Odin betrayer. The thought projected so powerfully that everyone on the battlefield heard it, clutching their heads in pain. No more chains. Devourer comes. We're out of time, Sif stated grimly, recovering from the psychic assault. Whatever you plan, Naruto, it must happen now. Decision crystallized. Naruto turned to the Dessert leader. You want the natural cycle. Odin wants controlled transition. I want balance and freedom from endless repetition. We can all get what we need if you help me reach Fenrir before Odin completes his spell. The fallen Valkyrie studied him intently, death magic swirling around her spectral form. You truly believe you can redirect the convergence? I have to try. Better than eternal binding or complete destruction. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. I will create a path. The rest depends on your strength of will. She raised her dark blade, which transformed into a staff crackling with energy. Dessert. To me. Clear the vessel's path. To Sif's evident shock, the Dessert forces immediately redirected, creating a corridor through the battlefield toward Fenrir. The fallen Valkyrie struck her staff against the ground, and a bridge of solid darkness formed, connecting their position to the floating island where Fenrir stood. Go, the Dessert leader commanded. We will hold Odin's forces back as long as possible. Naruto turned to Sif, whose expression reflected confusion and concern in equal measure. I have to do this, he told her. It's the only way to break the cycle. Then I come with you, she stated firmly, her tone brooking no argument. Too dangerous, I did not ask permission, Sif interrupted. I stated fact. Despite everything, Naruto smiled. Always the warrior. Always, she agreed, the ghost of a smile touching her lips despite the dire circumstances. Together they sprinted across the dark bridge, Dessert warriors creating a protective perimeter around them. From the opposite side of the battlefield, Odin's voice rose in command, stop them. The vessel must not reach Fenrir before the binding is ready. Einherjar warriors moved to intercept, but found themselves engaged by Dessert forces. Thor, seeing Naruto's intent but not understanding it, hurled Mjolnir to block their path, only for Freya to deflect it with a powerful spell, her expression conflicted but determined. Freya turns against us. Odin roared. Treachery spreads. Not treachery, father. Thor called back, retrieving his hammer. Perhaps wisdom we have yet to understand. They reached the base of the island where Fenrir stood. Up close, the wolf's true size became apparent, so massive that looking at him in entirety was impossible, the mind simply unable to process such scale. One eye alone was larger than Naruto's entire body, and that eye now fixed upon him with terrible recognition. Fragment returns, Fenrir's thoughts boomed. To join. To fight. To balance, Naruto projected, allowing the eternal predator's essence to flow freely through him, enhancing the connection. His transformation progressed further than ever before, body shifting to a hybrid form, neither fully human nor fully wolf, but something between that could bridge both worlds. Balance is illusion, Fenrir dismissed. Power consumes or is consumed. It doesn't have to be that way. Naruto shouted, both verbally and mentally. I've carried Kurama within me for years, two powerful beings sharing one body, neither dominating completely. Partnership, not subjugation. To demonstrate, he called on Kurama's chakra alongside the predator's essence, his body glowing with the combined power, red-orange and amber energies swirling together in harmony rather than conflict. Fenrir's multiple eyes blinked in sequence, registering surprise. Impossible. Yet, observed. The old wolf learns, the Dessert leader commented from behind them. Perhaps there is hope. Sif remained vigilant beside Naruto, her sword ready though practically useless against a being of Fenrir's scale. Whatever you plan, do it quickly. Odin's spell nears completion. Indeed, the golden energy around the All-Father had reached blinding intensity, new chains of pure magical force beginning to form in the air around him. Naruto nodded, then turned back to Fenrir. I offer a different path, he projected. Neither eternal binding nor mindless destruction. A division of power among willing vessels who maintain balance through choice rather than force. What vessels? Fenrir demanded. What balance? Me, Naruto stated firmly. Sif, if she's willing. He glanced at her, receiving a startled but determined nod. Freya, whose magic understands primordial forces. And you, not as dominant consciousness but as equal partner with your original self, the being buried beneath rage and pain. Original self forgotten, Fenrir dismissed. Consumed by hatred, by centuries alone. Not forgotten, Naruto countered. Suppressed. Like Kurama was within me. But capable of return, of growth, of change. To emphasize his point, Naruto projected memories of his earliest days with Kurama, the hatred, the struggle, the gradual understanding and eventual partnership. He showed how Kurama had changed from malevolent force to trusted ally, how both had grown stronger through cooperation rather than conflict. Fenrir absorbed these memories, massive head tilting in consideration. Before he could respond, Odin's spell activated, chains of golden energy shooting across the battlefield toward the enormous wolf. No more chains. Naruto shouted, leaping between Fenrir and the approaching bindings. He channeled every ounce of power at his disposal, Kurama's chakra, the eternal predator's essence, his own indomitable will, and met Odin's magic head-on. The collision created a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled through the pocket dimension, shattering floating islands and sending combatants from both sides tumbling through the void. Only Sif, anchored by her sword driven into stone, and the Dessert leader, sustained by death magic, maintained their positions near Naruto. Odin's chain strained against Naruto's power, neither yielding. The All-Father himself appeared shocked that his spell could be contested so effectively, his single eye widening in disbelief. Impossible, he thundered across the battlefield. No mortal can withstand the full might of Gungnir. I'm not just a mortal anymore. Naruto called back, the strain evident in his voice despite his determination. And I won't let you bind him again. That's what created this mess in the first place. The standoff could not last. Something had to give, either Odin's spell or Naruto's resistance. As the pressure built to impossible levels, Fenrir made his decision. Enough, the massive wolf projected, his thoughts reaching all minds present. The fragment shows truth. New path possible. With that declaration, Fenrir's form began to change, the massive physical manifestation dissolving into pure energy, a swirling vortex of amber power containing the eternal predator's concentrated essence. This energy flowed toward Naruto, not to consume but to connect, to establish the balance he had proposed. Naruto released his opposition to Odin's chains, instead opening himself to Fenrir's approach. The amber energy surrounded him, Sif, and the Dessert leader, creating a triangle of power with Naruto at its center. What happens now? Sif asked, her voice steady despite the extraordinary energies swirling around them. Distribution, the Dessert leader replied, understanding dawning in her ancient eyes. The vessel redirects the convergence, creating balance through willing participants rather than forced binding. Indeed, Naruto stood at the center of the energy vortex, acting as conduit and director. Through sheer force of will, augmented by Kurama's support and his experiences with chakra manipulation, he guided the flow of the eternal predator's essence, dividing it into manageable portions. A significant portion he retained himself, integrating it fully with his own chakra and Kurama's power. Another portion flowed into Sif, who accepted it with warrior's resolve, her body briefly glowing with amber light as the essence found purchase in her strength and honor. The third portion passed through the Dessert leader, but not into her directly. Instead, she served as conduit to her sisters, the essence dispersing among all fallen Valkyries, transforming their death magic into something new, a force of necessary ending rather than mere destruction. The final and largest portion Naruto directed upward, toward the rippling sky of the pocket dimension. This energy did not seek a physical vessel but rather spread throughout Yggdrasil itself, becoming part of the world tree's structure, a balanced force maintaining cosmic equilibrium rather than threatening it. As the distribution completed, the vortex subsided. Where Fenrir had stood, a much smaller wolf remained, still larger than normal, still bearing amber crystal growths, but no longer a cosmic monstrosity. Within its eyes shone intelligence and awareness rather than mindless rage. Freedom, the wolf projected, its mental voice now controlled, individualized. Balance. Strange concepts after so long in chains. Across the shattered battlefield, fighting had ceased. Asgardians and Dazur alike stood frozen, witnessing the transformation with disbelief. Odin himself had lowered Gungnir, his expression unreadable as he observed the outcome so different from his planned binding. Naruto, exhausted but triumphant, placed a hand on Sif's shoulder for support. "You okay?" he asked. "The energy that went into you." "I feel it," she confirmed, wonder in her voice. "Powerful but not overwhelming. Like, a responsibility accepted rather than a burden imposed." The wolf's essence divided becomes strength rather than destruction, the Dazur leader observed. A solution no prophecy foretold. She bowed her head slightly toward Naruto. The cycle changes its pattern. Death comes still, but not only through devouring. Thor reached them first among the Asgardians, Mjolnir lowered, his expression caught between confusion and cautious hope. "What have you done, Naruto Uzumaki?" Fenrir was to be bound or to bring Ragnarok. There was no third path. "There's always another path," Naruto replied, fatigue evident in his voice. "Sometimes you just have to make it yourself." Odin approached more slowly, Gungnir still crackling with residual energy. His single eye moved between Naruto, the transformed Fenrir, Sif with her new amber-tinged aura, and the Dazur leader whose forces had begun to withdraw without further conflict. "You have altered prophecy itself," the All-Father stated, his tone impossible to interpret. "Redirected convergence that was foretold since the dawn of Asgard." "I did what was necessary," Naruto replied, standing straighter despite his exhaustion. The cycle of binding and rage and destruction would have continued otherwise. Someone had to break it. "And who gave you the right to make such a decision?" Odin challenged, though without the anger Naruto had expected. "To remake cosmic balance according to your will. The same right you claimed when you created Fenrir in the first place," Naruto countered. "The right of someone with the power and responsibility to act." A heavy silence fell across the dimensional pocket as Asgardians and Dazur alike awaited Odin's response. The All-Father studied Naruto with an intensity that seemed to peer into his very soul, weighing and measuring what he found there. Finally, unexpectedly, Odin laughed, a short, sharp sound that contained equal parts frustration and genuine amusement. "Thousands of years of preparation," he said, shaking his head. "Countless spells and bindings and arrangements, all undone by a yellow-haired upstart from beyond Yggdrasil who refuses to accept inevitability. If it helps," Naruto offered with a hint of his old irreverence, "I've been undoing careful plans since I was a genin. Ask any of my teachers." Thor chuckled despite the gravity of the situation, and even Sif's lips curved in a slight smile. Freya, who had joined them during the exchange, studied the transformed Fenrir with scientific fascination. "The distribution appears stable," she observed. "Portions of the eternal predator's essence now exist in multiple willing vessels, with the majority integrated into Yggdrasil itself. A elegant solution, if unorthodox." "And Ragnarok?" Thor asked the question on everyone's mind. "The prophecy of Fenrir devouring father?" "Prophecies adapt when circumstances change fundamentally," Freya explained. "The wolf may still play a role in future cycles, but not as mindless destroyer. The essence distributed creates balance rather than inevitability." Odin tapped Gungnir against the ground, restoring order as Asgardians began talking amongst themselves. "Return to Asgard," he commanded his forces. "The immediate threat has passed." I would speak with Naruto Uzumaki and those who shared in this redistribution. As the Einherjar and other warriors departed via hastily established transport spells, only a small group remained in the pocket dimension: Odin, Thor, Freya, Sif, Naruto, the transformed Fenrir, and the Dessert leader. You risked everything on an untested theory, Odin addressed Naruto directly. The distribution could have failed catastrophically, accelerating Ragnarok rather than redirecting it. I trusted my instincts, Naruto replied simply. And my experiences with Kurama. Different entities can share power without one dominating the other. A concept foreign to Asgardian thinking, Freya noted. Our histories deal in domination and submission, victory and defeat. Partnership of equals, especially with beings of power, this represents new possibility. Odin turned his attention to Sif, who stood straighter under his scrutiny. You accepted a portion of the eternal predator's essence willingly. Why? I trusted Naruto's judgment, Sif answered without hesitation. And I believed a solution that avoided both eternal binding and complete destruction served Asgard's true interests. Even against your king's direct command. Sometimes loyalty requires difficult choices, Sif replied steadily. I chose Asgard's future over momentary obedience. Odin nodded slightly, neither approving nor condemning her explanation. His gaze shifted to the Dessert leader. And you, Death Maiden? What role do you play in this new arrangement? Balance requires ending as well as continuation, she replied cryptically. The Dessert accept our portion of the Predator's essence as guardians of necessary transition. Neither serving your vision of Ragnarok nor opposing it entirely, maintaining equilibrium instead. Finally, Odin regarded the transformed Fenrir, who sat calmly observing the proceedings with intelligent eyes. And what of you, Wolf? Centuries of hatred abandoned so easily? Not abandoned, Fenrir projected, his thoughts now controlled enough to reach selected minds rather than overwhelming all present. Balanced. The rage remains but no longer dominates. Freedom from chains brings possibility of choice. Possibility, Odin repeated thoughtfully. An unexpected concept in prophecy thousands of years old. He turned back to Naruto. You have rewritten fate itself, Naruto Uzumaki. Created uncertainty where once there was inevitability. Uncertainty isn't always bad, Naruto replied. Sometimes it's just another word for freedom. For a long moment, Odin studied him with an expression combining frustration, reluctant respect, and calculation. Finally, the All-Father nodded once, decisively. So be it, he declared. What is done cannot be undone. The eternal Predator's essence remains distributed as you have arranged, and we shall see what new pattern forms from this disruption. That's it? Naruto asked, surprised by the relatively mild response. No punishment for going against your plans? A thin smile crossed Odin's face. Who says this outcome does not serve my plans in ways you cannot yet comprehend? The cycle changes, adapts, continues, as it always has. With that cryptic statement, Odin struck Gungnir against the ground, opening a portal back to Asgard. Come. There is much to discuss regarding this new arrangement and its implications for the 9 realms. As they prepared to depart, Naruto approached the transformed Fenrir. Will you come with us? You're free now, no more chains, no more prison. The wolf considered the offer, multiple eyes blinking in sequence. Freedom requires adjustment after so long bound. I will explore the realms at my own pace, learning this new balance within me. Just don't eat anyone important, Naruto advised with a half-smile. The hunger changes focus, Fenrir assured him. No longer for destruction but for understanding. When ready, I will find you, fragment brother. With that, the wolf leapt from the floating island into the void between realms, not falling but running across dimensions as the eternal predator once had, finding paths invisible to others. The Dessert leader and her remaining forces departed similarly, fading into mist with a final acknowledgement to Naruto, the balance will be maintained. When next we meet, it will be as allies in transition rather than enemies in battle. Finally, only the Asgardians and Naruto remained. They stepped through Odin's portal, returning to the Golden City that seemed strangely mundane after the cosmic forces they had witnessed. The celebrations in Asgard lasted 3 days, not for victory in battle as was traditional, but for the aversion of prophesied destruction. Though many Asgardians didn't fully understand what had occurred in the pocket dimension, they recognized that something fundamental had changed in the cosmic order, something that allowed for possibility where once there had been only dread certainty. On the evening of the 3rd day, Naruto found himself on a balcony overlooking the city, the sounds of ongoing festivities rising from below. The 9 fragments of the eternal predator he had integrated remained fully absorbed, leaving him permanently changed, stronger, faster, with heightened senses and occasional Lupin features that emerged when emotions ran high. "There you are," came a familiar voice behind him. Sif approached, her warrior's armor exchanged for a simple silver gown that somehow made her seem more formidable rather than less. Since receiving her portion of the predator's essence, subtle changes had manifested in her as well, a faint amber ring around her dark irises, increased strength and reflexes, a more predatory grace to her movements. "Just needed some quiet," Naruto explained as she joined him at the railing. "Still processing everything." "Understandable," Sif acknowledged. "Few have rewritten cosmic prophecy and lived to consider the implications." "That's not actually as reassuring as you probably intended," Naruto noted with a smile. Sif chuckled, the sound warmer and more frequent since the transformation. "Perhaps not. But it is honest." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the celebrations below. Asgardians were nothing if not thorough in their revelry, music, feasting, and competitive tests of strength continuing well into the night. "Odin has been surprisingly accepting of the outcome," Naruto observed. "I expected more resistance, maybe even punishment for interfering with his plans." "The All-Father plays a longer game than any of us can fully comprehend," Sif replied. "I suspect he adapts this unexpected outcome into new plans already forming." "Probably," Naruto agreed. "But at least Fenrir is free and stable rather than bound and enraged. That's progress, regardless of Odin's machinations." Another comfortable silence fell between them. Naruto was acutely aware of Sif's presence beside him, the subtle scent that his enhanced senses easily detected, the graceful strength in her posture, the occasional glances she cast in his direction when she thought he wasn't noticing. "Have you decided?" she finally asked, her voice softer than usual. "About your place," Sif clarified. "Now that the immediate crisis has passed. Will you seek to return to your realm? Or remain in Asgard?" The question had indeed been weighing on Naruto's mind. With the eternal predator's essence now distributed and stable, finding a way back to Konoha might be possible with Freya's help. Yet something held him back, connections formed, responsibilities accepted, possibilities glimpsed. "I'm not sure," he admitted. "Part of me wants to go home, see my friends again, tell them what happened. But another part feels tied to this realm now. Through the predator's essence, through the balance we created. Through other connections, perhaps." Sif suggested, her tone carefully neutral despite the personal nature of the question. Naruto turned to face her fully. "Yeah. Those two." Their eyes met, held. The amber rings in their irises seemed to resonate with each other, a visible manifestation of the connection they now shared through the distributed essence. "I should mention," Naruto said, breaking the momentary tension, "that Freya has also asked about my plans." "Of course she has," Sif replied with a hint of resignation. "The Vanir goddess sees far and plans accordingly. You don't seem surprised." "Freya's interest in you has been evident from the beginning," Sif observed. "Initially scientific, then increasingly personal. She values your adaptive thinking, your unorthodox approaches to problems thought unsolvable." "And you?" Naruto asked directly. "What do you value?" Sif met his gaze steadily, warrior's directness overcoming natural reserve. "Your courage. Your integrity. Your willingness to stand against even gods when your convictions demand it. She paused briefly before adding, and other qualities less easily named. The admission hung between them, creating a new tension, not uncomfortable but charged with possibility. Naruto remembered the Norns' cryptic warning about planting seeds and choices that would shape destiny. The implications seemed both clearer and more complex now. The Norns warned me about important choices, he said quietly. About connections that would influence the future. And has that warning guided your decisions? Sif asked. Not exactly, Naruto admitted. I've tried to make choices based on what felt right in the moment, not calculated cosmic consequences. That approach has worked pretty well so far. A slight smile touched Sif's lips. Indeed it has. Before either could speak further, they were interrupted by the arrival of Freya, her golden hair gleaming in the moonlight as she approached across the balcony. Forgive the intrusion, she said, though her expression suggested the timing was anything but accidental. Odin requests your presence, Naruto. And yours as well, Lady Sif. He wishes to discuss the long-term implications of the essence distribution. Now? Naruto asked, glancing at the ongoing celebrations below. It's the middle of the night. The Allfather's thoughts rarely respect conventional schedules, Freya replied with a hint of amusement. Especially when cosmic matters are involved. With reluctance, Naruto and Sif followed Freya back inside. As they walked toward Odin's private council chamber, Naruto couldn't help noticing the subtle interplay between the two women, a complex dynamic of mutual respect, professional alliance, and personal competition that manifested in glances and positioning rather than words. They found Odin alone in his council chamber, standing before a massive window that overlooked not Asgard but the stars beyond, countless realms visible only to his enhanced perception. He turned as they entered, his single eye reflecting starlight. Naruto Uzumaki, he acknowledged. Lady Sif. Lady Freya. The principal architects of our new cosmic arrangement. You requested our presence, Allfather, Sif replied formally, though a new confidence colored her tone since receiving her portion of the Predator's essence. Indeed, Odin confirmed. The distribution you initiated appears stable for now, but requires ongoing maintenance. Balance, once established, must be actively preserved. Meaning? Naruto asked directly. Meaning decisions must be made regarding your continued role in this new arrangement, Odin explained. The essence you carry, combined with your unique perspective from beyond our realms, creates both opportunity and responsibility. You're offering me a job, Naruto translated, cutting through the grandiose language. A hint of amusement crossed Odin's aged features. In simplest terms, yes. I propose creating a new position within Asgard's hierarchy, Guardian of Balance. One who maintains equilibrium between the distributed portions of the eternal Predator's essence, preventing any single vessel from dominating. And this Guardian would report to you? Naruto asked skeptically. Would work with me, Odin corrected. Independence would be necessary for such a role, though alignment with Asgard's broader interests would be expected. Naruto glanced at Sif and Freya, whose expression suggested this proposal was as new to them as to him. What about my home? Konoha. Paths could be established, Freya interjected. Not simple transportation like the Bifrost, but stable connections allowing travel between your realm and ours. Your responsibilities would not require permanent residence in any single location. The offer was tempting, a formal role that acknowledged his unique position while allowing connection to his home. Yet Naruto sensed underlying complexities, political considerations Odin wasn't explicitly stating. And if I decline, he asked. Then we seek alternative arrangements, Odin replied smoothly. The balance must be maintained regardless of personal preferences. Your participation would be optimal but not absolutely required. Translation, they'd find a way to control the distributed essence with or without his cooperation. The offer was genuine but came with implied consequences if refused. I need time to consider, Naruto stated. This affects more than just me. Of course, Odin agreed. 3 days should suffice. Until then, enjoy Asgard's hospitality. With that clear dismissal, he turned back to his contemplation of the stars. The three departed the council chamber, walking in silence until they reached a more private area of the palace. Only then did Freya speak. A significant offer, she observed. Guardian of Balance would place you outside traditional hierarchies while maintaining connection to Asgard's power structures. It would also bind you to Odin's interests, however indirectly, Sif countered. The Allfather rarely creates positions without purpose beyond their stated function. You both seem to have opinions about whether I should accept, Naruto noted. Freya and Sif exchanged glances, one of those silent communications that had become increasingly common between them despite their differences. Our opinions are inevitably influenced by personal considerations, Freya acknowledged with characteristic directness. Both of us would prefer you remain connected to Asgard rather than return permanently to your realm. For different reasons, perhaps, Sif added. But with similar desired outcomes. The statement hung in the air, its implications clear. The potential love triangle that had been developing subtly throughout their adventures was now explicitly acknowledged, forcing consideration Naruto had been postponing. Look, he began awkwardly, about that. I should probably, not here, Freya interrupted gently. Such matters deserve proper attention, not hurried discussion in palace corridors. Tomorrow, Sif suggested. After you've had time to consider Odin's offer independently of personal factors. Naruto nodded gratefully at the reprieve, though he recognized the decision couldn't be postponed indefinitely. The Norn's warning about critical choices echoed in his mind, more relevant now than ever. Tomorrow, he agreed. My garden at midday? Both women nodded acceptance of this arrangement. With respectful farewells that carried undercurrents of deeper meaning, they departed in different directions, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. Complicated, Kit, Kurama observed within his mind. 2 goddesses and a cosmic balancing act. Tell me about it, Naruto sighed mentally. Any sage advice from a 1,000-year-old chakra fox? Follow your heart, but remember your head has valid points too, Kurama replied with unusual solemnity. Some choices create paths that cannot be easily abandoned. With that cryptic counsel, the fox receded into quiet observation, leaving Naruto to ponder decisions that would shape not just his future but potentially the cosmic balance itself. The garden where Naruto had trained to control the eternal predator's essence seemed an appropriate location for life-changing decisions. By midday, he had reached conclusions about both Odin's offer and his personal situation, though articulating them would prove challenging. He arrived early, sitting cross-legged on the grass and centering himself through meditation techniques Kurama had taught him. The 9 integrated fragments of the predator's essence had settled into stable patterns within his chakra network, no longer foreign entities but fully incorporated aspects of his being. The transformation had become controllable, responsive to his will rather than emotional triggers. Sif arrived first, her warrior's punctuality unsurprising. She had exchanged her formal gown for more practical attire, leather and light armor that suited her natural grace. The amber rings in her dark eyes seemed more pronounced in daylight, matching similar changes in Naruto's own appearance. You seem at peace, she observed, sitting beside him on the grass with unexpected informality. Made some decisions, Naruto confirmed. About Odin's offer. About other things. Sif nodded, neither pressing for details nor shying from the implications. Freya will join us shortly. She attends to some matter with her Vanir connections first. They sat in comfortable silence until Freya appeared, golden hair loose around her shoulders, her flowing green dress contrasting with Sif's more utilitarian attire. As always, she moved with divine grace, every gesture deliberate yet seemingly effortless. Forgive my delay, she said, joining them on the grass and completing their triangle. Certain arrangements required finalization. Mysterious as always, Sif noted with a hint of fondness despite their competition. A goddess must maintain some enigma, Freya replied with a slight smile. She turned to Naruto. You've reached decisions. It wasn't a question, but he nodded confirmation. About Odin's offer first. I'll accept the position of Guardian of Balance, with conditions. He outlined his requirements: independence from direct Asgardian command, authority to intervene when necessary to maintain equilibrium between essence bearers, and established pathways to visit Konoha regularly. Reasonable terms, Freya assessed. Odin will accept them, though perhaps with modifications to maintain appearance of authority. Let him save face as long as the substance remains, Naruto agreed. The balance matters more than titles or formalities. Sif studied him with approval. You've learned to navigate divine politics quickly. Had good teachers, he acknowledged with a smile that encompassed them both. Then his expression grew more serious. There's the other matter to address. The atmosphere shifted, tension rising despite the garden's peaceful setting. Both women maintained composed expressions, though subtle signs betrayed their investment in what would follow, Sif's hand tightening slightly on her knee, Freya's normally perfect posture becoming fractionally more rigid. The Norns warned about critical choices, Naruto began carefully. About connections that would shape destiny. I've thought a lot about what that means, especially given our unique situation. And your conclusion? Freya prompted when he hesitated. Naruto took a deep breath. That destiny isn't fixed by single choices but shaped by ongoing decisions. By patterns established and maintained. He met their gazes directly. I care for you both, in different but equally meaningful ways. Choosing between you feels not just difficult but wrong, somehow. Incomplete. Surprise registered on both faces, though Freya recovered more quickly. You suggest. A new pattern, Naruto confirmed. Not traditional by Asgardian standards, maybe not by Konoha's either. But we're already breaking cosmic traditions with the essence distribution. Perhaps personal arrangements could be similarly innovative. Sif's expression shifted from surprise to thoughtful consideration. You propose a shared bond? Between all three of us? If you're both willing, Naruto clarified quickly. Not as some kind of competition or divided attention, but as a balanced whole. Different connections, equally valued. The Vanir have precedent for such arrangements, Freya noted, scientific detachment covering deeper emotional consideration. Though rarely with Aesir participants. Warrior cultures sometimes practice similar bonds, Sif added surprisingly. Shield triplets rather than the traditional shield siblings. Rare but not unknown. So, not completely outrageous? Naruto asked hopefully. A moment of silence followed as both women considered the proposal. Then, unexpectedly, Freya laughed, a genuine sound of delight rather than mockery. Trust the wolf from beyond Yggdrasil to propose breaking yet another ancient pattern, she said with warm amusement. Why choose when balance allows for greater complexity? It would not be simple, Sif cautioned, though her tone suggested consideration rather than rejection. Such arrangements require honest communication, clear boundaries, genuine respect for all connections. All things we've already established through our shared experiences, Naruto pointed out. The distributed essence even creates a tangible connection between us, a foundation to build upon. Another silence, but qualitatively different, contemplative rather than tense. Finally, Freya and Sif exchanged one of their meaningful glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. I find myself amenable to exploring this possibility, Freya stated with careful precision. My interests in you, Naruto, remain both intellectual and personal. Adding Sif's perspective would create interesting dynamics. My warrior's instinct values directness and honesty, Sif added. Your proposal offers both, however unconventional. I would consider such an arrangement, provided all parties maintain equal voice and respect. Relief washed through Naruto. So that's a tentative yes from both of you? Tentative, Sif emphasized. Such bonds develop naturally or not at all. They cannot be forced through mere agreement. Of course, Naruto acknowledged. I'm just suggesting we allow the possibility rather than foreclose it through artificial choice. Wise approach, Freya approved. Balance through inclusion rather than exclusion. Fitting for the guardian of balance. The tension that had permeated their triangle dissolved, replaced by a new awareness, not comfortable exactly, but purposeful, forward-looking. Potential rather than limitation. There is one additional matter to discuss, Freya added after a moment. The arrangements I mentioned finalizing earlier relate directly to our situation. What arrangements? Sif asked. The creation of a new realm, Freya revealed. A small one, positioned at the boundaries of Yggdrasil where it connects to external dimensions, including the one from which Naruto originates. You can do that? Naruto asked, impressed despite everything else he'd witnessed. The redistribution of the eternal predator's essence created new possibilities within Yggdrasil's structure, Freya explained. With proper application of Vanir magic and the resonance between our shared fragments, a stable realm can be established, one equally accessible from Asgard and Konoha. A neutral ground, Sif understood immediately. A place belonging to neither realm but connected to both. Clever. And convenient for a guardian of balance who maintains connections in multiple worlds, Freya added with a meaningful glance at Naruto. Convenient for other arrangements as well, Sif noted with uncharacteristic directness that brought color to Naruto's cheeks. Indeed, Freya agreed, her smile suggesting complete understanding of Sif's implication. The realm would require regular presence to maintain stability. Shared presence, ideally. The possibilities inherent in this arrangement hung in the air between them, a physical manifestation of the balanced connection Naruto had proposed, a literal common ground where their different backgrounds and responsibilities could harmonize rather than conflict. When can we see this new realm? Naruto asked, practical considerations asserting themselves. It forms even now, Freya replied. Another day for stabilization, then we might visit briefly. Full habitation would require additional preparations. Further discussion of logistics followed, how Naruto would divide time between responsibilities, how communication would be maintained across realms, how their unique relationship might develop with appropriate space and boundaries. Throughout, the amber energy they all shared hummed with subtle resonance, the eternal predator's distributed essence creating connections beyond mere words. As midday passed into afternoon, their garden council concluded with tentative plans and hopeful possibilities. The future remained unwritten but held promise previously unimaginable, balance through complexity rather than simplification, strength through distributed connection rather than concentrated power. 3 months later, Naruto stood at the edge of his new realm, watching dual sunsets paint the sky in impossible colors. Behind him stood a structure neither wholly Asgardian nor typical of Konoha, a dwelling that combined elements from both worlds while establishing its own unique character. Like the realm itself, it existed at the boundary between worlds, belonging fully to neither yet connected to both. The realm had been named Fenrir, Wolf's Home, in the Asgardian tongue, acknowledging both its primary resident and the essence that had made its creation possible. Small by cosmic standards but sufficient for its purpose, it featured forests reminiscent of Fire Country alongside meadows of Asgardian golden grass, streams that flowed in patterns defying conventional physics, and a sky that sometimes showed stars from multiple dimensions simultaneously. Beautiful evening, Sif observed, joining him at the realm's edge where reality itself grew thin. 3 months of carrying the eternal predator's essence had changed her subtly, her movements even more fluid, her connection to natural cycles more intuitive. The warrior remained, but balanced now with deeper awareness of cosmic patterns. Freya returns tonight, she asked, though she likely knew the answer already. Their connection through the shared essence allowed general awareness of each other's locations and states, though not specific thoughts. Any minute, Naruto confirmed. She completed the stabilization ritual in Vanaheim earlier today. Their unusual arrangement had developed with surprising naturalness over the intervening months. Naruto divided his time between duties as guardian of balance, visits to Konoha to maintain connections with his original home, and development of Fenrir with both Sif and Freya. The women maintained their respective positions in Asgard, Sif as warrior and commander, Freya as advisor and magical expert, while sharing Fenrir as neutral territory where all three could simply exist without external pressures or expectations. Their personal connections had evolved organically, Naruto and Sif sharing warriors' passion and protective instincts, Naruto and Freya connecting through intellectual curiosity and magical experimentation, Sif and Freya developing mutual respect that occasionally blossomed into something deeper. Together, they formed a triangle of balanced energies, each relationship unique yet part of a greater whole. Thinking deep thoughts? Sif inquired, noting his contemplative expression. Just appreciating how much has changed, Naruto replied. 3 months ago I was lost in a strange realm, carrying an awakening cosmic wolf entity, trying to avoid triggering the apocalypse. And now you merely balance multiple realms, maintain cosmic equilibrium, and manage relationships with 2 goddesses, Sif observed dryly. Much simpler. Naruto laughed, the sound carrying traces of the wolf he partially remained. When you put it that way. Their conversation paused as reality rippled nearby, a portal forming through which Freya emerged, her golden hair catching the light of the setting suns. She approached with divine grace, though her formal manner softened as she joined them at the realm's edge. The stabilization proceeds as expected, she reported, slipping her arm through Naruto's while nodding greeting to Sif. Vanaheim accepts its role in maintaining the distributed essence. The patterns hold. And Fenrir? Naruto asked. The transformed wolf had been traveling between realms, exploring his new freedom while learning to balance his primal nature with recovered consciousness. Observed in Alfheim, Freya answered. Studying with elven lore masters, apparently. His control improved steadily. Good, Naruto nodded satisfaction. And the dessert? Maintain their portion of the balance, Sif reported this time. They've restructured their order around new purpose, guiding necessary transitions rather than hastening destruction. Thor reports productive negotiations regarding their role in Asgard's future. And Odin? Naruto completed the status check of major essence bearers. Adapts, Freya replied simply. As he always has. His plans shift to incorporate new realities rather than oppose them directly. Naruto nodded understanding. The All-Father remained an enigma, neither ally nor enemy but a complex force pursuing his own vision of cosmic order. Their relationship maintained formal respect while acknowledging fundamental differences in approach. As darkness fell fully, the sky above Fenrir transformed, stars appearing not in familiar patterns but in shifting configurations that represented multiple realities simultaneously. Through certain arrangements, Naruto could glimpse Konoha's distinctive mountain memorial, while others revealed Asgard's golden spires or Vanaheim's ancient forests. It really is a crossroads realm, he observed, appreciating the view. Connected to everything without being bound to any single place. Much like its creator, Freya noted with a meaningful glance. Creators, Naruto corrected, including both women in his gesture. This place exists because of all 3 of us. The balance we maintain together. Sif and Freya acknowledged this truth with comfortable familiarity. Their unique triangle had evolved beyond initial uncertainty into something stable yet dynamic, a living embodiment of the cosmic balance they helped maintain. As they turned toward their shared dwelling, Naruto felt Kurama stirring within his consciousness. The Nine Tails had adapted well to their new circumstances, finding the distributed essence arrangement intriguing rather than threatening to his own position. You found your place, Kit, the fox observed privately. Not what anyone expected, but fitting nonetheless. We all have, Naruto agreed mentally. You included. Indeed, Kurama acknowledged. Though I maintain this arrangement qualifies you as the most unpredictable shinobi in history. Even I couldn't have anticipated wolf gods and goddess relationships when we first met. Naruto chuckled inwardly at the understatement. As he entered the dwelling with Sif and Freya, he reflected on the journey that had brought them here, from dimensional accident to cosmic restructuring, from distrust to balanced intimacy, from prophecy to possibility. The eternal predator's essence continued to flow through him, through his partners, through Yggdrasil itself, no longer seeking domination but maintaining equilibrium. And if that essence occasionally manifested as wolf-like features during moments of emotion or combat, it merely added another dimension to his already complex identity. The legacy of the predator had transformed from destruction to balance, from inevitability to choice. Whatever the future held, and with connections to multiple realms and timelines, that future would certainly not lack for adventure. It would unfold not according to rigid prophecy but through ongoing decisions and maintained balance. For a shinobi who had spent his life defying expectations and rewriting presumed limitations, Naruto couldn't imagine a more appropriate outcome. Epilogue. Centuries later, the young wolf child sat at the edge of Fenrir, watching realities shift beyond the boundary. Behind him, the dwelling had expanded over generations into a small settlement, home to descendants and disciples of its founders, those who maintained the balance between realms and essences. Though only 8 years old, Fenrir Uzumaki already showed signs of his heritage, subtle wolf-like features that emerged when emotions ran high, chakra that sometimes flickered with amber energy, and an innate understanding of connections between dimensions that children his age shouldn't comprehend. Named in remembrance rather than prophecy, he represented the 7th generation since Naruto Uzumaki had first distributed the eternal predator's essence and established the lineage of guardians. Through careful guidance and balanced inheritance, the essence had remained stable through centuries, empowering rather than overwhelming, connecting rather than consuming. Daydreaming again, came a voice behind him. His older sister Freya, named for the first of the 3 founders, approached with the confident stride that marked all descendants of Sith. At 15, she already showed tremendous promise both as warrior and diplomat. Not daydreaming, Fenrir objected. Watching. There's a disturbance in the Midgard connection. His sister's expression shifted from teasing to serious. Despite their occasional sibling rivalry, Fenrir's sensitivity to dimensional fluctuations was respected throughout their clan. What kind of disturbance? Something familiar, he struggled to articulate. Like when great-grandfather visits, but different. Older. Freya nodded understanding. The original Fenrir, the wolf once bound who had become guardian rather than destroyer, occasionally visited their realm, his extremely prolonged lifespan allowing him to observe multiple generations of the family that had given him new purpose. Should we alert the council, she asked, referring to the governing body of essence-bearers that maintained cosmic balance. Fenrir shook his head. Not dangerous. Just, significant. He pointed to where reality seemed thinnest. Look there. The patterns shift. Indeed, the very fabric between realms rippled visibly, not the chaotic distortion of threat but the deliberate reconfiguration of cosmic forces in careful alignment. As they watched, a figure emerged through the boundary, not physically at first but as a pattern of energy that gradually solidified. The being that materialized before them stood larger than a normal wolf but smaller than the cosmic entity Fenrir had been named after. Amber crystal growths adorned its shoulders and spine, and its eyes held intelligence beyond animal consciousness. Greetings, children of balance, the wolf spoke directly into their minds. I am an aspect of what you once called the eternal predator, though that name has little meaning now. Are you here to see our parents? Freya asked practically, positioning herself slightly before her younger brother with protective instinct. I come to observe the pattern's continuation, the entity replied. To confirm what began centuries ago maintains its equilibrium. Its gaze focused on young Fenrir with particular interest. You bear the name once given to my most concentrated aspect. The boy nodded, unafraid despite the entity's obvious power. Named to remember, not to become, he recited the teaching passed through generations. The essence flows through balance, not dominance. Well learned, the wolf approved. The cycle maintains its new pattern, then. Not the destruction and rebirth of old prophecy, but continuous adjustment and balance. It settled onto its haunches, studying the siblings. Your ancestor rewrote cosmic law through choice and distribution. His legacy continues not through one overwhelming vessel but through many connected ones. Are you here to test us? Freya asked directly, her hand unconsciously moving to the sword at her hip, a gesture that would have made her ancestor Sif proud. To witness, the wolf corrected. What you call Ragnarok approaches again, the cycle turns as it always must. But its nature has changed. Instead of cataclysm and devastation, it manifests as transition and renewal. The wolf no longer devours the father but guides the necessary change. Young Fenrir stepped forward, something resonating within him at these words. The council speaks of significant transitions coming. Shifts in cosmic alignments that require careful management. Indeed, the wolf confirmed. Your generation will oversee this turning of the great wheel. Not as harbingers of destruction but as guardians of balance. Its form began to shimmer slightly, as if maintaining physical manifestation required effort. I came to ensure the pattern holds, that what Naruto Uzumaki established continues through his descendants. We maintain the balance, both siblings stated with unconscious synchronization. The wolf nodded satisfaction. Then my purpose is fulfilled. The legacy of the predator remains transformation rather than destruction. Its form became increasingly transparent. Remember, choice, not prophecy, determines outcome. Balance through distribution, not domination through concentration. As the entity faded back into the cosmic patterns from which it had emerged, the siblings exchanged glances of shared understanding. Without words, they turned toward their settlement to report this significant visitation to their parents and the local council representatives. The cycle continued, but fundamentally changed from its original course. What had once been prophesied as devastating conclusion had become instead perpetual renewal through balanced transition. The legacy of choices made centuries earlier by a displaced shinobi from another dimension continued to shape cosmic reality itself. Young Fenrir paused at the boundary between Fenrirheim and infinity, sensing connections that stretched across realms and generations. For just a moment, he thought he glimpsed another figure beyond conventional reality, a blonde shinobi with whisker marks and a confident grin, offering a thumbs up across the gulf of centuries. Then the vision faded, leaving only the certainty that some legacies transcended time itself, continuing not through predetermined fate but through choices consciously maintained by those who followed after. The eternal predator had become eternal guardian instead. The wolf had found purpose beyond destruction. And balance, once established, continued through the commitment of those who understood its value. Not a bad legacy for an accidental dimensional traveler who had simply refused to accept that some cycles couldn't be broken. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.